Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host Another Cuppa.
Will we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names?
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage.
Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Well, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
2019. It is a year that has been referenced a lot when mentioning North Melbourne this year. They hadn't won more than 6 games since 2019. They haven't played a Friday night fixture in Melbourne since that point. The pioneers, of course, of the Friday night concept. And the last time that they beat Collingwood, well, you guessed it, it was 2019 as well. That year, by the way, Brad Scott left as senior coach. They went into caretaker mode under Rhys Shaw and they didn't play finals. And yet for North Melbourne, I'm sure not many of their ardent supporters would have been thinking, gee, that's as good as it's been for a long while. But for North Melbourne fans, that has been the case. They find themselves again under the Friday night lights. Fast forward another 7 years down the track and into round 18 of the 2026 Premiership season. It is the Kangaroos away to the Magpies under the roof at Docklands on a Friday night. A huge game for both teams in their quest, of course, to make it into the top 10. Collingwood currently residing inside the wildcard positions and North Melbourne on the outside looking in. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. No matter what the temperature is outside, and it's been a glorious day in Melbourne actually. Sunny and 16 degrees. The roof is on tonight, and we're going to get some dry weather footy under the lid at Docklands. Ben Cameron's alongside me to call the footy in for Kelly Underwood. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. The question we've been asking on ABC AFL Daily, the podcast, is: are Collingwood the gatekeepers paper for 10th. It certainly feels like that, doesn't it? That they beat the teams that are outside of the top 10 at the moment, like Gold Coast last week, and they lose to the teams that are above them. So North Melbourne, if they want to play finals as such and get into a wildcard position, they need to be winning tonight, and we'll see whether we can get our coach to admit that there are 8-point games and whether this is one of them here this evening.
We'll check in with him in just a moment. Another games record holder, Scott Pendlebury, to join us in the pre-game as we go inside both camps with Tim Hodges, the legendary Cat, Cameron Ling, 3-time premiership player, premiership captain. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Benny. Hello, Mick. Hello, Hodgie. Hello, everyone out there. I don't know why you guys are talking about 10th spot on the ladder, because this season's done and dusted. The powerful display that we saw in the second half of last night's game, it's Freo all the way, isn't it? That was incredibly impressive. 15 goals in the second half after managing 0 goals 11 to half-time, just setting themselves a little bit of a challenge. They not only went past the Swans, they left them eating their dust. That was unbelievable last night from the Fremantle Dockers.
Never seen that before. A team with going goalless and scoring so few points in the first half to kick 100 points after half-time. So something special from the Dockers last night. Mick Malthouse is here, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. Of course, he's a 3-time premiership coach, premiership player in Mick Malthouse. Good evening, Mick.
Hey, Corby, Ben and Lingy's just back from holidays, and all our fantastic listeners. I've watched one game live in the last week and watched TV last night. 2 extraordinary games. And I made a comment at halftime. I've got to say this. At halftime last week, we were sitting there discussing the Melbourne Hawthorn game, and I said, "This won't." And they go, "Oh, what do Hawthorn do?" I said, "That's not what Hawthorn do. It's going to be interesting to see what Melbourne can now do. They've come off the back of a bye. Can they hold up?" With about 5 minutes to go, after leading by 96 points or something halfway through or thereabouts, they were hanging on. Yeah. They were hanging on. It was the most extraordinary match you want to see. Last night, Lingy, I cannot agree with you more. The pressure in that game, let's forget the point it was 0-11. The fact that the pressure across the ground was extraordinary. I've got to say that's a mark now been set that we can only hope that other games now at least get near, because Fremantle put there's no young in that side. I was surprised about Darcy, not after last night. I thought Cox played, very rare that I can praise him, but I thought he was fantastic for him. And they started to get every line playing the way Justin wants them to play.
And we are talking about a team that they played against who are 10 points clear from third place on the ladder. We're talking about the second best team in the competition, and they made them look hopeless in that second half.
Can I just say, Lee, with probably 5 minutes in the last quarter, I mean, the game was still in the balance.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to wipe. I don't reckon we should wipe Sydney off.
No, I don't want to wipe them off.
That was a run. That was a run on that they couldn't stop. No. And it was an unbelievable. And it was not just luck. It was just powerful.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't write Sydney out of the equation if the game gets played at the MCG neutral grounds late September.
So that was. I hate doing this because the coaching icon has forgotten more football than I'll ever know. But that was honestly one of the takeaways I got out of the game, that I felt like it was more revealing for Sydney than it was for Fremantle, that we knew the Dockers were good. I even felt at half-time that even though they hadn't kicked a goal, they were right in the game. They were excellent in the second quarter. Freo and Justin Lomuir, we'll hear from him in a moment, said as much in the aftermath. But the Swans now, all of a sudden, they're 1-4.
Yep.
Against Freo, Hawthorn, Geelong, Brisbane. So
offsides.
Fellow contenders, 1 win, 4 losses, and the one win was round 1, a beat against Brisbane when they had all those players injured or suspended. They're 12-0 against the rest. And Dean Cox said last night about the fact, they fluctuate too heavily in the contest. It felt like when Fremantle came at them, Mick, that they had nothing to keep the Dockers off them.
No,
like it was.
Just couldn't go with them.
No.
It's quite amazing because I was discussing with Nannett, we're just watching the game, and it was riveting the way I saw it. Just watch the game of football that I probably haven't seen all year, just hoping to see something that was, you just sit on the edge of your seat thinking, well, I love this game. The speed of Sydney in that first quarter and a half through the corridor, and there were a few non-chasers. I'm thinking, I haven't seen that before by Fremantle. And they looked leg weary. Then all of a sudden, the pace started to even up. Once the pace evened up and the ball and the contested ball started to even out, all of a sudden, didn't they have some scoring opportunities up the front half?
So 6 days into 5 days, and yet they were the team that was running on top of the ground at the end of the match. So 9-0 Lingy now at Perth Stadium, so no one's beaten them there this year. They're so far clear in the top two, let alone top of the table at the moment, where they go 2 games clear now. Someone's going to have to beat them at Perth Stadium to keep them out of the grand final.
Absolutely. And I don't see anyone doing that. I know there is a team that can find the level that can beat them. They are yet to consistently do it this year, but they have won the last 2 premierships. So that is a team that, if it comes good, if it's healthy, if it all gets that hunger back and everything that's led them to 2 premierships, yes, they can do it. They're capable of anything. But that's a few ifs that I've thrown in there. It doesn't feel like anybody else is capable of playing at that level to beat Freo at Perth Stadium in September. And that leads to Fremantle ending up in that last day in September.
My only concern is their lack of finals experience. So last year they obviously lost to the Gold Coast Suns in that elimination final. Before that, you've got to go back to 2022 when they beat the Bulldogs in a home final, then got walloped by Collingwood the next week. So they don't have a heap of finals experience. What does that count for?
Well, it does. You're right, Ben, because it's more the non-football things that will be foreign to them. And what I'm saying, and let's assume they are jumping straight into the grand final.
So what, like people hitting you up for tickets and everything extra that comes along with it?
There's these things when you're a travelling team, and no doubt, Lingy will vouch for this even from Geelong. One, you've got a full week of when do you come over, so you've got to decide on that. You've got the parade, you've got to decide on that. You've got to get in early, and I know this is a real risk. You've got to get into the players early. Be careful who's asking for tickets, and does things change? Like, if you are used to sleeping in a room by yourself, you can't have your relatives coming in and saying, "Oh, look, I'll sleep on the settee, or I'll do this." It's honestly, it throws
that would happen too.
It happens. It happens. I've had players.
I'll sleep on the couch, or I'll.
I was speaking to Kim Hughes. Well, I was talking to him during the week because he's coming over for the Sesquicentennial Test, and he played in the Centenary Test in London. And he said, I slept in the bathtub that week because my brother was staying in my hotel room.
Well,
so there's exactly what you're speaking about, Mick.
Well, it must have been very comfortable, because otherwise that's where you put the brother. But, so I'm only just saying that these are some of the things that you'll have to... And just remember, I know that they've been in the grand final before, and we are jumping a couple of months in front. But let's say it happens. You've got the weight of that media all about you, and you haven't won one, and that loads up, and you've got young players' expectations. The last thing you want to do is play a grand final on Monday, Tuesday night. You've got to, and look, if you don't sleep on Friday night, it happens. That's not an issue before a grand final. That is not an issue. But if you're not sleeping Thursday night, that becomes an issue.
And I think on your point about the lack of finals experience, I think there's enough there over those 2 campaigns that you're talking about. I know it's not deep runs or anything like that, for them to have now had the taste of it. It's funny, I think back to when we finally got there in 2007 as a genuinely good team, not as a young upstart team that got on a bit of a roll. We hadn't had heaps of finals experience. Yeah, a little run in 2004 that got us to a prelim. We were clueless. We didn't know what we were doing that year and didn't know how to win that prelim. 2005, we get bumped by Nick Davis in that famous game. And then you go into 2007 as the best team in the competition without heaps of finals experience, but enough to go, okay, all right, let's compose ourselves and let's handle these moments. I think there's enough for Fremantle to get through those first 2 games. I think that's all it's going to take. Then grand final is a different story. And Mick's right. Mick's spot on. And as a player, you then hand over all of that trust to the GM of footy and the club and everybody like that to go months, even now, in advance, start preparing for what we're going to do timeline-wise, what we're going to do ticket-wise, all of that, all behind the scenes. You don't need to hear a single word of it. And it's not getting ahead of yourself. It's not getting a big head. It's just really professional by the club. So then, should they win that prelim, they can then go to the players and say, here's what we've prepared and roll it out for them. and there's a calmness to that. And then you go, oh, great, okay, it's taken care of. Let's get on with footy.
The other recent team like that was Richmond as well. Remember, they lost to your Blues, Mick, when you guys finished ninth. They lost to North in a cutthroat final, so they hadn't actually won any finals. And then in 2017, when they won, I think they won every final by 6 goals plus, and obviously steamrolled their way to
I'm with you. There's, without jumping in there and going, look, they're not ready for it. I know in 91, we won 12 in a row, then had the State of Origin. We climbed the mountain. That was the worst thing possible. And even in my heart, even my heart of hearts going, this is going to be really tough. In 92, we finished 4th, and I thought, well, they're going to have to be a very good side to beat us.
Yeah.
And because, did you have that experience? Yes, you had the experience, but you're right, Ben, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be... But then again, let's say it is Sydney. Let's say second place get there. Dean Cox is new to it. He's not new to Premier Grand Finals, but he's new to a coach going in as the sole coach. Yes, and he's been an assistant coach when they've been flogged. So
Sydney is scarred, a lot of that.
So they carry that baggage, don't they?
Whereas Brisbane makes it, they've been there and done it. Geelong have been there and done it. Hawthorn are pretty experienced over the journey. So, anyway, it'll be interesting.
A couple of things out of last night. So on Channel 7, the biggest streaming audience ever for a home and away game on their streaming platform last night, and also the biggest primetime audience since 2022. So it did almost 1 million views nationally, 930,000. So on the free-to-air figures released last night. 3 stats out of the game. No side has ever scored as few to half-time, being 11 points and kicked 100 points after the half. The Dockers did that. Points from clearance in the second half, 48-19. Ooh. So they smacked the Swans out of the midfield in the second half. And then points off halfback second half alone. Fremantle 43, Sydney 0. Yeah. Not a single point off halfback.
You are talking about, this is the worry for Sydney. You're talking about the 2 areas of the ground where they would be considered A+.
Yeah.
A Heaney, Goulden, Warner midfield.
Yep. Grundy in there as well.
Yeah, Grundy in there as well. And then that explosion off half-back is what they would be renowned for, and there was nothing.
Well, they did a great job on them. Great job there. So this is where you look at how many goals they scored, that sort of stuff. You've also got to look at which forwards were responsible for Blakey and Mills and these sort of players, and what impact did they have? No impact. Yeah. So the job there was done so well defensively.
But that's the thing as well. Like, everyone gets excited about the sexy back half ball movement, which Sydney do really well. It's still a forward half game against the really good teams because it's hard to move it through them, isn't it?
Ben Cameron, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We'll hear from Hodgie in just a moment inside the North Camp. Scott Pendlebury still to come, so stick around for that. The game's record holder to join us all pre-game. Just repeating, or in fact, I think I'm saying it for the first time. There's no late change. We know that for sure. There was actually a VFL game earlier, and we saw all the emergencies run around in the Magoos. So no late change. Collingwood and North Melbourne coming your way with a bounce just under 1 hour from now. Both coaches last night. We'll start with Dean Cox, the coach of the Sydney Swans, and following him, Justin Longmuir with his review on last night.
Second half, we were beaten convincingly. I think, by a really good team, you don't go minus 28 in the contest. They tackle it 81 and 89% for each quarter in the last half, and we got 50%. So, they were harder for longer, and to their credit, that's why it was a 40-point loss.
It's about process, right? So, law of averages will say that you're not going to kick 0-22 for the game. So, you just got to keep maintaining faith in the process and the plan that we went in with, and eventually the scoreboard will look after itself. So, once we got the crowd into it, it becomes quite daunting, I would imagine, for the opposition. And the floodgates opened with the amount of field position we were getting.
Alex Pearce was excellent last night, took an unbelievable mark, which led to that Tracy go-ahead goal. Andy Brayshaw, in particular, had a huge role to play when the game was on the line of the last quarter. And then there's one lad by the name of Murphy Reid, who all of a sudden is in All-Australian contention in his second season. Is he worthy of an All-Australian Blazer year 2?
In my mind, no doubt, because he has been consistent. It's not a jump in and he's also playing very well when they're not playing well. So in the first half, I still reckon he was up and about. He mightn't have been dominant, but he was up about. And then you look at other games where he's been almost a catalyst. He gets it out of the centre, uses the ball brilliantly. He's got a very good IQ football brain.
I agree with you. I agree with you strongly. And the fact of the matter is, I know we like to have a balance in our All-Australian team, a couple from here and a couple from there. But when a team is dominating as much as Fremantle is across the course of the year, and should it continue, well, they deserve to have, I don't know, 6, maybe 8 players who end up in this All-Australian team. I would rather see him in the team than a player from the Bombers. Sorry, Corbs, because no one has put their hand up and no one is worthy. So we don't need to share it around. Let Freo own the All-Australian team this year.
Well, right now, Lingy, you say 6 to 8. If you looked at the back line alone, I mean, Pearce, the way he goes about it, every time he plays, well, I don't know whether he was on stringer last week. I really haven't seen that game. I don't know who was on stringer, but, stringer gets... I saw him the week before, he couldn't get out of his own way. So, him kick 7. But Pearce, he has stood up for the last couple of years as a key player. Then you look at the ruck. Does he go in front of Grundy? Does he go in front of Gawn? Or maybe...
I think Jackson has to.
You've got to have 2. Would you pick 2 ruck? I'm asking you. You're an Australian selector. You would, wouldn't you?
I was one. I think... I'm always hesitant to pick 2.
Would you pick 3?
I haven't... Can I ask this question?
Yeah.
Serious. I haven't seen the change. Is it now... 5 on the bench?
It's now 23.
Okay, yeah, well, then I'd happily pick 2 ruckmen with that one. But I think Jackson's number 1. Jordan Clark's off half-back.
Yeah, he's playing really
probably.
Brayshaw's playing really consistent.
Shea Bolton's been off the charts.
Him last night, if that's not the goal of the year, the one he bounced off 2 blokes, they just couldn't lay a finger on him, could they?
He just backed his way out of there. Beep, 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 turn around and kick the goal.
Yeah. A split second later, the whistle blows, you holding the ball.
Yes.
Which happened.
He's the perfect get at the right time for Fremantle.
He's playing. He's much better player than what he was a few years ago because he's consistent.
Yeah. He's a good player and a good team, isn't he?
He's a good player and a good team, and he's also that little cameo through the middle that you need just to go, you know what, I'm in here, look out, because if I get it, he's got the best lateral movement right now in football. Him and Pickett.
Yep.
Yeah.
They can just break off the line at top speed and then accelerate at top speed. Unbelievable.
Last one on last night, the taunting free kick, which arose again. So we had Luke Ryan rubbing the head of Chad Warner. It obviously cost them a goal. And then Dane Rampy, I don't know what game he was watching the first half. He did it to Jai Amos in the second half, and Amos had a shot at goal and he missed. But both teams basically coughed up a free kick because of the taunting rule.
So I get annoyed sometimes seeing such tiki-touch with ones like that paid. But also, I hate the taunt. I hate the rubbing of the head and the belittling of the opposition. And the AFL came out and said, however long ago, we're going to crack down on this. But sometimes it frustrates me is when they haven't cracked down for such a long time and then they've gone, oh, yeah, that's right. We've got that rule. Let's do it this week, guys. And we just do it out of the blue. That causes more frustration. I don't mind putting a stop to that taunting if you do it every week, because I don't like the taunting. I think go celebrate with your teammates, go enjoy it with your fans, whatever it is, whatever moment it is.
Yep.
You don't have to then... I hate if you've tackled an opposition player and he's on the ground, pushing him into the ground.
Yeah,
I can't stand all that.
The petty thing last year or the year before, was it? 2 years ago, last year? One of the worst things I've ever seen in football for a bloke that was clearly fragile at the time. And I'm pleased that they have brought the rule in, but I'm with you, Lingy. If it's in, it's in. It can't be just plucked out because I'm now thinking about it, and that's another load up for the umpires because they've been charged with so many rules changes. But the book is now about as thick as the Bible, and they're adding on to it.
And it's not designed to be a hefty penalty to swing games. It's designed to be a hefty penalty to curb player behaviour.
Mind you, that took that one, wasn't it in the goal square?
Yeah, there was one.
That was a long way down the track. That was. No, that would have been another free
both of them were set shots inside 50.
Yeah.
And they both
weren't 50, though. They were just free kicks, weren't they? Yeah.
Yep. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. More from Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment. Corporate Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the action. Tim Hodges is downstairs, and we can go to Hodgie, who's inside the North Melbourne camp. Hodgie.
Corbin down in the North Melbourne bunker. Zane Littlejohn, the assistant coach, has been good enough to join us. Zane, thanks for your time. Your first Friday night game for the club since 2019. That's a long time. Can you talk us through the excitement levels with the boys downstairs to be on the big stage?
Yeah, it's when everyone wants to be playing that Friday night, those big games, and against Collingwood, obviously one of the biggest clubs in our league. So, yeah, we're rapt to obviously be back on Friday night footy, and hopefully we can put on a really good show and get more of these opportunities.
So to be on the big stage, is there sort of a pressure that comes internally from being out on the big stage on the Friday night game against Collingwood? There'll be a lot of eyeballs tonight.
There will be a lot of eyeballs, but we know as a football club, we've got to continue to obviously play well every week, regardless of when the stage is. We're a football club who hasn't really been able to bank wins consistently enough of late, so we want to make sure we just put our best foot forward every opportunity we come, and this is just another big one tonight, Friday night footy against the Pies.
You're 8-8, 11th on the ladder. The run home is difficult. So does that make tonight simply crucial to get the 4 points for your footy club?
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say crucial. It's obviously an important game. Obviously, the Pies sit around us where we are on the ladder. They obviously need to win as well, and they're in some good form. So every game's crucial for the North Melbourne Footy Club, and we're just really rapt to, be in these games that become crucial this time of year rather than our season's alive. Isn't that beautiful to hear with the North Melbourne Footy Club at the moment? So, every game, rest of the year is going to be crucial. We want to continue to improve, continue to show our fans that we're on the right track.
I think there are expectations, you're right, on North Melbourne, which probably is why last Sunday was so disappointing in Adelaide. What sort of learnings do you take out of what happened against Port Adelaide?
Yeah, I think what was really pleasing is the way, obviously, Port Adelaide defend the ground really well, and we're coming up against a team who do very similar. They're a top sort of 5 defence as well, so we learn a lot on how we need to try and penetrate those defences and score, because we weren't able to do that last week. So that's sort of been our focus this week. We need to continue to improve our defence and all aspects of our game in saying that. So, obviously the offence and how to score against those really good teams has been a real focus this week for us, and hopefully we can see some improvement in that area.
You could sense the disappointment in the players. I think that they knew they sort of blew an opportunity. You would have been entrenched in probably 9th, maybe even 8th, if you had got the 4 points last week. Did it take a little bit to pick them up on Monday to get them up in what is an incredibly short week?
Well, that's probably the best thing. It is a short week, and we spoke about that post-game instantly. No time to dwell on this. It's a short week. We need to bounce back and be ready to go. We come back in on the Tuesday, and you've got to be ready to perform and get your job done for the week so you can play your best footy come Friday night. So, it's great. Isn't it great that we're disappointed in those close games that we lose rather than, we don't go there just hoping to win. We go expecting to win now, and that's really exciting for the North Melbourne footy fans and footy club to be with that, or playing with that expectation every week.
It is a quirk in the fixture. Collingwood hasn't played here at the Dockland since May. It's their home game tonight at your home venue. Do you think they obviously would have to give your guys some confidence. Are they really gettable tonight, do you think?
I think every team on their day is gettable. I think it's nice familiarity for our boys to be here at home. Although, yes, it is Collingwood's home game, but this is our home, and we love playing footy here. We've played some really good footy here this year. But at the end of as soon as that ball was bounced, there's 4 posts at each end, the green stuff, you chase the yellow onion around. So it's going to be a great challenge, and, we're just wrapped that we get to play it here at our home, although it's their home game.
4 posts at each end and a number 35 in black and white you have to worry about. How much sleep does an assistant coach lose this week worrying about what the hell do we do with Nick Dacos?
Yeah, well, I think that's probably what they love is they've got a player like that who teams have to worry about. But, if you spend all your energy on Nick Dacos, and I'm sure you've heard every other club speak about this year, if you spend all your energy worrying about Nick Dacos, then the likes of the Goey, Pendlebury back in this tonight, can get off the chain. So we've got to make sure that we've got a really good even spread about who we worry about. Obviously, we know Nick's going to find the footy. That's just the reality about the player he is and the form he's in. We've just got to limit how well he uses the footy when he finds it. So, there's been a little bit of watching a lot of vision on what sort of Nick tries to do and where he tries to play, and that's the beauty about Nick. He can play every position. So, we just got to be right on our game, 1 in the coach's box and 2, obviously, the 18 on the field at the time to make sure that we can quell his influence.
A great mid for them. A great mid for you, unfortunately, George Wardlaw is out. How do you go about replacing him? And can we ask, how is George? Just another soft tissue injury, and it seemed like a pretty decent hammy last week.
Yeah, well, first of all, you don't go and replace like for like with a George Wardlaw. He's fierce at the contest. He's so tenacious. We love him in and around the footy. And the reality is he's not going to be there for a couple of weeks. And what I think was really pleasing was how he carried himself with the injury. And I just obviously new to the football club, and it's the sort of first time I've seen him get injured during the game. But the reality was his mindset post the game was really positive. And I've spoken publicly about this in the fact that I think if you have a positive mindset, it speeds your recovery. So we hope that'll help him, and we'll see him back out here sooner rather than later.
All the best tonight. Great to chat.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
There you go, Corbin. Zane Littlejohn from the Kangaroo Camp.
It was great to hear from a different voice. Appreciate that, Hodgie, Zane Littlejohn, inside at the North Melbourne camp. A guy that spent 3 years with the Hawks and 6 years with the Brisbane Lions as part of their development program. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. More from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling coming up in just a moment. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy, and Tim Hodges on the boundary. There's no late change ahead of the Pies and the Roos. It is 9th versus 11th as it sat on the table leading into the weekend. Of course, only 10 teams play finals, so an important one for both teams. No late change here at Docklands. Coming up after the latest from the ABC newsroom, the man that's played more AFL VFL games than anyone else in history. Scott Pendlebury's going to join us next as the countdown continues. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. News time.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A teenage boy is in custody after remains were found during the search for a missing 13-year-old girl in Victoria's West. Ethan Seidemann reports.
The family of the alleged victim, 13-year-old Layla Jeffrey, have released a photo of the young girl as police continue to investigate her death. Detectives believe remains found in the town of Donald late on Thursday are those of the missing teenager, who had not been seen for 6 days. Detectives from the Missing Persons Squad raided a home on Friday morning and arrested a 16-year-old boy. Detective Inspector Dave Dunstan says police believe the teen was known to Layla.
We are quietly confident that those responsible are in custody now.
A 53-year-old woman from Donald and a 55-year-old woman from Melbourne are assisting police with their inquiries.
Ambulance Victoria is warning that non-critical 000 calls may experience delays as the service responds to high demand. The service says it's prioritising calls to those most in need after experiencing record demand over the past 24 hours. Ambulance Victoria says demand is expected to remain high throughout the weekend as winter illnesses start to put a strain on the health system. Former colleagues of broadcaster Darren Hinch say his legacy will live on within the justice system following his death at the age of 82. Hinch was best known for his decades-long career in the media and his efforts to strengthen laws around sexual and violent offenders. Tanya Maxwell served as a Victorian MP representing Hinch's Justice Party from 2018 to 2022. She says his work will have a lasting impact.
I look back now at many changes to the justice system and believe that a lot of that was due to his years of advocacy.
Hinch's distinctive broadcast style led to a famous impression of him by Steve Izard on the comedy show Fast Forward. Izard says Hinch will be remembered as a giant figure of Australian society.
What made him so impersonatable was the sheer outrage of him, the sheer persona of him. You know, he was a larger-than-life, big, outrageous man who lived life to the fullest, expressed his opinions to the fullest, right or wrong, and was happy to be judged by them to the fullest.
A worker has suffered serious injuries on a construction site in the Victorian town of Moe. It's understood machinery on a truck became destabilised and struck the man around 1:30 this afternoon. The man, believed to be in his 40s, was flown to hospital. WorkSafe is investigating the incident. The current block of hearings at the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion have wrapped up with a stinging rebuke delivered to one social media company. Isabel Rowe reports.
2 weeks of hearings in Sydney have focused on the will and power of social and traditional media companies to deal with anti-Semitism on their platforms. Counsel assisting the Commission, Richard Lancaster, has slammed X, formerly known as Twitter, for not engaging with the hearings, calling the company disrespectful. He says evidence suggests X is a prolific hoster of anti-Semitism and questioned whether they have a social licence to operate here. The media watchdog ACMA has also given evidence saying no complaint about anti-Semitism at the ABC or SBS has warranted a formal investigation. The hearings will now move to the issue of universities to be heard in Melbourne on Monday.
Concerns are being raised over the potential spread of a deadly bird flu strain to Australia's endangered species. The H5 strain has been detected in an Australian seabird for the first time, with a greater crested tern found in Robe on southeastern South Australia's Limestone coast, testing positive. More than 10 migratory seabirds have also tested positive since the strain was first detected in Australia around a month ago. CEO of BirdLife Australia, Kate Miller, says concerningly the tern is a social bird.
They sit on these coastal environments. They're very widespread, and we're particularly concerned because they do interact with many other species, both coastal and wetlands, and this is a magnificent part of the coast with so many threatened species, but also much loved common species like pelicans and so forth.
And to the weather across Victoria, a few isolated showers developing in the north and west of the state this evening, otherwise dry and partly cloudy conditions. Tomorrow, a cool to cold day across the state, some areas of morning fog and frost in the east of the state, and then some areas of rain in the west extending eastwards during the day, although only patchy rain reaching Gippsland. There's some snow forecast above 1,500 metres, lowering to 900 metres in the west later on, with possible thunderstorms about the far western coasts as well. And there is a warning for potentially damaging winds about the alpine areas. In Melbourne tomorrow, rain developing later in the day with a top of 15. Right now, it's 12 degrees.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can! It's from 45 on the run.
And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, fires the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak. That
is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The tussle for the top 10. Collingwood in 9th up against the Kangaroos in 11th on the outside looking in, separated by half a game under the Friday night lights. The pioneers of the concept, the Kangaroos, back on our air on a Friday night, as is the best player in the game, Nick Dacos, who is here tonight to lead the Magpies out. And if you don't believe me that he's the best player in the game, how about these for some numbers? In the Champion Data Brownlow projection, he is 6 votes clear, which is essentially 2 games on top. With the coaches, he's 25 votes clear. You can get 10 per game. That's essentially 3 games clear. And the best judges in footy in the ABC Footballer of the Year have Nick Dacos 10 votes clear heading into round 18. Essentially 4 games clear of the nearest player in the competition. Let's see what the Kangaroos have for him tonight. Nick Dacos and his Magpies up against the Roos. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the action. The coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the legendary cat Cameron Ling. And your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. Ben, are there any late changes here tonight?
No late changes, Corbin, which we knew because there was the old curtain raiser. We had the VFL fixture earlier on today, and all of the emergencies are out there playing, so we knew the teams would be as named.
News of the day, I can tell you a couple of things that have come through today. Simon Goodwin has joined Nathan Buckley as publicly turning down the Bombers. So the Bombers have cast the net very wide for some informal coffee catch-ups before their official interview process begins. And yet both Goodwin and Buckley have decided against entering the Essendon process. The AFL unveiled their long-term strategy to grow Australian rules football in India. Their ambition is to increase participation in the subcontinent to more than 100,000 registered participants over the coming years. A game for premiership points in India is not on the agenda as it sits currently. And this is some good news for Essendon fans. A team that has lost 28 of their last 29 on Friday evening. If you're an Essendon member, your phone would have lit up and you got a text message from Essendon Football Club and you thought, what is this possibly all about? And I'll read you the text message. It's good news, which are the kind of news that you want to receive on a Friday night in what's been a pretty grim season so far. It just reads, Nate Caddy re-signs. And it's spelt correctly, re-signs. Committing until at least the end of 2031. He goes on to say, it was an easy decision for me. So Nate Caddy will be with the Bombers He was already contracted to the end of 2028, Lingy, Mick, Ben. So now that kicks him through till 2031, a significant signature for the Dons.
I'm a bit unsure about this caddy's club selection, if I'm being honest.
I thought the good news was going to be that 100,000 Indians were going to sign up with Essendon to go through so he can play next week.
I think the Western Bulldogs are they're the team leading the charge in India.
Are you two going to let his terrible pun?
The caddy club line, don't we?
Yeah, do we just ignore him for the rest of the night?
I think, Corbin, you broke the story that I think it's 73 kids in Western Sydney in the under-13s are playing Australian rules football.
Yep, it's not enough, is it?
They can't get kids in Western Sydney to play the game. I don't know if they're going to have much success in India.
Well, at least in Mumbai compared to other places in the world, they have grounds that are the right shape for it. So that's a terrific start. At least there's lots of ovals in that part of the world.
They've got cricket grounds in the west of Sydney.
Do you really reckon that the Indians would allow stops to be going into their ground, in the sacred ground of a cricket ground?
If you get 1 billion people, if you capture even a fraction of the market, huge possibility.
That's the argument.
Yep.
I'm with you on the argument. It's the same with when we briefly went into China.
Yep.
The argument was if you only need a fraction of a percentage
that work?
of 1 billion people.
Tell me how that works, Lingy.
And I don't think this will. I don't know about expanding it into India, but there is such a large Indian population now living in Australia.
I think it's more about the diaspora, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's...
We've got enough Indians here, and have we got anyone on a list that's an Indian?
No, we haven't been able to penetrate that market as much as the game.
I think that's an achievable thing for those who've moved to Australia and living in Australia and to take an interest in Australian rules football. I think that's very much a goal that we should have and can slowly grow over time. I'm not a believer in spending the money on trying to go into India. I don't think that's achievable.
The other thing, which is, I mean, if you look at the way, and this is really, what does it all come down to at the end of the day? Is the bottom line clearly the dollar. And if you look at where the money is in sport globally at the moment, it is with these huge streaming platforms, right?
Absolutely,
so Amazon, Netflix or whatever. They're getting involved in professional sport in a way they haven't in the past. And the one thing that's appealing to them is new subscribers, right? So they want millions, they pick up an NFL game, millions of people sign up to basically go and watch the NFL. Unfortunately, here in Australia, we're not talking about the same kind of numbers for them for huge platforms like Disney and all the rest of it. DAZN are obviously now got a footprint in Australia, having picked up Fox Sports, and so you look at where the growth is basically, and unless you're a global sport or have an imprint into to get the most amount of eyeballs, clearly the AFL, I think this is motivating part of their push to basically say we need more eyeballs on the sport, and more than necessarily New South Wales and Queensland. We need millions more people interested in our game to make sure that the revenue and the broadcast dollar keeps going up and to the right.
I get that. I understand that. But are we going to end up spending
more
money than what we're... I just don't think, realistically, are we going to bring that? Are we going to get those eyeballs in those other countries for a sport that really is a regional sport? It is an Australian sport. It has... interested pockets throughout the world who get that, and expats who live over there certainly take a massive interest. I just don't think we're ever going to knock cricket off in India. We're not going to take down the countries that love their soccer or football, as they call it. The ability to penetrate into the American market is non-existent.
As long as the players then realise that there may be a ceiling at some point as to what the earning potential is. Well,
I think that is, but what we do have is a very captive audience here in Australia. Correct. And we can, those who want to watch football and the new people that we are adding to football, they then consume a lot of football often. And so they've got the eyeballs on it, the numbers might not go up, but the amount they watch it can go up and greater interaction with it, and therefore the revenue might not go through the roof, but it can continue to gradually build over time and be sustainable to hold up the Australian rules football right across Australia.
And we saw in the NRL this week that there's still a lot of money out there to be made for having Australian broadcasting rights with the deal that was done during the week between obviously the existing partners Channel 9 and KO Fox Sports. No late change ahead of tonight's game, Collingwood and North Melbourne on our air here at Docklands. Just on the caddy signature, why that's significant for the Bombers. So with all these new draft rules that are coming in for Tasmania's entry into the competition, if you're an uncontracted player at the end of either 27 or 28, so if you're out of contract, you don't have to be a free agent, you are eligible for Tasmania to take you, no questions asked, essentially as a free agent. So that's one per club. So 18 teams in the competition, they can pinch one per club. They don't have to be a free agent. They just have to be out of contract at the end of 27 or 28.
What does the club that's been hit with that? Does it they get anything at all?
They'll get a compensation pick the same way they would if they were a free agent.
Because of the age, wage, or whatever?
It'll be based on the wage.
But also, it would not be what they would get in a trade.
No.
So if this player is taken, Nate Caddy being a good example, if you hadn't have re-signed, he's not eligible for free agency because of the years played. So therefore, for him to go to another team, he would have to have been traded, and the haul that Essendon would get in return would be massive.
Yeah,
Essendon would not have got that in return as compensation. So we've seen Matt Rowell sign a deal that whacked him straight in the window for Tassie. Nasai Wangan and Miller did exactly the same thing. So a number of key players are doing it. It is huge for Essendon to lock him away and say, okay, he's free from the Tasmanian window. He's one we are now going to build our future around, a future that possibly and probably doesn't include the six-time winner of the Crichton Medal in Zach Merritt.
Yes.
How many has he won? Six, thank you. So they are definitely moving to the next generation of Bombers, and they had to get Caddy locked away so that others...
He's the key. You're right.
Others will sign around him, and then they can attract others to want to play around him as well.
The man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Moldhouse with us upstairs, the Geelong legend Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and we're about to head inside the Collingwood camp. There's no late change ahead of Friday night footy, the Magpies and the Kangaroos. Hodgie.
Corbin, Scott Pendlebury has been good enough to join us before the game tonight. Scott, thanks so much for your time. We saw you out with a calf last week. It's very rare for an old bloke to be out with 1 week with just a calf. Everything cool?
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I actually got a really decent corky the week before from Toby Nankervis, who's been known to get a few in his time. So I reckon his knee went through me, then he accidentally put his elbow, forearm, head straight into the same spot after he got me. So, it was a bit of a weird one. Flew up there, and then just during training on the Thursday, I just didn't feel great. So we just more made a precautionary call, and we were pretty confident that I'd be all fine. And I've trained all week, and I'm ready to go tonight.
Was there a moment last week where you were fearful maybe, or is that a calf that's pinged, or I hope it's not?
No, I did obviously my first soft tissue last year in that prelim final, so I was probably a bit more wiser this time around when it just didn't feel great on the Thursday. That spoke to the doc straight away and just said, I don't think there's any reason to push this. What do you reckon? And they had a bit of a look at it and said, if you don't feel confident, you can't function. There's no point, trying to get through a game where you could risk, doing a 6 to 8 week injury. So, made a smart call, and I said excited to play tonight.
How is the body?
It's really good. I think I've played 11 games this year out of the 15 or 16 that we've played. So definitely, having a few here and there where you get managed definitely helps, and body feels really fresh, ready to go, and excited for the last 7 weeks.
It's been through a lot, obviously, but especially this year. Has it surprised you how well it is actually holding up in round 18?
I think it's just the plan that the performance guys have put in place for me, and the coaches about wanting me fresh towards the back end of the year, and we've all been aligned on that plan, and the boys have been in good form as well, and we're starting to find a bit of momentum. So hopefully tonight I can just slot back in and do my job for the team.
Is your intention, as it is right now in July, to still be around playing in 27?
I think I've said this before. I think my intention at the moment is to get through tonight and recover well and pull up well tomorrow. And there's still a lot of season to go. I'm still loving my football a lot and really enjoying it, and helping enjoy bringing the next wave of guys through as well.
Can you see a moment like Jeremy Howe's probably playing as good a footy as he has in the last half dozen years? Still Sidebottom's had a great few weeks. Tim Membry's probably playing the best footy he's played at Collingwood. Can you see a moment where all of you are still running around next year?
It's a fair question. I I probably haven't thought about it in depth. I know that we're all in the moment and just trying to play really good footy as it is, and I feel like we're right in the mix as it is this year, and we all us guys know that we're on the back nine, or probably the back two, to be honest. But just trying to keep doing our bit and make a push towards high up the ladder as we can go.
How was it watching with the headset on next to Fly in the dugout last week? Did you enjoy it and think, this is probably a sign of things to come in the future?
It was I spoke to Charlie Gardner, I think it was a couple of days out, and they had the idea around getting me down there to do it. And, it was a great learning curve. And, you see the game from a slightly different angle down there. And if anything, it was probably a little bit nicer not to be so cooked, trying to explain things to people, just being nice and fresh. And, it was nice to feel, really part of it. And, I enjoyed having the cans on and helping out a little bit.
Do you feel the club has got this season back on track, 3 in a row, up to 9th now? What do you reckon they're capable of?
It's a good question. I just think, and you've seen probably throughout the year, if you put aside Fremantle, a lot of sides have gone through ups and downs, and it's about capitalising on your momentum when you've got it. And, we're starting to build a little bit of momentum at the moment, 3 on the trot. A big game here tonight for us against North. And, if we keep playing how we've been playing, I've got no reason not to believe that we can be right up into the pointy end of this season.
A win for the VFL. Nice start to the evening. This is a grand final, really, for North Melbourne tonight. It was Gold Coast's biggest home game of the year last year. Is there a toll of... It feels like every opposition Collingwood has, it's their biggest game of the year when they take on you guys?
I think it's an advantage, though, for us as well, that you can't take a week off. There is no easy game, and this competition's been like that for the 20 years that I've been in it. You can't underestimate anyone. You've got to rock up and bring your best footy, and I think for us, every week knowing that, I think I heard Harry Sheasel say it's the first time he's actually playing Friday night football in his career 4 years in. So for us, it's one of those things that you don't want to take it for granted, getting to play on these stages all the time. And they're going to be excited, but we're just as excited, but a little bit more experienced of the Friday night lights.
It will be cool. I did hear that Harry Sheasel interview where he said he idolises 2 opposition players, yourself and Nick Dacos, and he'll be lining up across from you tonight. Yeah,
he's a great young player, and I must admit he is one of my favourites to watch as well. So, I think we've only played a couple of games against each other, and it'll be great, cross paths with him out there tonight, and hopefully he doesn't have too much of the footy.
I know you've got to go shortly. Nick Dacos, 25 votes clear in the Coaches Association Player of the Year. What admiration do you have from him, watching on the sidelines last week and then out there tonight, at how well he is going, what a season he's compiling?
Yeah, he's having a fantastic year, and, the thing I love about, Nick and, Braden, our 2 leaders, is just how passionate they are. And, as well as Nick's going individually, he just wants to win, and you can see the passion oozing out of him last week when he got that free kick. And, he's a big part of why we've been, up and going. And every week the opposition set a plan for him, and every week mentally I think he's so strong that he's able to crack most players, and he's a joy to play with.
Now, you have a goal-kicking competition that you've got to join with your teammates. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
We've been playing it for a long time now. So we play like footy golf to start, and then we go to the boundary line, and you've got to kick a check side, drop punt and taunt from the boundary. End of the year, the loser has to buy the winning 3 lunch. So Braden Maynard's bringing up the rear at the moment, but I need to participate, otherwise I'll lose my points.
The good thing is we've got Mick Malthouse up in the box. He's going to watch you like a hawk from now on. So thanks so much for your time so close to the bounce. It's great to have you on ABC Sport.
Cheers, thanks guys, have a good call.
There you go, Corbin. Scott Pendlebury, the Collingwood legend, so close to the bounce of the ball. Very cool for Collingwood to let us have him here on ABC. Absolutely. Thank you, Hodgie. Appreciate that, and great to hear from the game's record holder, Scott Pendlebury, with us here pre-game on ABC Sport, as Mick Malthouse, of course, the coaching games record holder, with us every Friday night, alongside Cameron Ling, Ben Cameron, Corbin Middlemass and Tim Hodges. Your call team tonight.
Corby, does he play or coach next year?
I think he plays.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't.
Okay.
Which should he do, Mick?
A couple of things you have to do. You have to feel good in your body and know that you're going to get through a year. You don't want to be playing seconds. You've got to go in there with form, and you've got to have that commitment that you've got, that the coach is going to say, I don't want to tap you on the shoulder and go, oh, look, your form's falling away, you want to play second. You don't want a great like that playing seconds.
What if he came to you and said, hey, coach, I'm going to play 8 to 10 games and then I'll help out coaching the rest of the time? Would you have him? Or do you need to be all in as a player or all in as a coach?
I think if he come to me like that, you say retire.
I don't think I could do that as a player. But Scott, I'm thinking he probably could be all in because he wants to coach. I think that's where he'll end up. The only thing I'd say, as I try to jump in there, is I reckon a club nowadays would say yes because they don't have to include his wage in the soft cap.
There you go. And he could get away with 10 to 12 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really... It depends where they see themselves, Collingwood. I mean, where do they... Look, you can't get a real fix on them because they've gone to the market to get other players because they thought they were going to win another premiership. It's sort of backfired a bit.
If they landed, let's say, Lachie Neale and Ben King.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brisbane and Gold Coast fans.
Well, you've got to throw them in. That's right.
Does that sway Pendlebury and he say, oh, hang on, all of a sudden we're in the window again now?
Are they in the window with those two players?
Possibly. Probably they'd need a healthy Darcy Moore for a whole season.
Yeah, and Elliott coming back at 33. Their list is old. It is an old list.
Gets older with
Sidebottom. If he plays, I don't think Sidebottom can. If Sidebottom plays, I don't think Henry. I just don't see both of them holding enough form. In particular, Scott's going okay. Steele's been up and down. And I hate saying that because he's one of my favourite players, but I just don't know whether they can go another year with both of them in the same side.
Ben's been using the term gatekeeper, talking about the Magpies, and it feels like they're playing that role. It's a boxing term which basically talks about a figure in a division that's not necessarily contending to be the world champion, but to be the world champion, you've got to beat them. Yeah. You've got to go through them, basically. So they hold out all the pretenders and they lose to the guys that are eventually fighting for the title. And it feels like Collingwood are cast a little bit in that mould this year where they're in the lower reaches of the top 10. It feels like they're going to beat all the dross that's below them. And if you want to be a finals team, you're going to have to beat the Magpies. They're going to be the team right on the bubble.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I agree with that. Yeah. And my worry for Collingwood fans listening is Nick Dacos is playing one of the most sensational seasons. You went through all the stats of what he's leading vote-wise across projected for Brownlows and our ABC Sport Player of the Year and everything like that.
He's also on track to be the first player ever to average 35 disposals and a goal over the course of a season. No one's ever done that.
No. And the game has changed.
He's playing that well. And that we're still talking about them as 9th or 10th.
Well, I've said before, I think it's very unhealthy.
To be so reliant
on one player. And what they've done with this one player, he has changed a little bit. He's no longer, he doesn't get his hands or knees dirty, so he does play wider. People say, he still gets his own. But yes, he can. Of course he can. But he's so important to them, and the Collingwood players subconsciously know that he is protected. And as I say, that to me is not healthy. So personally, I would like to see both Dacos's play out of the middle.
I prefer Josh in the middle. Yeah. I would love that very much.
I'd say both of them, and either one of them there's no such word as rest these days, but play the other role is on the forward line because they become almost, look, who plays on him? And who plays on either one of them?
Yeah. I've got one for you, Corbs, just in case our listeners are wondering why the didgeridoo was playing just then. This is Collingwood's almost replacement game for their Sir Doug Nicholls round game because that, of course, occurred when Scott Pendlebury broke the record.
He did.
I found out about that tonight as I walked in with the CEO of the Magpies.
There you go.
And at the same time, he told me all about that.
So, of course, Sir Doug Nicholls round is across 2 weeks. So they did wear their First Nations jumper away against Sydney. But their home game, you always get two, obviously, one at home, one away during Sir Doug Nicholls round. As you said, was the special game against the West Coast Eagles as Pendlebury broke the record. So they had the gold numbers that night on the custom jumper. Tonight they've got their Sir Doug Nicholls round jumper on for NAIDOC week. So towards the end of NAIDOC week, we'll see 8 clubs in the competition this weekend wear their First Nations jumpers, including both the Kangaroos and the Magpies tonight.
And there's a lot of white on both of the jumpers out there tonight.
Yes, there is.
It is going to be a little bit of a clash.
You talk about things that are records and that sort of stuff. I'm going to say right now that that's going to be listed in the paper, which is in the club record, which you can buy at the football. That's going to be the oldest centre line in the history of the world.
Who we got?
Sidebottom, Pendlebury, Crisps.
Yeah. Yes.
So if you go
sitting on 290 goals tonight, it'll be 291.
That's unbelievable.
And of course we know what Pendlebury's got, and then Sidebottom's on 369 as of tonight.
So add those games up. No one will ever get near that game.
Unless
they're aging the games.
Unless they're up against... who can we line up? Can we get Jack Darling, Luke Parker and Caleb Daniel? Still doesn't quite get there.
They're still babies. they're teenagers.
They've got 8 30-year-olds out there tonight, so 8 guys 30 plus. To 5. The average age across the course of the year, 28.4 for Collingwood, which makes them the oldest team in the competition and the most experienced. North Melbourne, interestingly, so they're the 12th oldest, or really you could say the 7th youngest. 25.6 their average age. And for games experience, the Kangaroos are actually 7th. Yeah. So 109.4 is their average.
A few added onto that.
But Luke Parker and Jack Darling, who I just mentioned, they boost that up. They're not there.
So another good test tonight.
Darling's contracted for next year.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Wow.
Is to see how these players, the 30-plus-year-old goes, because I think 30 now is 34. The old 30 is 34.
I agree with that.
But because the way they look after players, and you've got 23 players play, but I would love to see how these players perform. And there's jewels all over. I reckon the ruck jewel's going to be an absolute cracker. So that I'd like to see that. She's will go with Dacos. Never. They won't see each other. They won't even shake hands. They'll be that far apart.
If that's the matchup, Mick, we are potentially going to see 250s tonight.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what will happen, though.
It can't be.
There'll only be one player get 3, and the other won't get anywhere near it. And I can tell you, it's black and white stripes. Will get 3.
Yep.
And that's nothing against Harry, but I've watched Harry last in Tasmania get 40, and I reckon 30.
He had a 54 down there, I reckon.
Well,
last year.
24 of them might as well have been sitting in the grandstand, honestly.
More from Mick and Lingy. They'll give us the full preview coming up next. It feels like a real prove-it game for the Kangaroos tonight. If they want to be a top 10 team, they need to be beating the Magpies tonight. There's no late change. The Roos and the Pies, the full preview next.
Beneath the heat and dust lies gemstones, secrets and murder.
This is homicide.
Nothing stays buried forever. The suspenseful new crime drama, Treasure and Dirt, starts Sunday, July 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Collingwood in 9th, North Melbourne in 11th. Of course, there's only 10 that qualify for September. Friday night footy round 18, a huge night in the context of the season as we sit here in the second week in July. Will have huge ramifications for what happens at season's end. The Magpies in the wildcard position at the moment and the Kangaroos on the outside looking in. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. There is no late change here at Docklands ahead of the Pies and the Roos. The legendary Cat Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon with their preview as we count down to the Magpies and the Roos.
Mick, I've got a question for you about North Melbourne. Are they the most inconsistent, frustrating team of the entire season? Now, I know there's other teams who've had bigger fluctuations. The Brisbane Lions had 14 goals kicked against them in a quarter, and then they could play amazing footy. The Giants kicked that 14 goals in a quarter, and then they can play horrible games. But I reckon if you just randomly walk past a television and you watch 20 minutes of a North Melbourne game, you are a chance to see football that makes you think, oh, hang on, the Kangaroos are here. They've arrived. They're finals bound and they're top 4 bound. Or you could walk past and watch 20 minutes and think they are the worst team in the entire competition by a mile in a competition that includes Essendon.
Well, I watched a little bit of the Fremantle game and I've watched only little bits and pieces of some of these games, and they were the worst side in history. Honestly, the Dockers could have put the Peel side out, and that's their seconds.
Yep.
Honestly, it was just disgraceful. And that's why it's almost like I hate saying this, because I'm going to say I hate saying it because I hate seeing it. A game played last night, and we got North Melbourne Collingwood today. You go, wow, can we have some of that? But you know what it is, and I thought about the 11 points there's nothing to write home about. It was the intensity. Yeah. The intensity is not look, I think it is a skill. I think it's a skill by the heart and the mind going, I have got to put massive pressure. I cannot afford to step off here. I've got to hit the ball. Now, and that means that your touch then has got to be really good. Because
you cannot fumble.
You cannot fumble. No. And that's why Dacos is so good. That is why Pendlebury has been so good. They don't fumble the football.
Well, and that's my worry with North Melbourne. So Davies Uniacke, I think, is a good player.
Yeah, but he fumbles.
But can he jump and he might not be exposed totally to the pressure of tonight of what we saw last night. But I want to see a Davies Uniacke and a Sheasel, those types of players handle incredible intensity, incredible pressure that you're describing there, and be really clean and not just rack up touches for the sake of saying, I got touches.
Yeah.
Damaging, game-breaking touches, clean under pressure touches that actually result in scores for your team.
Now, I'm pointing something out to you here in the record again.
The pressure factor differential.
And yet
they're 1 and 2.
They're 1 and 2, Collingwood and North Melbourne. So we now we are expecting that.
Yeah.
That's over the 14 to 15 weeks. So we should see that tonight.
Let's kick it down to Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. for the Welcome to Country.
We are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this evening. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait people joining us. I want to acknowledge and pay respect to you all. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimikundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Budambor, War, Kondi, Nagnak, Dubin and Bik, Bolik, Bor, Tilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountain to the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Football fans, please join us.
So there it is, Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. with the Welcome to Country. Both teams in their First Nations jumpers tonight. Both of them really a spin on famous jumpers that the club have worn. So Emma Bamblett designed the North Melbourne jumper. It's an interpretation of the iconic Bounding Roo. So really the outline is the Bounding Roo jumper that we come to know from the late 90s and early noughties. It's a visual tribute to the 33 past and present First Nation players who have represented North Melbourne. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, it is predominantly the black and white stripes with a design in the middle and the black shorts. It was designed by 11-year-old Noongar Yamaji artist Jed Bennell. So 11 years of age, Jed put this together. It's inspired by the story of Bobby Hill. So that is depicted on the Collingwood jumper tonight. Of course, unfortunately, no Bobby Hill out there tonight for the Magpies in some way away, you'd think, still from playing senior footy in, according to their coach, Craig McRae. No late change. Magpies, Kangaroos on deck. 8.5 wins, the Magpies, against 8 wins, North Melbourne. It is worth keeping in mind when we analyse North's form, though. So out of their 8 wins, they've beaten Essendon and Richmond twice. So that's 4 of the 8.
Yep.
Their other 4 wins that they've had in that time, they beat Carlton way back on Good Friday in a game which we did when the Blues had the Horrors leading at three-quarter time. They beat the Gold Coast with a kick after the siren. They beat West Coast once but lost to them another time. And they've got one other win in that stretch, which was Port Adelaide way back at the start of the year in round 1. So they are the 8 wins that North have.
I'm glad you brought up that Good Friday game that we were all at and we covered here. Some of the football North Melbourne played that day had me thinking, yes, finally, they've got something. I think we even spoke about it. They weren't going to win the premiership. They weren't probably going to finish top 2 or top 4 or anything like that, but I thought, yeah, they're finals bound, especially with the top 10 format that we've got this year. They played some scintillating footy against a Carlton team that wasn't that bad back then, even though the wins didn't come. And that feels like an eternity ago for North Melbourne.
If they win tonight, this will be the highest ranked team on the table they've beaten. Collingwood in 9th.
And that's a horrible stat if that's the case. When you analyse how many first-round picks or thereabouts they've had in the last few years, where they've been, they've lost Horn Francis as a first-round pick. I'm not 100% sure what they got back. It was probably never equal to what they paid to get him. But outside of that, we want to see players that have emerged as... Well, Sheasel is. There's no question. He is a top-quality player and a person... But you'd just like to think they've got more than just one or two players, Lenny.
Yeah, and I'm probably tracking a little bit about how some of their talented players are travelling. And, look at Colby McKercher, who gets plenty of the ball. Yeah. But is he being taught the right way to play the game? And is it going to be high-impact stuff? Sheasel, I agree, is a star. And Davies-Uniacke is a star. But are they getting possessions for the sake of possessions, or are they learning how to be impactful as players? They're all the little questions I keep having about this team.
No late change coming in. Collingwood and North Melbourne on deck. Friday night footy, round 18 on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges in the front row of the grandstand. Hodgie.
Hey, Corbin. Hey, team. Nice to be with you. A win at the toss of the coin for Nick Dacos and Braden Maynard, who both attended. The Magpies will kick to the river end. That's the right of screen if you're at home watching on the telly. Just one on the crowd. It is a monster. So the Magpies are telling us 50,000 tickets have been issued for this evening's game. A Collingwood home game here at the Docklands. Anyone turning up this evening, it was standing room only. So if everyone that has a ticket turns up, we are in for one of the biggest footy crowds we've ever had at the Docklands, which is really exciting. A freezing cold day in Melbourne. There is a heavy dew out there, so long stops are required. Just repeating, no late changes. And one to keep an eye out for tonight, guys. The broadcaster has been given permission to fly a drone inside the stadium this evening during the game. So we will be in for some very cool images if you are watching the broadcast, listening to us. So, yeah, I've never known or heard of that being given permission for a live sporting event here at this stadium before. So we'll be wild.
I dare you, Timmy.
Well, I reckon if Nick Dacos has a ping, he might actually be able to hit it. He's in that sort of form, Mick.
No, I'm daring you. Do a, streak.
Let's see what we get tonight from the drone action. I get the feeling we'll be talking about it one way or the other. There's no late change. The Magpies and the Kangaroos, 9th versus 11th into round 18. Is there room for the two of them in the top 10? We're about to find out. You're with Ben Cameron.
Cameron wins down the opening tap straight to Luke Davies-Uniacke, who's wrapped up immediately. And a secondary ball up. It goes up quickly. Sherry backhands this down. Socket on by Blamires. Josh Dacos picks it up. He sends Collingwood back the other way, up and under. And Zurha underneath it takes the mark. Centre half back for North Melbourne.
Interesting where Dacos stood there.
Zurha gives it off to Colby McKercher. Little slalom run. His kick nearly a turnover, though Josh Dacos spills it. Eventually, brother Nick comes to pick it up. He's wrapped up. His handball a turnover. Davies-Uniacke takes it back. Sidesteps a couple. Kicks to full forward. Larky's out the back and he marks. 15 out slide angle. And he'll go back and kick for the first of the game.
Terrific, Luke Davies-Uniacke.
Fantastic, stood up.
That's the sort of stuff we've been asking for in our pre-game, Mick. That ability, strong through the hips, look upfield and see your forwards. If they've made space, get it in there quick and deep. And Nick Larkey said, thank you very much.
I'd just like to talk about Josh Dacos after this kick.
The perfect start. The North Melbourne skipper, 5 times a club-leading goal kicker, hits the woodwork. Pokes it into the woodwork.
So the argument will be, why didn't you kick around the corner these days? They just say, from there you can.
Opening score of the game are behind, North by a point.
Pies set play straight up the middle. Maynard on the end of it, but touched on the way through. Handball along. Handball to Josh Dacos alongside the centre circles. Hits up Schultz, lace out. And that is goal square to goal square virtually as Lockie Schultz will get the chance to poke it through. 40 out straight in front.
Well, that's when you analyse that as a captain, missing that, no one means to miss. But you take a chance from, 15 metres out, Lee.
Yep.
I'll get back to Josh Dacos in a minute. Before he has this kick, Lockie Schultz, let me just say that he's set up behind that pack and no one on him.
Big time turnaround. Larkey misses the first goal of the game at one end and Schultz kicks it at the other. We're 2 minutes in, and the Magpies with the first of the night, one straight. North Melbourne, that one behind the poster for Nick Larkey, and it's Collingwood who score the first goal of the night. 2 minutes in, they lead by 5. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a really strange decision, Mick. So just to pile on your point, Josh Dacos is starting in the back six, but he's being totally freed up at the back of everything.
Back of the pack.
Yeah, back of the pack.
They feed back to him.
To be the back feed if need be, to run past if he wants to. Out of all of that, we know, everybody knows, North Melbourne should know that he's the one who they want to get the ball to if they go backwards at half-back. Obviously, Nick's the one who they want to
come up to. Sure, you've got to come up to that player.
He's the one they should cover and let somebody else be free.
Exactly.
Back in the middle, Cameron beautifully down there for Nick Dacos. He gives it to Jordan Ngoe. He'll kick inside 50, looking for a marker. Schultz right there with him. McDonald spoils it out. Does well. Throw in 45 around from the attacking goal for the Pies.
Well, that's really good ruck work and good clearance by the Pies. They look so strong in the middle. I know North Melbourne have got their strength in there, but it's a really going to be a ball versus ball.
Collingwood by 5, the opening goal of the game. Cameron taking it out of the ruck, coughs it up though. Sheasel emerges with it. Clears for North, up towards the wing, looking for Trembath. Spelled down by Maynard. Perryman arrives, picks it up for the Pies. Kicks them inside, attacking 50. Marking contest. Sherry there with Cameron. Court 2. Court ground level, gathers for North. He's stripped of it. Ball jars free. Sherry goes in. Tumbles, takes the footy. Wrapped up, ball up, left forward pocket here for Collingwood. 4 minutes played, the Pies by 5.
Collingwood got the spare man behind the ball, really well positioned.
Get out of here, kick for Sheasel, just dumps it on the boot and out of defence. Larkey can't trap it, but comes back to him off the deck. Hand pass away towards O'Sullivan. Roos off the back flank. Handball to Core, links up with Daniel. Squeezes a kick out, back to Larkey. Marks on the logo, plays on immediately. The Kangaroos off and running over halfway. Good pressure on the kick. Slides away to Houston. Pies intercept. Perryman, handball to Josh Dacos, to Long, handball away to side bottom. He goes laterally with the hand pass to Allen, who kicks for the wing and finds Membry.
Membry on the searching lead. He moves it on to McCreery. Running past the logo, centering kick, looking for Schultz underneath it. Got clattered into, no free kick. Parker's there to clean up. D50 for the Roos. Handball puts a teammate under pressure. Parker tries to sort it out. Ball spits out. Buller. Then Parker can only soccer it away. Back to McCreery. Collingwood ball again. Side bottom. Centering kick, and he finds Josh Dacos. Attacking edge of the square. Dabs it inside 50. Membry drops it. Anderson steals it. Snaps and misses. They were queuing up the Pies.
Yeah. North Melbourne are in a mess at the moment.
They're at 6s and 7s, North Melbourne. 1-1-7 plays one behind, 5 minutes and change into this game.
Luke McDonald marks the kick out, goes long for the wing. Whitlock competes, spills down to Spargo. Gang tackled, ball up on the wing.
I'm going back a couple of minutes now. Why didn't Nick Larkey just kick the ball to Trembath, who was out on a lead, and then they turn it over, and then there is zero organisation to work out what they're trying to do defensively. Back 6 and through the middle of the ground.
Roos from the stoppage. O'Sullivan to Daniel. Now to Davies Uniacke all by hand. He kicks it to Trembath, who marks in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Sheasel. Open forward 50. Curtis, the target. He's got it.
Oh, he's a good player, Curtis. Smart player. Held his ground. Just watched the kicker before he made any movement. He watched what the kicker was going to do. The kicker put the ball out a little bit wider, and he was able to run onto it. He's probably the smartest forward they've got. In fact, he's one of the smartest forwards going around, Curtis.
One of 4 inclusions for the Roos this week, so he hasn't played the last 3, missing with suspension after that dangerous tackle that concussed Hamish Davis of West Coast. He was way back in round 14. Curtis at right half forward, moves in, drop punt is good. The Roos are in business. They get their first of the night. North Melbourne 1-1-7, Collingwood 1-1-7. Game's tied after 7 minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the good sign for North Melbourne is when they've gone forward and attacked, they've actually looked pretty good.
Yeah,
the kick into Nick Larkey where he should have kicked
2 marks, 2 marks inside 50.
Yeah, and then that one to Curtis. Both of them back leads, getting in behind their Collingwood opponent, and some good smart kicks. So that's big ticks on their ball movement and their attacking play. The worry is the fact that they are so disorganised defensively across the ground. And if Collingwood get their hands on the ball more often than not, they're not going to be able to stop them because they are all over the shop. But obviously it comes down to some contested ball. If North Melbourne are winning the ball enough and they're using it like they have been early on and the early signs, there can be some real positives there.
Collingwood home game tonight at North Melbourne's home ground. Cameron wins the tap down. Davies Uniacke, he takes it. Caught holding the ball. Advantage Collingwood. Lipinski comes away with it. Short kick to Schultz. He gets it back. Lipinski. High half forward. Sells some candy. Looks inside 50. McStay bursts through his hands. Free kick. Core infringed. And McStay will go back and kick for goal. Looking for Collingwood second.
Well, he's been rewarded for dropping a mark.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Mick, down here, this would have infuriated you. So Dylan Stephens lets Lipinski step him inside rather than using the boundary as your friend. If you keep him boundary side, all of Stephens' defender teammates can know where the ball are going.
Exactly.
As soon as he got stepped inboard, Lipinski had options galore. Oh, that would drive you bonkers.
Well, I'll tell you what else I really would drive you bonkers is that Caleb Daniels is going to be picking up.
McStay fires on goal and swings it through. Had a little bit of reverse swing on it. But he finds the major opening. Collingwood have two of their first 3 goals of the game. 2-1-13 plays 1-1-7. 8.5 minutes into the opening term. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Mick's just given us a tease. Caleb Daniel playing on
Scotty Pendlebury. now, when I say him playing on him, no, Scott walked onto the ground and started to shuffle the Collingwood players around, so he ended up on Caleb Daniel. Now, we know that Caleb is a wonderful little player, but the term is wonderful, little, and Pendlebury will find space if he picks him up, and he's
got him. Yep. And so Caleb Daniel wants to have ball in hand and kick.
That's right.
Not defend.
That's right. He doesn't want. Thinks he has to defend. So that's a very smart move by Collingwood and also Pendlebury.
Pies by 6. Our leading goal kicker with one more to his tally is Davies Uniacke, tackled at the restart. No Pryor. We'll have a ball up again. So Dan McStay, 27 goals for the year. He's 6 clear of Lockie Schultz. Membry one behind him.
Mick, you're pointing at Josh Dacos by himself at the back of this stoppage. Why is it Josh they're letting be free?
And they're still not walking to him. It's just unbelievable that you'd let a player like that be free.
Third ball up in the middle. Simpkin trying to get it out. Did so eventually to Stevens. Surge kick forward for the Roos. Ball hits the deck. Bounces into the path of Darling. Says, get off me to Howe. Shakes the tackle. Gives it to Sheasel. Kicks laterally and Whitlock marks right on the 50. Now this is Matt Whitlock. Of course, his brother Jack playing on this ground tomorrow afternoon for Port Adelaide. That is a horrific kick, and it turns out to be exactly what North wanted. A mark in the corridor, and Dill Stevens will have a look from 50 out straight in front.
That was
you
not
couldn't
his
defend
target.
that. You can't defend it. Collingwood were in the right position. That is just a shocking kick. But I'm just going to come back to this Dacos thing. If you want Nick or Josh to invest on the ground, don't play on them. And that's exactly what's happening. Even though he's supposed to have a forward. I can't believe it.
Last time they met, Mick, both Nick and Josh were in the votes in the Brownlow medal. Dill Stevens to tie the game back up. And misses out to the left to behind. Collingwood by 5. 11 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change.
The old thing, don't get beaten by what you know. We know Josh just going to get a heap of the footy and use it beautifully. Let someone else
give it to Billy Frampton.
Yeah, or risk it being Dan Houston. Now, I know he's an outstanding player as well, but risk it being him who hurts you a little bit off half-back.
Howe short to Frampton, back to Howe, kicks into the middle, and Nick Dacos marks. He sets off with it. Nowhere to go immediately. So now he'll kick around the wing. Maynard low down, takes the mark, gives it off to Swaddling running by, kicks inside 50, and that is perfect for Pendles.
And where's his man?
He marks 40 out directly in front.
And do you know what he's done? So Caleb Daniel got sucked up the ground, and he was the one chasing Nick. Scott Pendlebury then just worked his way back
in the forward line.
Back in there, and the other player who plays a little bit like Caleb Daniel, who wants to get the ball, Colby McKercher ended up being the one.
Yep.
So Scott's just going to keep rotating between the North Melbourne defenders who don't want to defend.
Why can we pick it up here then?
Scotty Pendlebury, drop punt from 45. He's out to the left. No dice. We heard him speak to Tim Hodges pre-game and explain that it was a calf corky last week. Collingwood by 6 points, 12 minutes into the first.
Yeah, that's good.
Cooper Harvey to the back pocket for Parker, and man on the mark, Angus Anderson didn't come back the required range, so that'll be 50.
Well, he actually pushed him and then tried to grab hold of him, so 50 all the way. I mean, they are 50s.
Parker, he's got a man free, and Luke McDonald, his fellow vet, out on the broadcast wing. Marks, plays on, shifts the ball down to half forward, and Simpkins got it. Of course, did the dance with Collingwood last October in the trade period. Couldn't get a deal done. Comes back as a row. That's a neat kick into the leading lane of Larkey, who marks it left half forward, 5 in from the boundary.
Again, I quite like North Melbourne's ball movement.
It's very good in the forward line.
Yeah, and the way they're entering their forward 50, that's not the concern. The concern's the other facet of the game.
Outside of 50, going back to the 10-yard square. So that's 3/4 of the ground. Thinking.
Yeah, but the attacking part and their ball use has been promising.
He's got to kick this. He's club captain. He's just got to knock it over.
Hit the post the first time round. The kick is left and stays there. 2 behinds for Larkey to start his evening. So he's 33-22 on the season. It's a 5-point lead for Collingwood 13 minutes in.
That's the second kick out of the square, and they've gone to the 50-metre line and running it straight into their forward line.
And it is gone.
They quickly go up the middle. Howe away to Houston to Maynard. Kicks up to half forward. Anderson. He gives it off towards Membry. Steps around his man. Eyes the sticks. Collingwood go coast to coast. They went whooshka. And Membry with the finish. The Pies by 11. 13 into the opening term. 3-2-20 plays 1-3-9. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lynn.
All right, so North Melbourne players. Let's get one thing straight. Your captain has the ball. He's going to take 30 seconds to have a shot at goal. So you've got all the time in the world to set up. Collingwood have shown you once already they are going to have a set play up the middle, and all the players know where they're running. You have to be switched on to that and smarter. No, let's get ourselves set up early so we take that away from them.
It's the old-fashioned, do the grass or do the man. And I've seen some really good sides this year just go, right, we're just going to man up and force the kicker to have to find a target. Now, that's not difficult. That's just a mind job.
Yeah.
Second time tonight, scoring from a kick out. Restart back in the middle. Sheasel grabs it, tackled straight away. Schultz has got him and a ball up.
Yeah, it's pretty ordinary. You don't score. That's the third way of scoring, and you just don't score from that. It's almost the primary source at the moment.
Yeah, 2 goals, 1 from kick out so far tonight. Collingwood, and what they've done to North Melbourne, they lead by 11 points. Out to the wing it comes Collingwood's way. Perryman just waxing with Houston, and now Harry puts it inside 50. Kicks to full forward. They come from all directions. Spoiled away by Luke McDonald into the path of Zerha. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. He flicks it out wide for Stevens. Now McKercher. Short kick finds Zerha. He marks it right half back. He's one of 5 guys out there only for North.
Terrible kick.
That have played in a winning team for Collingwood as he against Collingwood as he tries to link up with Simpkin, and Simpkin's going to be pinged for a throw. Collingwood get it back. It all started with the bad kick from Zerha. And a free kick for the Pies, 70 out, right half forward, and Ned Long.
Another player is back there just to get a few kicks is Zerha.
Long kicks it towards full forward in from the side. Hardiman. Good intercept mark at fullback for North Melbourne. He flares his kick out wide for Simpkin. On the back flank here, North.
There's no movement forward of the ball, though, for North. And as a consequence, it's going to be a risk kick.
Simpkin waits his kick towards Finn O'Sullivan, who does well under closing pressure from Long.
I love him, Benny.
Yeah.
Finn O'Sullivan.
He waits the kick. On to Sheasel, working it down the dockside wing. Now Stevens up for Larkey. Desperate, spoil. Coming in from the side. Puncher. Appropriately, he got a fist to it. He punched it out of play. A great spoil. Collingwood by 11. Throw in half forward here for the Kangas.
Have you ever seen Benny so happy? He's wrapped with that.
Unbelievable.
He didn't have much of a chance in that contest, but he had a puncher's chance.
Stop it.
All of the above. Boundary throw-in. Spills down in front of Jack Crisp. Trying to get a handle on it close to the line. In the end, it's McStay. Shot a hand pass over his shoulder, and that ends up out of play. Last disposal, free for North. So North are going to get it. Simpkin takes it 70 metres out. Kicks to the hot spot. Floating through Frampton. Picks it off. Intercept mark at fullback. And here go the Magpies. We've seen this already tonight. To halfback for Swadling, the only teenager out there. Kicks down the wing and turns it over. And Luke McDonald with the intercept mark for North. He looks corridor for Sheasel.
They've got to turn this into something. They've got the numbers. Oh, that's not the option.
Well, Parker just loops the handball over the top. Sets a task for McKercher. He then coughs it up. Goes back and wins it again for North. Then turns it over. McCreery takes it. Shanks his kick. Core tries to keep it in front of himself. Buller arrives. Core's under the pump, but he was clipped high. Free kick. And a little reprieve for North. They take the advantage. Collingwood by 11 points.
This is the worry. When North come away, they kick the ball to 1 of 3.
Yeah.
So why are they holding hands in the middle of the ground?
She's with Zerha. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Caught. Hump said he got a hand pass away. Zerha now under pressure. Hot potato to Stevens. Kicks down the line. It'll work out. Simpkin marks at half forward. Hand pass to Trembath. Hurried kick to full forward. Floating through Howe. Can't complete the mark. Larkey's out the back. He's hit the post from the top of the goal square. He had more time than he thought, and in the end, Larkey now has 3 behinds in the opening term. He's hit both posts, and he's got 0-3 to start his night. Collingwood by 10. We're 18 minutes into the game.
If they score from this will be... You've just got to be so critical, and they're going to find a target. You can see where it is behind the play. Yep. They're just finding space.
Howe kicks around the city wing out to Swadling, who handballs it onto Anderson. He's bracketed quickly by a couple of roos and a ball up.
Well, they've stopped it, but it's stopped, 60 metres out Collingwood's forward line, so not a great job again.
Cameron taps it down to Nick Dacos. His handball into the back of a teammate. It spills for North. They come away with it. Blameyer's kick. That's a turnover. Maynard picks it up. Sends Collingwood inside 50. Parker gets in line with it, marks defensively for the Kangas and shifts it out to the dockside wing.
Stevens will collect on the hop at half-back and then pulls the kick back to the outer corridor. It's a good option to Cooper Harvey. He takes the mark. Son of Bren Harvey, of course. Hand pass away to Simpkin. Inside the forward 50 and moved out of the way too easily. Whitlock, Frampton with the intercept mark. Of course, you mentioned Tom Blameyers moments ago. This is the game.
Yeah.
We've referenced it all season. The former Collingwood staffer. Worked in the commercial team in the front office of the Magpies and plucked out of there to play in the pre-season for the Kangas. Gets to play against the team who we used to help represent in the corporate world.
Side bottom, contest kick to the wing. Up they go. Core puts his fist through it. Crisp, first to arrive for Collingwood.
Yeah, that's holding the footy.
Handball under pressure is pinged anyway, holding the ball.
Crisp looked at North Melbourne Blake and then just ran into him, almost wanted him to tackle him.
Yeah, exactly.
Stevens the free kick for North. Up towards the contest. There's a whistle on this play as well. And Larkey the recipient.
He's thankful it's too far out.
Oh, he's going to get 50. Nick Dacos through the protected area.
No, I think it's against Maynard for not standing, isn't it, Benny? And
yes,
instead,
I think it might be.
I thought Punchy was standing the mark.
Well, Brett Rosebery sort of pointed at Nick Dacos.
Yeah, okay, righto.
Well, was running by.
How nervous is he going to be? Is he going to kick around the corner, Lingy? Come on, yes or no?
Mark set 12 metres out, slightest of angles to the left, and Nick Larkey, who's kicked 3 behinds, hit both goalposts, is wasting no time. Trots into a skip, drop punt is a goal. If at first you don't succeed, try, and try again. 4th time lucky for Nick Larkey. Collingwood by 4. 3-2, 20 plays 2-4-16. Time on in the first.
But poke again, Benny. It was a little half kick and wasn't confident.
He didn't want to think about it, though, did he?
No,
he didn't use his 30. He used 3.
No. I'm watching the replay, Benny. I reckon it's Maynard, who was the one who had the ball in his hand, and then he gave it back to Larkey.
So he should have stood the mark.
You know, they're saying he should have stood the mark, but Puncher was standing there. So he was Larkey's opponent, so he's standing the mark. But then Maynard throws the ball to Larkey and then leaves and points to Puncher and saying he's the one standing it.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't like those being paid.
Does it matter who stands on the mark? It's a stupid rule anyway.
It's not meant to. Anyway, North out of the middle. Davies Uniacke, handball to Simpkin. Hand pass wide for Stevens. Kicks to Sherry at half forward. He waited for it, and Jeremy Howe got himself involved, punched it out of play.
There's one bloke that probably should play next year. Given that Darcy Moore is questionable with his muscle injuries, and he's in good form.
Congrats to him, Jeremy Howe, too. Life membership tonight, AFL Life membership. So 285 AFL games, home and away matches and finals, plus 14 pre-season games and 1 representative game. So that gets him to 300 competition matches for Jeremy Howe on AFL Life membership. The boundary throw, we got a repeat stoppage. We'll have the ball up. Headlong involved in a tackle there on the bottom of the pack. Up it goes. Half forward here for the Kangaroos. Sheasel first possession. Hand pass away to Stevens. Tries to spin out of the side bottom tackle. He can't. Steele's got him. And a free kick for the Magpies at centre half back. Collingwood by 4 points. 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you've got to recognise your strength, and one of them is he's not built strong enough to get through those things.
Collingwood by 4. Side bottom to Cameron, to Pendlebury, back to side bottom. Low kick from Pendles. The old mates combining again on the back flank. Side bottom just pokes it out for Josh Dacos. Little lateral lead, ends up with the footy.
Not a lot of movement, is there, Mick?
No,
this is going long down the line. Darcy Cameron will be the target.
Cameron can run and jump at it. Hands to it, doesn't quite take the mark. McStay roves the pack. Lipinski receives it from him, gets it off to Ed Allen. Back to Lipinski. Carell close to the boundary line. Handball to Allen. Handball to side bottom. He'll dump it on the boot. Pick up and under towards half forward. Harvey tries to spoil it out, or O'Sullivan rather. Rode by Pendlebury, who gives it off to Dacos. Nick Dacos from the acute angle. He sends it across the face, and a minor score. Collingwood by 5, 23 minutes into the first term.
What was the umpire doing? Peter Bales down there, umpire number 35, just all of a sudden was in the space, and Nick Dacos all of a sudden was almost in his vicinity, had to jump out of the way, wrong side of the boundary line.
I reckon Dacos could have scored that.
Yeah, I agree, Mick.
There's two players. Around the ground, he would have found those targets. I just hope, as I've said before, the reliance on Dacos, I hope he doesn't think that everything has to go through him as well.
Roos coming out of defence. Ball ends up out of play. Half forward for the Pies from the boundary throw-in. O'Sullivan got a hand pass away to Simpkin. Hurried kick down the wing. Frampton puts his fist through it. Punches the ball away, but straight to Blamires. North back with it. Handball to Sheasel to Davies-Uniacke. Forward hand pass. Finds Bench. Moves it quickly. On to Spargo. Back to Bench. Mowed down by Josh Dacos. And a ball up centre half forward for the Roos.
I just don't get that hand pass.
Yeah, but that's on Charlie Spargo. So Bench is... This is his 7th game. He's demanding, he's screaming at him. Don't call for it with your back to the play while Bench is...
Well, you've got two forwards that were both clear. Two forwards that were clear.
Agree.
No wonder they get confused.
Blamires hurries the kick inside 50. Darling can't trap it. Frampton picks it up for Collingwood. Last line to punch it to side bottom. He gets it away to Howard. Room to just roam for the time being. Exiting kick, looking for McCreary, who inadvertently soccers it out.
One boundary umpire said out of bounds here. One said lasso.
North ball. Hardiman moves it on to Zerha. Towering kick inside 50. And Trimber stands tallest in the pack and clunks it. Sherry came through like a wrecking ball. And Trembath ends up with the footy 20 out directly in front.
He can do that.
I like him.
Yeah, he can do that. That's why he's so interesting in the ruck as well.
I love the fact he runs and jumps in the ruck, and then he can just launch into a pack. And
he was,
that's a good grab.
Too right. He just murdered the pack, didn't he? Took two down with him.
To hand North Melbourne the lead, he slides it through. It was unconvincing. It went about head height. No one was on the line, but he's kicked it. And the Kangas lead, can you believe that? Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, 3-3-21 Collingwood, North 3-4-22, 2 minutes to play until quarter time.
Well, I think, Benny, I'm just going to correct, I can't see other. Is it 11 to 13 inside 50?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So North have been, in the last 10 minutes, I reckon they've doubled their number compared to what Collingwood have done. So they are controlling the football. Maybe they've cut the points off for a start off, and they've been able now to cut them off coming out of the back line. So there's some good play by North Melbourne defensively. It's whether they can maintain it, Lingy.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's still what worries me. I think Collingwood have butchered the footy a little bit in the last 8 minutes, given it back to them. But North's ball movement has been good from the start of this one.
Second lead change of the night. North by 1. Nick Dacos out of the middle in the engine room and burns off Davies-Uniacke. The kick is superb to Pendlebury, who marks it true centre half forward. And just a well-weighted kick into the leading lane. The Collingwood vet, and he'll have a look here just inside 50 right in front.
Who's he on, Corby?
That's Caleb Daniel.
Yep.
I just don't get it. This should be fixed in the coach's box. We're getting it up here. What are they doing up there?
38 years of age, the oldest man on the ground. The game's record holder, Pendlebury, knocks it through. Returns Collingwood to the front. And the lead swings again. The Magpies by 5, 4-3 to 3-4. 27 gone in the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they've got to fix it up. Look, Caleb Daniel, with all due respect to him, as big a heart as he's got, he's no match. He falls off. He'll be outmarked anyway. But the simple fact is that his first priority is he sees a goal line, he looks for a pack so he can crumb off the pack or set it up to play. You leave a smart play like Pendlebury and Dacos with the ball in his hand for a start off. Dacos with the ball in his hand is generally, when he's outside 50, is going to find a target. You can't have that in front of him.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse, the triple premiership coach, and Cameron Ling, the legendary cat. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Sherry hooks it down to the back. Simpkin takes it, turns it over with the handball. Ed Allen and the Pies back the other way. Handball to Cameron. His handball knocked down. Now it's in the mark. He wins it again, Cameron. Gets it out to Schultz. To Long. 45 out. Eyes the goals. Kicks it. No. Hit the post on the way through. So a minor score. Collingwood lead by one straight kick, 28 minutes into the first.
Pies won the last 6 games, by the way, head-to-head with North Melbourne. The Roos' last win over Collingwood way back in 2019. It's caught at the back pocket for Cooper Harvey, who's going spare at the umpire. The man on the mark coming closer to him. Hurried kick down the wing. Bottom of the pack comes to Larkey. Hands it to O'Sullivan, who's crunched in the tackle, holding the ball.
Oh, it had to be.
Well, I thought he was going to call it, though.
Yeah, he tried to get the arms up and just got nailed. Had to be holding the footy.
There's Josh Dacos again running free.
Ed Allen rewarded, gives it to Josh, who kicks inside 50. Schultz the leaper at the back, no mark, falls down to McCreary. Hand pass to Lipinski, handball to side bottom. Just trying to dab the kick inside 50, put it out on the full.
Oh, Mick. Scott Pendlebury was free, about 15 metres out straight in front. Now, it didn't get to him because of what happened with side bottom, as you called, Corbs. But Pendlebury just too smart, Caleb Daniel got sucked to the contest. He snuck out the back. He was on for another goal there.
Core kicks to the wing. Free kick going the way of Tristan Sherry. Pies by 6. Closing in on quarter time. Sherry in the helmet. Kicks up towards half forward. Larkey in the marking contest. Spoiled away by Puncher. Name and nature today from Puncher as it falls down at the base of the pack, and we'll get another ball up.
You've got to be lucky to get a push in the back these days, especially if you've got your head over the football.
5 debutants for the Magpies this year. Liam Puncher. First game last week against the Suns. Davies Uniacke tackled immediately at the restart. Ball up again.
Yeah, North Melbourne have got 2 spare behind the ball. I just find that is just excessive and unnecessary. Sherry
down to Simpkin. Hurried handball away to Riley Hardiman. Hurried kick forward right on the bell, and that'll do us through 1. So quarter time here at Docklands, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And it is Collingwood by 6 points, 4-4. They lead North Melbourne 3-4. 28 leads 22 at quarter time. The goal kickers, Lockie Schultz kicked the first of the game. One to Pendlebury, McStay and Membry. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, their 3 goals coming through Larkey, Curtis and Trembath. It's a busy quarter for Nick Larkey, who's a fascinating conversation piece at the moment. He had 5 kicks in that opening quarter, kicked 1 goal, 3. He hit both posts, and he had 3 behinds before he kicked his first of the night. There was no late change coming in and no major injuries to report out of that opening term. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Back with the thoughts of Mick and Lingy in 15 seconds from now. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. I'm crying. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Handball to Josh Dacos alongside the centre circles. Hits up Schultz, lace out. And that is goal square to goal square virtually as Lockie Schultz will get the chance to poke him through, 40 out straight in front. Big time turnaround. Larkey misses the first goal of the game at one end and Schultz kicks it at the other.
They quickly go up the middle. Howe away to Houston to Maynard. Kicks up to half forward Anderson. He gives it off towards Membry. Steps around his man. Eyes the sticks. Collingwood go coast to coast. They went whooshka. Mark set 12 metres out, slightest of angles to the left, and Nick Larkey, who's kicked 3 behinds, hit both goalposts, is wasting no time. Trots into a skip, drop punt is a goal. If at first you don't succeed, try, and try again. Fourth time lucky for Nick Larkey.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the opening term. We had 3 lead changes, and at quarter time it is Collingwood who lead it by 6 over North Melbourne. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, the legendary cap, and the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse.
Mick, it was, given the score, unsurprisingly, a pretty even quarter of football. So contested possessions, dead even. And it felt a little bit like whoever won the contested possession actually had some good threatening passages of play. I, early on, thought North Melbourne were moving the ball well, but I was extremely worried about their ability to defend. It felt like they were all over the shop. They got slightly better as the quarter wore on, but I almost felt like it was Collingwood's rushing their kicks a little bit and some poor kicking that allowed North Melbourne to defend better. And then when you see Nick Dacos or Josh Dacos or any of those good kicks of the footy, good decision makers with ball in hand, get the footy, North Melbourne still looked at all at sea defensively, and Caleb Daniels, one we spoke about throughout that first quarter. The fact that they are so disjointed and disorganised defensively means that North Melbourne, every time they get the footy, they're going to have to make the most of it, because if they don't, and Collingwood have more opportunities, Collingwood are going to score very, very heavily.
Ling, if I was to say, sitting up here as a former coach, just looking, and this is not a bag the coaches to, I know how hard it is, but I have no interest in, I'm here on behalf of the ABC, so therefore my bias cannot be with Collingwood.
Yep.
And so therefore I try to look at the game and think, what would you try to do? And I would identify players like Nick Dacos for I think everyone knows that, and I've said before, if it stopped now, and I said it this week, if it stopped now, he'll win the Brownlow. He's that good, and because he can use the football so well.
And Finn O'Sullivan's trying to do a little bit of a role.
But and probably the fact that he hasn't dominated the ball at this stage. But these are things you can control. It's hard to control that. These you can control. For those that are out there not looking at the game and listening to us, if there's a ball up around the ground between centre half forward and virtually to 30 metres out of Collingwood's goal, Josh Dacos sets up 10 metres off the back of that pack. No one mans him up. So if there's a ball up, feedback goes straight to him, and he's such a good user. He has not only got the opportunity to get it, he can pursue the ground and go, I'm going left, I'm going right, I can go long, because no one's going to touch me. We're always taught this, that clubs line up the way they want to with Tom Stewart, Andrews of Brisbane, Nick Larkey Blakey of Sydney. Yep. And your idea is to find a forward that would go, you know what, I've got to now go to him because I'm going to free up Joe Blow because he's not as good. And that's unpredictable because he's not used to it. So there's your quarterback, if you like, in American football, who can just set the play up. That's number one. Two is Pendlebury goes onto the ground. I'm just watching him on the ground and go, no, I want. We'll shuffle around, boys, because I want Daniels, because I know Daniels is going to start between the goal line, the bounce down, and the square. So he's going to be in line there. I'm going there. He won't go anywhere else but there. So when he goes there, Pendlebury, it's a matter of time before Pendlebury keeps getting it because he's too smart, he's too big, he's too strong, and he's going to start kicking goals.
Absolutely.
So there's the 3 things that you'll be addressing at quarter time if you should have addressed them during the quarter.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges between the benches.
Just an update from the North Melbourne bench, Benny. Tom Blamires from the Kangaroos. He's in the rooms having a concussion test. It was an incident I didn't see, and he snuck down during the quarter-time break. So that is a blow for the Roos, 1 down at the moment.
Thank you, Hodgie. We'll keep our eyes across that. You'll let us know. Sherry tapping it down. Free kick from the restart. Collingwood leading by 6 points. Simpkin, the recipient. Out to Davies Uniacke. Towering kick inside 50. Pack forms. Maynard puts his fist through it. Sheasel the first to respond. Snaps from the pocket. Out of bounds on the full. Ambitious effort. But running hard towards the boundary line.
Yeah, it was really tough, but I like seeing him get forward and get those. Have shots. That's what the good mids do. We're talking about Nick Dacos is the best in the business right now on his form. He kicks goals. He sets up goals. That's what a midfielder needs to do.
Howe takes the kick. Shorts it to Maynard. Exits the D50 to a contest. Cameron caught behind. Spoils it down. Works out for McStay. The Pies chain it through handballs. McCreary away to Swaddling to the goalie, who's swaddled by a few Kangas. He's wrapped up and caught holding the ball. Free kick to Riley Hardiman on the dockside wing. Collingwood by 6.
Took 3 players to nail him.
Hardiman, a long left-footed kick inside 50. They come from all directions. Knocked away by Frampton. Swaddling collects at half-back. Hand pass away to Maynard. Kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds. Another throw in half forward for the Roos. So 6-point lead for Collingwood, 4-4 to 3-4.
That's good pressure, really good pressure by North Melbourne to keep the ball in the front 50.
No late change coming in. Tom Blamires in the rooms currently. More to come on the Kangaroos bench. The only injury concerned so far. Trembath tries to reel it in. Dispossessed. Spills to Crisp. Can't quite trap it. Threw the shoe at it. Can't clear the area. Picked up by Davies Uniacke. Hand pass goes back to Hardiman. Here's a left footer. Kicks it to full forward. Floats its way there. They get a mark to Darling.
Yeah, great body work. That's 290, 200 and whatever it is, games of experience. Just
336.
330. And holding his ground against a young player, not moving and holding it, knowing the ball's going to fall in front of him.
Yep.
And he'd have to be every bit of 100 kilos, 110, 105 kilos.
Of just stacked hard experience muscle.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the oldest row out there at 34. Darlene skips in and goals. And he levels the game. 2 minutes into the second term. 4-4-28 apiece. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
And that's where the absence of Darcy Moore is felt, obviously, given that, as you called it, 336 games of experience and not many for his opponent. And it was a floaty sort of ball.
It was a shocker. Yeah, finger breaker.
But immediately, Jack Darling read the flight, knew, as you said, it was just going to land basically in his stomach. So all he had to do was fight and keep that position and almost let the ball come into his stomach.
Yeah.
And he can wrap his arms around it, and Puncher just could not get around. Couldn't
punch
get a fist. Exactly right. Terrific play, Jack Darling.
When they go forward, they actually look impressive.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of the rest of the ground just wobbles around a bit for them.
Sherry goes early, so Cameron takes it out of the ruck, spirals it inside 50. Parker intercept marks for North. Moves it on to Simpkin. He'll kick up the middle, and Sherry's in space. Accepts it. Has O'Sullivan running by. Looks in that direction now. Hits him up. 51 metres out. He'll kick to the pocket, and Banch is in space. He marks 40 out, 45-degree angle, left forward pocket.
Again, Mick, they do look good in attack.
Yes.
Their ball use is good. They've got some dangerous patterns. They're running inside forward 50 to allow marks in that area of the ground. The worry is the other way, but fortunately they had Luke Parker take that intercept mark.
They got experience with
just get things rolling. And from there they were very open.
Third game of the season for Zach Banch. His first since round 5 against Brisbane. Drop punt here is steered through expertly. North Melbourne snatched back the lead. Third lead change of the evening. 5-4-34 plays 4-4-28. 4 minutes into this second term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
173 centimetres tall. He's not only... Now, he's kicked his goal. He's got to defend that ball where Larkey and Darling may struggle to, put pressure on. And if he can create goals and find that space, because he's ignored, because he's totally ignored then by a Collingwood defender who saw him run wide. No, this is going up the ground, and he found the space.
Absolutely. And if you were him, you'd be watching the tape of Nick Watson every single week. Learn to play the way Nick Watson plays.
Yes. Yeah.
Sherry pumps it down to Davies Uniacke, tackled by Cameron, ball up in the middle of the ground. Off the SMS, Andy says, absolutely love the Mick and Lingy combo. I'm getting a clear idea of what's happening, what's working and what isn't. No fear to criticise, just pure analysis. Cheers from Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
As Jack Crisp stands up through the tackle, kicks to full forward, and there's Schultz. He marks, plays on by hand. McStay can walk it in and pumps it up into the top deck. The Pies get level. 2 for McStay, 5-4-34 apiece, and back and forth we go. 6 minutes into the second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
But again, Mick, it's the Russian roulette feel. So we've just spent a bit of time pumping up the Kangaroos. If that ball goes the other way, gee, it looks worrying for North Melbourne and very, very dangerous for the Pies. And centre bounce clearances or immediate follow-up, ball-up clearances are just so crucial.
And one-on-one.
Yep, nice and easy.
Yeah. So one-on-one, I know forwards are going to take marks. The backline players just bring them to the ground. Yeah. And then you give you a 50-50 chance. That was just a straightforward, put the body into him, put the hip inside his hip, put your arm up and smash it clear. But caught right out.
First multiple goal kicker of the evening. Neither ruck decisive. Davies Uniacke twisting, turning. Handball to Sherry. Snaps it inside 50. Big first bounce. Darling brings it down. Tries to follow up for North. Inside their attacking 50. Out to McKercher. He's slung down in a tackle. Ferocious from Braden Maynard.
It was, but well done, Jack Darling.
Too right.
Marking contest, follow up at ground level.
Sherry with the palm down. And play some volleyball. And Sullivan goes in. Cameron for the Pies manages to shovel it out. Houston stripped of it. And again, they pile on. A ball up, 48 out from the attacking goal for the Roos. Scores level.
We got it going up a notch a little bit. There's some bit of physicality here.
Ruck share it down. O'Sullivan whacks it forward to the advantage of Whitlock. Hand pass away to Curtis. Surrenders in the tackle and the ump says ball up.
Yeah, that's a hand pass under pressure that not control. So he puts his teammate under duress. You know, puts it at his feet. Hand pass. You just got to hit targets.
Pack forms at the feet of the players and we'll have the ball up again.
Well, Caleb Daniel trying to free himself up too behind the ball.
Ruck share it down. Picked up by Sheasel. Got a hand pass away to Colby McKercher. Handball to O'Sullivan. Hand pass back to Daniel. High up and under to full forward and Darcy Cameron's back. Last line of defence for the Magpies. Lends a hand. Takes the intercept mark and shares it with Perryman.
Perryman, the exiting kick. He was put down as well, Perryman. Houston drops the mark. Time to recover. Off to Goey. Kicks around the city wing. Finds Schultz. Schultz lifts a handball over the top to Pendlebury. In time and space. This is usually dangerous. Steps back. Kicks off a step. And spots up Lipinski. Perfectly weighted kick. Time, space and Pendlebury usually ends up in a good result for Collingwood.
Now, I look when that ball was in the front 50, I looked behind to see North Melbourne set up. They had one totally free player and another one who was mixed in between, didn't know where to go up or go back. So in other words, we'll call it even, except for the +1. When that ball started to move, all of a sudden that one was gobbled up. Pendlebury had multiple targets to kick to. Very poorly done by North.
Virtually directly in front, 30 metres out. Lipinski gives Collingwood the lead again. A 5th lead change of the match. Back-to-back majors for the Pies as well. 6-4-40 plays, 5-4-34. 9 minutes into the second. Mick Bolthouse and Cameron Lee.
I'm glad you said that, Mick, because we, of course, and quite rightly so, will marvel at Pendlebury's ability to buy time and space like he's done throughout his entire marvellous career. But Caleb Daniel and Charlie Comben were the ones near him. Both of them just almost sagged off him.
Stood off him.
And then everybody else in the North Melbourne defence just kind of stood there. And Collingwood and Lipinski just were allowed to float down. So if you come at Pendlebury and close his space down, and then the targets are closed down, even a champion like Pendlebury can look rushed.
That's right.
But he can have that much time when he's got options galore, and poor defensively again.
Back in the middle of the ground. Quick hand pass away from Sherry. Intercepted though by Lipinski. Collingwood back with it. Handball to Cameron. Handball to Lipinski. He gives it out wide for Sidebottom, who's tackled. We'll have a ball up in the centre square. Collingwood by 6. 6-4 to 5-4. Sherry falling to ground. Grabbed the footy, got it out, but straight to Goey. Collingwood the other way. Kicks to centre half forward. Clean bowls a couple. Core goes off the deck. soccers it right in the middle of the ground. Cameron had a play on it, lost it. Curtis for the Roos, handball to Sherry, kicks for Darling.
So just quickly, Lockie Schultz has done something behind the play. Keep going.
Darling goes long to Trembath, one out in the cage, turns Houston inside out, hand pass back inboard, finds Curtis, goals. And the Kangas get even. 40 points apiece, 6-4 plays 6-4. 10 minutes into the second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. A couple for Curtis. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, Lingy spotted this. Lockie Schultz landed awkwardly. Looks like a left ankle being helped off with the doctor and the physio, and they're taking him straight down to the rooms. Doesn't look at all comfortable. So Schultz to the Magpie rooms.
Yeah, looks really painful. We'll just wait on the replay if we can. Just showing us a replay of the goal initially. It was well done by Trembath again. Curtis in a great spot, worked hard to get there and finished off really nicely. Again, really like Trembath, like his ability to contest, like his athleticism, his height, his size. He created that goal for Curtis.
Should have been better, Houston, shouldn't he?
Yep.
Houston's experienced player should have done a lot better.
5 goals in 10 minutes in this second term. Trembath down, but taken by Degoe off to Nick Dacos. Kicks Collingwood inside 50. Daniel does well to spoil, but the Pies win it through Buller. Off to Long, Pendlebury fumbles. Coming through Zurha, back pocket for the Kangas. Gets it away to Core, to Stevens, back to Zurha. Collard tackled out of play, and he'll get a free kick. Not too happy with the treatment either, Bull Zurha. Scores level, 12 minutes into this second term. Zurha kicks for Sherry or Trembath. On the logo on the wing, ball hits the deck, sock it out, spits out to Darling. North back with it again. His handball for Sherry, he's wrapped up quickly. Taken to ground by Maynard, who's, well, I would say taking the angry pills tonight, but this is consistent with last week from Braden Maynard. Scores level.
Fair bit of danger in that tackle.
Yeah.
I know nothing's going to come of it, but
Umpire Brett Rosebery just waiting here for Sherry to put his boot back on. Collingwood player in Darcy Cameron threw his hands out saying, are we really waiting for that? The ball goes up. One down by Cameron, gets a second play at it. Hand pass away to Long. Handball to Degoe, feeds it forward to Nick Dacos. Tackled straight away by Daniel. Got boot to ball. Stevens knocks it wide, knocks it out of play, and a boundary throw in.
Collingwood are finding a lot of space in front of the pack. So North, if they win it, looks good. If they don't, Collingwood are able to get a little bit more room in front, not only behind with Josh Dacos, but in front.
6-4-40 apiece. Back and forth affair so far from the boundary throw-in. Finn O'Sullivan, hurried kick forward. It's been busy tonight, close to the boundary line, and out it goes as Frampton puts a body on Trembath, and a free kick is going to go Collingwood's way, I'm fairly certain.
Well, if that's out on the full, Oregon's come off.
Yeah, the umpire.
Oregon's come off Collingwood.
The umpire called out on the full, and I think this is inadvertently, as you said, Mick. You've called this superbly off the boot of Frampton.
Yep. I reckon it's. If that's, I reckon it's a North Melbourne free kick.
And they're
because what he tried to do is he tried to protect the ball so it went out.
Yep.
So he can get the old lasso, but it's come off his boot.
Yeah, and they were buying time there, the umpires, to let the ARC get involved, and that's confirmed exactly what Mick was talking about.
Has anyone spotted the drone so far tonight?
I know.
It's zipping around. Hodgie said there's a drone out there taking some pictures from overhead under the roof at Docklands tonight as Trembath goes all the way back to Daniel. And now all the way back to Zurha. He handballs away to Core.
Got to charge it. As Core kicks deep inside 50. Darling's down there. Sherry to it. Comes down to ground level. They all pile in. Is there a high free kick? No. We'll ball it up. 25 out from the attacking goal. In for the Kangas. Scores level. 14 into the second. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Sheasel put down. Sherry and Cameron. Ladder wins it. Maynard takes it for Collingwood. Tumble punt beyond defensive 50, and Comben intercept marks for the Kangas. Charlie Comben just dumps it into the forward pocket. Darling a run and jump at it. Frampton a spoil out the back. Whitlock gathers in the pocket. Centering kick looking for Trembath. Side bottom punches it away. McKercher spends it before he has it. Ball spits out. Spargo to Stevens to Davies Uniac. Back feeds it to Caleb Daniel.
Daniel looks for Sheasel, trying to take the one-hander, unsuccessful. Spills to Perryman. Handball away to side bottom. Kicks down the wing, City side. Membry collects on the bounce. He's drilled in the tackle by Core and out of play. Spin it in, says the umpire. We'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for for the Roos.
Fantastic defence by Collingwood. North had ample opportunities but were closed down so quickly. So outstanding midfield and backline play by the Pies.
Tie game, 40 points apiece from the boundary throw-in. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck. Got boot to ball, but it just trickles away towards Stevens, who runs the gauntlet, kicks inside the forward 50. Howe breaks free from his man and takes the intercept mark. Almost like he was the leading forward, had his name written all over it. He's got it fullback for Collingwood.
That was brilliant by Howe. He had to fight off that contest in order to get himself enough time to launch at the ball and take the grab. High quality defensive craft.
Chips it away to Maynard, who moves it onto Frampton. Still inside the defensive arc. Kick towards neutral territory on the wing. Parker comes in and takes the mark for North Melbourne.
He's been good behind the ball. I'm not sure how many possessions he's had, but he's been really clean with the footy.
So once a runner up in the Brownlow. Kicks up towards half forward. Trembath juggling the mark. Can't quite bring it down. And Frampton on the back flank for Collingwood. Gives it off to the Goey. Kicks a inverted torp up towards the wing. Bad bounce for Cooper Harvey. Lasso free kick as he gathers it, having gone out of play. The Harveys have still got Scott and Jack's Pendlebury covered for father-son games, which is a positive as he goes infield away to Hardiman.
Harvey gives a hand pass away to Simpkin, who kicks long to Trembath in a tangle with Maynard. Ball hits the deck. Tackled out of play, Spargo by Josh Dacos. Boundary throw-in, 40 out from the Roos goal.
Yeah, early days North really precise in their forward line. They're just bombing it now. They've had 4 or 5 chances. None of them have been directed correctly. It's just hope that someone marks it. Not good enough.
10-4, the inside 50s in the quarter. North's way. Scores level from the boundary throw-in. Trembath. Handball looking for Spargo. Comes back to Trembath. Hand pass looking for Spargo against the boundary line again. Somehow kicked it off his knees. Away towards Stevens. Not the required distance. Dropped it anyway. And Frampton settles it down. Hand pass away to Sidebottom. Kicks to a one-on-one. Intercepted by Zurha. Diving in front of the intended target, Anderson. And Zurha marks left half forward tight angle.
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
that really... That's not only unexpected. The expectation was probably to spoil. Found himself low enough and right in the centre of the ball. That's brilliant.
And Angus Anderson, you can't believe it, standing there watching the replay on the big screen at the other end with his hands on his hip. As Zurha moves in, shoots goalward, puts it right across the face. In the end, it is out on the full. It's a free kick for Collingwood. So he's missed to the opposite pocket. Scores remain level. 6-4-40 apiece. 18 gone in the second. Tim Hodges downstairs.
Corbin, word from the North Melbourne doctor. Tom Blum-Myers up against his old team, his old club. Unfortunately, his night is done, out with concussion as a 50-metre penalty for the Collingwood.
Yeah, Trembath just thought, I can run it. Braden Maynard, even if the umpire doesn't call play on.
Just on Schultz, Hodgie.
Well, the doctors just walked back from the rooms, so I don't think it looks great for Lockie Schultz either. So Blum-Myers is definitely out, and no, here is Lockie Schultz. So he's got a heavily strapped ankle. Still doesn't look at all comfortable, but he will try to get back out there.
Well, he looks very proppy, doesn't he? De Goey on the back flank, kicks up forward of the wing. McStay doesn't quite hold him. McCreary roves at ground level. Collingwood with the football, gives it off to Nick Dacos. Waits a kick beautifully for Swaddling.
That's
60 from home and he'll get 50.
Yeah, and I don't love the rule, none of us do, but Charlie Common's got to understand the rule. Someone has to stand the mark, and he was quite obviously the man on this occasion. Yeah. He's yelling at Colby McKercher saying, you should have stood the mark because I've got to get back on my taller opponent. But in that situation, Common's just got to realise, I'm stuck, stay. That was a clear 50 under the current rules.
Being put on a tight angle here. Sam Swaddling, must admit as a new father his name sends a shiver up the spine, but the kick on goal here from 20 out, 45-degree angle, and slide it through. Collingwood snatch back the lead, sixth lead change of the evening. 7-4-46 plays 6-4-40 as we approach time on in their second term. Tim Hodges before Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
I reckon in 30 seconds we've lost a player from each side. So Tom Blamaire's out with concussion. Lockie Neal maybe next year. Lockie Schultz. I think they've strapped that ankle and they've said you can go up and you can try and do a run through. If you don't get through, you're out. He tried to get through, he just couldn't. And the doc pointed straight to the back seat of the bench where he's sitting now. He's getting the sock taken off and some ice applied to that ankle. So I think Lockie Schultz is done for the day as well.
Thank you for that.
If I just say,
that's not surprising.
No, where they put that ice is the syndesmosis position.
Yeah.
So it's right between where your leg joins onto your foot, and it's straight in the middle, not an ankle side. So
Ed Allen runs it out of the middle, shakes a tackle, kicks to half forward for Collingwood, punched away by Core, close to the boundary line, and McCreery sees it out. Half forward for the Magpies. 6-point lead for Collingwood.
And that explains a lot, Mick, because a lateral ligament just rolled.
And you can
very
it.
painful, but then you can get it moving again and you're all right for the rest of the game.
And medial sometimes, I know it's worse, but you can do the same, whereas that sort of thing there is, if it is syndesmosis, good luck.
And that's a number of weeks usually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
From the boundary throw-in, Roos trying to clear. Daniel high up and under, still on the right on the 50 attacking side for the Magpies. Comes to McCreery, hand pass goes back to side bottom, hooks a kick across the body to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Comben took out a couple but didn't touch the footy. Spills to puncher of the Magpies. Hand pass away towards McCreery. He's taken the ground in the tackle. Ball up, 30 metres out from the Pies goal. Left half forward. It is Collingwood by 6. 7-4 plays 6-4, 22 gone in the second.
3 goals apiece in their second term. Tapped down by Trembath to Davies Uniacke, turns it over. Perryman takes the mark for the Pies. 51 out, sets it up towards the hot spot. McStay goes up, Buller 2, comes down in the pocket off hands. Davies Uniacke is there for North. Tackled by Allen, ends up with the footy at Allen. Collingwood ball, Buller to Dacos, retreating, goes backward, and Houston marks. 45 out, directly in front.
Every Magpies player just puts up their hand saying, hold. He's got it in him from there.
Well, once Dacos picks up inside 50, you automatically should be 1 inch from your opponent.
Yeah. So Nick, and what Nick's got to realise, I've been watching him closely. He's been running around desperately trying to get a touch because he's a little bit unders, but realise that you don't have to have it 40 times. His impact when he kicks inside forward 50 is so high. That's all he needs to do.
Dan Houston from 50. Hooks it left. Spoken about joining Collingwood, the great magnifier of the black and white stripes. Your good games are great, your bad games are worse. Collingwood lead by 7 points, 22.5 minutes into the second.
On the back flank, Cooper Harvey, long kick down the wing, spills North Melbourne's way. Oh, Banch got a blow from Maynard in all of that. Blindsided to it, ball up on the wing.
So Nick Dacos has had 9 disposals so far, which is a little bit under to his normal rate of winning the footy, but his impact is still massive. From clearance, ball inside forward 50, so he doesn't need to panic and think, I've got to have 20 by half time or else. He's still influencing the game.
Repeat ball ups. Now it comes down Trembath, wins the hit out straight to Goey. It's Collingwood going forward. Punched away by Parker, arriving late, can't kill it. Buller keeps it alive. Hand pass straight to his direct opponent, Core, who's drilled into the ground in the McCreery tackle. Ball up between wing and half forward for the Pies. 2 out of the game. Schultz with a leg concern and Blamaire's failing a concussion test, 1 each.
Sherry takes it out of the ruck, dribbles it forward. Josh Dacos takes it back for Collingwood. Sends a kick up towards half forward. Comben came from a long way back, always made it look 50. Like his and marks.
But this is ridiculous. So 3 Collingwood players left the area. 1 had to stay, but each one of them would have been thinking someone else was staying.
Yeah, someone. Yeah. Look, we nominate the ruck, but I'm just wondering whether we should nominate who should stay. It's just.
Comben marched upfield, kicks inside 50. Sherry hands to it. Josh Dacos roving, tackled quickly by Darling. All up, full forward for North. Collingwood by 7 points.
Josh Dacos, what he's had this quarter, Benny?
McStay taps it down, coming through. Finno Sullivan squeezes a kick on goal. Took some bodies on the way through, a minor score. Pies by 6. Josh Dacos, he's had
1, I reckon.
Yeah, because I think they're now manning that position up, so they've had a deep think about it at quarter time.
Better late than never, Mick.
Well, you do it in the first minute of the game when you see it. I don't quite anyway, if you have to wait till half time, at least they've done it.
Perryman marks the kick out, short to Goey.
There's another one.
Chips it to Nick Dacos. Possession 5 in the quarter for him. Hand pass away to Degoe. Short kick finds Houston. Still back edge of the centre square. Now the long kick. Up over halfway to Anderson, who marks uncontested. 70 out from goal. Kicks into the pocket. Buller and Core wrestle for it. Core forces it out of bounds and a throw in forward pocket for the Pies.
Yeah, well done by Core, but ball movement by Collingwood was outstanding. They've found the right targets. They were able to run the ball. 3 possessions from the half-back line ends up in the forward pocket. 5
lead changes in the game. From the boundary throw-in, Cameron palms it down and it'll trickle out of bounds. Same spot, boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Magpies, kicking to the Lockett end in this second term. Pies by 6.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We've got a good one. Sherry trying to take it out of the ruck, spills it. Coming through, Simpkin can't gather it. Crisp squeezes a shot on goal for Collingwood. Ricocheted away by Core, who was playing the role of goalkeeper. Carried out over the line close to the behind post. Pies still by 6. Cameron and Sherry to go at it. Boundary umpire a metre around from that behind post. Cameron brings it down to the front. Daniel steals it for North, gives it off to Sheasel. He'll send a kick up towards the wing. Darling's there. Punch it to. The ladder spoils it away. McDonald gathers for North. Back to Sheasel. Loops the handball to Darling, and the Roos are away down the city wing.
Darling kicks to half forward over the head of his intended target. No whistle on the play. There is a late whistle, in fact, and a free kick's coming all the way back to Whitlock.
Yeah, Jeremy Howe, very clumsy. His usually timing is perfect. He was all over the shop then. Clear free kick.
Just forward of the city wing. Cooper Harvey calling for it about 100 metres away. The kick's going to go forward to the hot spot. Larky's in the pack, trying to take the juggled mark. In the end, tackles Cameron. Ball spills to Perryman. He too tackled. Ball up.
Again, just long and high.
Yeah.
That forward line.
When you got, and also Cameron's down there. He generally marks everything. If he doesn't, he punches the ball clear. Yeah, it's a little bit haphazard at the moment.
Pies by 6, 30 out from the Roos goal. Sherry wins it down, straight to Degoe though. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, to Nick, back to Josh. Hand pass away to Swadlin. Handball over his shoulder, back to Nick Dacos, back to Josh. His third touch in the chain. Ball off the back flank, kicks down to half to the wing, punched away by Comber. North win it. Simpkin gathers, hand pass to Daniel, loops a hand pass. Spargo got the hot potato. Hand pass to Daniel, paddles it inboard. In dispute, Pies should win it. They do through long.
And they're everywhere, the Pies, though. Crisp has to have a couple of bites at it. Manages to backfeed the handball. Back to the big ruckman. Cameron stripped of it in the tackle. Banch pinches it. Roos on half forward. Off to Larky. Kick impacted. Back to Banch. And his kick goes straight up and down and out of bounds on the full.
Nick Larky's having a strange game.
Strange and shocked. I don't think he doesn't. I don't know whether he appreciates time.
No. You don't have that long.
No, well, there's space time, and I think he's a space man at the moment.
Jeez, they've called that a touch ball. I'm not sure who got a fingertip to that.
I don't think anyone was near it. The players didn't expect it. Cameron takes it out of the ruck, clears for Collingwood. Stevens takes possession back for North, gives it off to Sheasel. Centering kick, but Frampton's there. Collingwood back in possession, and they lead by 6.
That's one where Sheasel, you would excuse him for having a shot because he's on his right foot coming around the boundary, but to square that up in traffic, it's not going to work.
Frampton, Degoe, puncher, Josh Dacos, and now Perryman. Short kicking game in the back half. He looks laterally to Josh Dacos. Pokes it again down the wing. Finds Degoe, his second touch in the chain. Up over halfway, Swadling. The only teenager on the ground. The Sandgroper's got it. Between wing and half forward. Kicks down to the 50. Wanted Ned Long. Missed him. Now the counter-attack. Simpkin intercepts. Kicks North into the middle of the ground. Banch collects. Gives it to Larky. Short kick. Waiting for it. Whitlock. Frampton didn't. Went and attacked it. Took the intercept mark.
You get taught that at year 8.
Oh, but
under 14. Go and meet the ball.
Go and meet the ball. But Larky's decision-making again.
Dan Houston kicks up towards half forward. Buller was clobbered by Charlie Comben. Comben knows he's the man to stand the mark here.
We've learned valuable lessons tonight, Benny.
Buller looks into the pocket, trying to find his running mate McStay, punched away from him by Core. Out in the pocket. Collingwood by 6, 29 played in the second. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Inside 50s, by the way, 13 all. Remembering earlier in the quarter it was 10-4 North's way, so the Pies have levelled that up.
Around, yeah.
Cameron gets his hand to it. Coming through, though, Finn O'Sullivan keeps it moving forward. Nice pick up, too. North away through the middle. Spargo. Hollywood handball, but it gets back to McKercher. Gives it back to Spargo. Zips away with it. Kicks out in front of Banch. Marks on attacking 50. Zips away. Eyes the goals and misses right. Collingwood's lead back to 5.
Good ball move, but North lacked a forward because Collingwood had the extra 2, not 1, 2. So they're getting sucked into play. They're falling back in the back line to perhaps save the game instead of trying to win the game.
Tagoe, Frampton, Houston. They got it out of the 50 with the short kicks, and now a long one from Houston to the wing. Swadlin holding his shape, goes short with the kick to Lipinski. Hand pass to Tagoe. Tagoe now the inside 50 kick. He wrong-footed all of his forwards, and in the end, Core able to take an easy intercept mark at half-back. North back with it. Retreats to Trembath. Hand pass away to Parker. Stabs the kick wide. Finds Sherry on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Half-back. Gives it back to Parker.
Parker kicks for a leading Darling straight through his mitts. Out the back it goes, and Crisp runs onto it for Collingwood. Handball to Josh Dacos on the logo. Forward handball to Ed Allen. He can kick up to half forward. Nobody there. He was impacted on the kick. Bouncing ball. Lipinski does well to get there. He's stripped of it. Ed Allen comes and picks it up. Sweeps it out to Swaddling. Collingwood ball. Back feeds the handball to Nick Dacos. Chips it short for Ed Allen. He'll give it back to Nick Dacos. He can then kick inside 50 for Membry, and that is neat. Membry marks, 30 out, 10 in from the boundary line, right forward pocket.
Finally someone who can nail a perfect kick, Mick.
Oh, well, it's been dreadful, hasn't it? The last 5 minutes. It's wrong. It's not so much that some of the kicks are going okay. They're just going to the wrong area or wrong person. And I just don't like the way North are falling all back defensively, because when they come out, Collingwood just set up, particularly Josh Dacos is able just to waltz wherever he wants to go. I don't think he's got a man.
Tim Membry, acute angle, right forward pocket, drop punt is across the face, and Sherry can take the mark in the back pocket. In the final act of the first half, Collingwood will lead by 5 points at the main break. 7-5-47 plays 6-6-42. The goal kickers, 2 to McStay and singles to Lipinski. Schultz, who's out of the game injured, Pendlebury, Membry and Swaddling. While for North, 2 to Curtis, singles to Larkey, Darling, Banch and Trembath. Quickly before Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, Tim Hodges.
Well, Benny, Mick Malthouse was the one who said that looked like syndesmosis for Lockie Schultz, and anyone who just saw him try and hop up and walk off. I think the next time we see Lockie Schultz, he'll have some crutches. He is in a very bad way with that left ankle. So just repeating, he is out of this match with that left ankle. And Tom Blamires from the Kangaroos is out with concussion. So both clubs losing a player each in that second term.
Thanks, Hodgie. The Magpies by 6 at quarter time. They now lead by 5 at the half. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, and the legendary cat, Cameron Ling. It's Collingwood by 5.
We're on a little bit of repeat here, Mick, but with good reason, because North Melbourne, apart from probably a section in that second quarter of about 7 or 8 minutes where they bombed away, have again looked okay when they've gone forward. So they've taken 10 marks inside their forward 50, North Melbourne. So they're looking reasonable, and probably with some better options and maybe some better finishing could be in the lead coming into half-time. It's the other end of the ground that's problematic for them, where, as you said, they're almost all rushing back and sagging back and worried, and then the good Collingwood ball users, and clearly 2 of them have got a surname, Dacos, are able to then just find that mark and pick apart a little bit. It's pretty even, though, because I don't think Collingwood have necessarily been super sharp with their ball use. I reckon they've given the ball back to North Melbourne.
They have,
pretty consistently. And they've got a few areas they need to tinker with, and I reckon they'd be concerned that when North Melbourne do take the ball forward well, that North Melbourne are looking so dangerous and do have options and have smart players who are finding little bits of space. If Nick Larkey was playing even a half reasonable game, they're probably in front. I'm baffled by... I know he's had 4 shots at goal, 1 goal, 3, but he missed a couple of sitters.
Yeah.
And he has... And even on a couple of occasions has been so slow with ball in hand. And you called it in that second term, Jeremy Howe and multiple Collingwood players were back because North Melbourne had lost their structure. That was Nick Larkey going up the ground trying to get a kick.
Yeah.
For a captain and such a good player, he's a bit all over the shop as well. So they could quite reasonably be in front as we head into half-time.
Well, Lingy, you said 5 marks they could have... 10. So it's been 5 and 5 inside 50 marks by North Melbourne. Collingwood have gone 3 and 4. And that's more remarkable because when you've got the likes of Dacos, Dacos, those types of players, they can find targets inside 50. Whereas we were sort of thinking at one stage, the way the ball was going into North Melbourne's forward line was just up in the air and hope it was marked. And Collingwood now are aware of that. So Darcy gets back as quick as he can. Cherry's not worked, so therefore he's sort of outside. So with that extra tall, they're able to destroy the ball, and the marks now are very wide or just on 50, so they don't leave anything for, it should always be marks inside 30, and that gives you a chance. Even if you're locked up against the fence, you can still have a shot from 30. So it's an interesting game, Lingy, because both sides are making some really basic errors.
Mick, if you're in the North Melbourne coach's box and I said to you, Mick, give me 5 Collingwood players who we do not want to be the 5 leading possession winners for Collingwood, you would name to me Jordan De Goey, Nick Dacos, Josh Dacos, Dan Houston and Steele Sidebottom.
That's exactly right.
The 5 best ball users, and they are the 5 leading ball winners for Collingwood. So you are getting beaten by what you know. Now, trying to stop Nick Dacos getting the footy is a near impossibility at the moment. I get that, so I'm not asking for that. But again, the point you've been on right since the first minute of this game is don't let it be Josh by himself at the back of the contest or stoppage. Don't necessarily let it be Dan Houston. He's a better option for me than Josh doing it. But roll up again. Roll up to Josh. Cover him. So then Dan sits off, Dan Houston. Roll up to Houston so that he's covered.
Frampton.
Let it be the other one.
Or one of the young players.
Exactly
who
right.
Doesn't quite know what to do because he's got a man, but all of a sudden I haven't got a man. So.
I haven't got a man, so should I just run around and get a kick?
Yeah.
And chase the ball, and then I'm not in great position.
But I'm amazed it's happened all over the ground with either Dacos, particularly Josh, who... Look, I'm still trying to locate the one player that North have got. And what I should do is look at the 666 and see who disappears from that. But there's one that just doesn't lock in. He leaves it to the rest of his teammates, but he's not impacting the stoppage. There's no one in their forward line that I can count any more than one number that says, he's helping out the stoppage. He's getting 3 or 4, or he's setting 3 or 4 up. It's not happening. He's getting, whoever that player is getting lost in the mess of congestion. And they don't need to, because clearance work at the moment is very, very even.
Yep. So
it's not as if I'm having a big impact, but what is having a big impact is the player behind the ball who can then see the... Look, I've seen players in the past win a lot of football behind the ball, and they're not good users. You go, well, who cares?
Correct.
But when you've got a player who can use the football, you lock them down. You do not allow that player to set up play, particularly in a game that is probably only worthy of 9th and 11th at the moment because of the injuries or because of the form. So, I mean, Collingwood are down there because, they've lost a lot of key players and they're probably not the same side as they were a couple of years ago. But, so therefore, the bottom players of that side, expose them. Let them be exposed. Take the top line players, as Collingwood have been doing. They're not allowing North Melbourne's... Look, if you look at North Melbourne, you go, who are their best players? Yeah, they're getting possession, but not getting clean possessions.
Yeah, and so that's where I was going to fly into from North Melbourne's perspective. And only 5 points down. So it is not doom and gloom.
They win this game.
Yeah, exactly right.
This game.
But so Harry Sheasel's their leading ball winner, 17 disposals.
And you know that?
He's only had one inside 50.
That says it all.
As a midfielder. The one I have liked is Finn O'Sullivan. Mm-hmm. So he's had 12 disposals. He's had 7 of those are clearances, so he's really good around the stoppages. Now, for his next phase, he's only so young and so early on in his career. It's his 35th game. he can actually learn how to win a few easy balls, Mick, and get a little bit of outside footy so he can turn 12 disposals into 17 or 18 like a Sheasel. But 7 of them have come from clearances, which is a really good sign, because when North can win it from the source at the stoppage and get it forward quickly, they look pretty good.
Yeah, it's when they move the ball slowly or not only slowly but inefficiently.
Yes,
they
end up with that long ball.
Yeah. Cameron Frampton, all these players become who's the big marking player?
Jeremy Howe.
They just come into their own.
Yeah.
But when the balls move quickly, they have to defend the ball. It's an intriguing match played in the box. Well, McRae coached it downstairs, but it's an intriguing coaches' dilemmas. What do we do to get? Well, we're close enough. Do we stay the same and win the game, or do we do something about changing the game? And that's the Collingwood in front.
Yeah,
don't really have to. North have got to change the game to win the game.
North trying to get themselves into those wildcard spots. They're trying to claim the biggest scalp of their season in the Magpies, while for Collingwood, they're trying to defend it. Currently 9th on the premiership table. It's half-time. There's only 5 points in it. There's been 5 lead changes. Collingwood on top, just second half around the corner. But for now, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard Evans. Police have arrested a 16-year-old boy as part of their investigation into the disappearance of a teenage girl in Victoria's West. Human remains believed to be of missing 13-year-old Layla Jeffrey were found in bushland in the small town of Donald late yesterday. Layla had been missing since Saturday. Police raided a home this morning and arrested a 16-year-old boy, with 2 women in their 50s also assisting police with the investigation. Detective Inspector Dave Dunstan says the boy is now being interviewed.
We look at every case on its individual characteristics. If we're satisfied there's a prima facie case for charges to be laid, they will be laid. I can't guarantee that this will happen in the next hour or however long. It will take as long as it takes.
Telstra CEO Vicky Brady has spoken with the family of the person in South Australia who passed away during the network outage on Wednesday. Telstra says the intermittent issue affected some voice and data services at that location. The telco admits this prevented family members in South Australia from being informed that their loved one was being taken to hospital. As such, they did not have the opportunity to say goodbye before their loved one passed away. The telco has apologised to the family. Veteran broadcaster Darren Hinch is being remembered as someone who always defended society's most vulnerable people following his death at the age of 82. The former journalist and senator was best known for his decades-long career in the media and his pursuit to expose sex offenders. He died in his sleep this morning. Longtime lawyer and friend Nick Pullen says he'd want to be remembered as an advocate.
As a friend of the underdog, as a champion of the defenceless, those that couldn't have a voice, he was more than happy to enter into that breach, especially when it came to children and sex assault victims. Absolutely.
Western Australia has recorded 2 more confirmed cases of H5 bird flu, bringing the total number in the state to 7. The 2 migratory seabirds were found dead at Mullaloo Beach and Horrocks Beach last week. There have been 13 confirmed cases nationally, including the first instance of an infected native bird in South Australia. An outer Melbourne family daycare operator has been forced to close its 45 locations after concerns from the regulator that children were being put at risk. Ethan Seidemann reports.
Gabbo Family Daycare, which runs facilities in suburbs including Hoppers Crossing, Epping, Craigieburn and Werribee, has been suspended for 90 days. The Victorian Early Childhood Regulatory Authority says it's for a litany of compliance issues that created immediate risk to the safety of children. Investigations found several educators didn't hold qualifications and there were issues relating to the safety of the residences themselves, among other things. It's the first time the regulator has used its powers on the operator of a family daycare, a form of childcare where care is provided by a qualified educator in their own private home.
Spanish officials have described a deadly wildfire in the country's south as terrifying. At least 11 people have died and 19 remain unaccounted for, with warnings the death toll could rise significantly. Hundreds of firefighters are working to contain the blaze, which appears to have been caused by a downed power line. Local Mayor Francisco Reyes says weather conditions are challenging.
The situation we are experiencing right now is terrifying because there is a lot of wind. The fire started and has spread very quickly. We have had to evacuate residents. We are very concerned because houses are burning.
The International Energy Agency says the escalation in conflict between the US and Iran this week has cast a shadow over the outlook for global oil markets. The situation remains volatile, as the BBC's Caroline Davies explains.
We didn't see any strikes overnight, but of course we had seen a series of strikes in the last 2 days previous to that. We'd also had accusations of strikes again that Iran had said that they had been hit, although we did not get confirmation from the US side that they had again targeted Iran late last night. So at the moment it looks like there's been a pause overnight, but whether or not this means that those tit-for-tat exchanges are now, there's a line drawn under it, or it's a momentary pause and we'll see a resumption, that will be the big question. The other side, of course, is that this is all focused around this particular repercussion of the violence has come from the Strait of Hormuz and arguments about who is in control of the Strait of Hormuz.
And it's been announced the opening match of this year's Men's Big Bash League cricket season will be played in India. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Meet Hugh Shen, leader, visionary, builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Starting a brand new footy club. Can't be that hard.
I need a song and a mascot by yesterday.
Adam the Apple from the Apple Isle.
Could you please show Adam the Apple Donny the Door?
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Thank you. I'll be taking no questions whatsoever.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Kicks around the city wing. Finds Schultz. Schultz lifts a handball over the top to Pendlebury. In time and space. This is usually dangerous. Steps back. Kicks off a step and spots up Lipinski. Perfectly weighted kick. Time, space and Pendlebury usually ends up in a good result for Collingwood. Virtually directly in front, 30 metres out. Lipinski gives Collingwood the lead again.
I reckon in 30 seconds we've lost a player from each side. So Tom Blamai's out with concussion. Lockie Schultz is done for the day as well.
Darling goes long to Trembarth, one out in the cage, turns Houston inside out, hand pass back inboard, finds Curtis, goals.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. It's been a seesawing type affair the whole way through. Collingwood by 6 at quarter time and now by 5 at the half. There's been 5 lead changes, and the widest the margin's been either way was when Collingwood led by 11 points halfway through the opening term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron. Tim Hodges on the boundary. The coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the legendary cat in Cameron Ling. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night? 0437 774 774. Joe in Reservoir off the SMS. 1977 drawn grand final comes to mind when these two teams play. We saw that on Colour TV. Of course, that was the first Colour TV grand final back in 77. Paul in Catherine. Maybe they could use the drone at the MCG to scare away the Seagulls. Grant in Hobart enjoying the call while typing away on my next book. Go the Blues. All the best for that, Grant. Appreciate that. Chris in Chadstone. Discussion point. North Melbourne last played Sunday twilight in Adelaide. They're now playing 5 days later. Is that unusual or unfair? So, Chris, under the CBA, every team has 2 5-day breaks. Not allowed any more than that. So, no more than 2 5-day breaks. But it is a little inconsistent as to when you play against an opponent that might not necessarily be on the same break. So, for example, last night, Sydney off 6 days with travel. Fremantle off 5 days coming back home, travelling back from Canberra. To Joanna, family and the SJs. Enjoying the call from Croatia. Go the Pies.
Oh, very nice.
It's a good way to take it in.
Oh, Lingy making out like he needs a holiday in Croatia. Spent 10 days in Fiji.
How was your holiday?
It was magnificent, thank you, Corbs.
Didn't get a chance to chat to you pre-game, but I'm sure the boys asked you all about it.
It was wonderful.
Excellent.
It was a lot of beach time, pool time, and my three boys running amok.
Playing soccer too, weren't you?
Yeah, a lot of the World Game. We loved that. It was fantastic.
Can we please get an update on Grant's book as well? Like what kind of book? Are we talking a novel? Is it a thriller? Is it a biography of some description from Grant down in Hobart?
We'll get an update on that. Keep them coming throughout the night. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number if you want to get involved. Speaking of all the other sports that are taking place around the world in the NRL, it's halftime. Warriors 14, West Tigers 6. So an 8-point lead for the Warriors there. That's the first game of the new round, of course. A bunch of teams have the bye, given the fact they're coming off Origin the other night. Well done to the New South Wales Blues, winning Game 3 in enemy territory, but New Zealand 14-6 over the West Tigers. In the association football, the Round Ball World Game, a win for France earlier today, 2-0 over Morocco.
They were impressive too.
The African champions are out.
Could have been 3.
Yeah.
The French are through to the last 4, so goals to Mbappe and Dembele.
And it's about tomorrow, Corbin.
Spain and Belgium.
England are on tomorrow morning, are they not?
Are they England, Norway?
Sunday morning.
Oh.
Sunday morning, 7 a.m. against Norway.
Sunday morning.
Hey, Spain and Belgium would be good. Don't talk that one down. That's 5 a.m. tomorrow. Then Norway up against England. So that's Haaland up against the to and froms.
Yep. So whether it's coming home, they should be winning that. But Norway, I spoke about it on Monday night show, AFL Monday.
Got the best player.
Yeah.
The best striker.
Incredible sporting nation for a population of 5 million.
How about the rowing and the drum? And let me go back to Belgium. I've got to say this. What about the Trump dance? How was that? How good was that?
YMCA after eliminating the Stars and
Do you
Stripes.
think Elbow would have the same impact if someone got reported here and he rang them up and said to the AFL, listen, he's a good bloke, he's got to play?
It'd be good to test it out. So the French are through. They'll play the winner of Spain and Belgium. Then on Sunday, the 2 games, Norway play England and Argentina play Switzerland. And in the All England club, of course, it's at Wimbledon. In the 2 men's semis are tonight. So Arthur Ferry, who's the French-born Brit, he takes on Sasha Zverev in the early semi-final. And the late one's the blockbuster match. That is Sinner Djokovic. So down to the last 4 in the men's singles. In the ladies' singles, we've got our final. It's an all-Czechia final. So Karolina Mukova won in a 3rd set match tiebreak. So she will play Linda Noskova. So the 9th seed and the 10th seed going at it. Noskova, Mukova for all the marbles at Wimbledon.
And don't forget, we're running it back. Cruz Hewitt through to the boys' semi-finals. So Little Leighton has made it through to the semis over there in the boys as well.
Good luck to all of them over there at Wimbledon as we see what happens later tonight. Of course, the 2 finals are covered through ABC Sport. Now, friends of the BBC, you can find coverage of that across the weekend. Second half upon us here. It is Collingwood by 5 points and a close run thing so far. Second half underway. Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Darcy Cameron winning down the tap. We'll get another ball up. So just getting back to Blamires, who was knocked out. Well, not knocked out, but out of the game with concussion. It was a dangerous tackle from Jack Crisp.
Oh, no.
So the streak could be in danger if he's suspended for that tackle.
I don't think he should be.
Wow.
Cameron Ling says no. North Melbourne out of the middle. McDonald, high kick inside 50. In front, Houston brings it down. Josh Dacos coming through. Bench goes low, tackled. Umpire wants it.
And the reason I say that, it was as he was kicking, so his kicking motion and off balance sort of caused him to crash to ground as well as the pressure that was coming. I think it was just an accident.
Collingwood given the advantage after a free kick from the restart, and then the goal, he runs away with it, gives it off to side bottom. He's just running laterally, takes a couple of bounces, now retreats with a kick. Back to Maynard on the back flank. Collingwood by 5 points.
It's a penalty again by himself because Daniels wants to play a long way off him.
Kick goes down the wing from Maynard, picked off by Zerha. He didn't take the mark but had his arms chopped. Advantage applied. Simpkin dabs it in the middle of the ground.
So Simpkin said, no, stop, I'm going to give back to him, and then chose to kick. You can't have it both ways.
Cherry hand pass back to Simpkin. Kicks the centre half forward. Spills over to Houston and the Magpies. Hand pass to Crisp. Handball to Puncher. Kicks down the wing and the Magpies come up with it. Mark taken defensive side of halfway by Lipinski.
It's interesting that Collingwood now have gone back twice which is unusual because they're not finding the targets they did in the first quarter. So maybe North Melbourne now are playing a lot better one-on-one football. It's early days, admittedly.
Back to Liam Puncher. Kicks for the ruckman. Cameron knocked away from him and out of play. Just seen the replay of the tackle, so boundary throw in here on the outer wing. Collingwood by 5 early in the third. So essentially, Crisp lays the tackle as Blamires is kicking the football away, and then nothing. As a result, Blamires ends up hitting the deck, but he does have it. It's not as if his arms are pinned or anything like that.
He kind of guides him to ground, so you'd hate to see the streak broken by that. Cameron takes it out of the ruck, kicks up to McCreery, half forward, working laterally, gathers the footy, and then handballs it back to Pendlebury, back to Cameron. Pies ball goes all the way back to the logo on Josh Dacos. He'll kick infield for Maynard.
In fact, he doesn't have either arm pinned, so it doesn't pin either arm in the tackle, Jack Crisp.
Maynard shorts it away to De Goey. He looks inside 50, big leading lanes, and it's beautifully delivered to Buller. Slides into Mark, 35 out.
You called that well, Benny. Big leading lanes.
Very, very. So, and the trouble with going one-on-one is you can get caravanned away from where you want to go. So that means that the players like your ruckman and maybe your mids who don't go in, you've got to stand in line with the kicker and the goal line, so that the goal square, so that you've got to make them have to go wide. In that case, it's straight up and down the centre.
And you can go one-on-one, but still be smart and come off at the right time, can't you?
Sometimes these blokes aren't that smart, so you've got to actually spell it out from me.
Jack Buller for the first of the second half. Kicks a helicopter. Just sneaks it through for a minor score. Collingwood by 6, 3 minutes into the second half.
I hope the drone flies better than that one. We haven't seen it yet, have we?
No.
That ball, wasn't it?
Daniel De Parker kicks out wide for Zurha. The ball off the back flank for North. Kicks down the wing. Frampton in a tangle there with Larkey. Knocked down to Crisp. Shoots a hand pass backward to Josh Dacos. Right on halfway for Collingwood. Kicks into the centre of the ground. Hardiman attacks it. Had a fair bit of it. No mark. Yes. The mark or the free kick. Either way, Hardiman's going to get it.
And this is the problem with North Melbourne at the moment. They have so many players standing next to each other.
Yeah. Everyone's keen to get a lick, aren't they?
Yeah, well, and that's because now they've got to work with numbers, and if you haven't got the numbers, it's a very, very good 50, good disguised 50 metre, isn't it?
Yeah. So McKercher, McDonald, all looking for a kick there laterally, and then McDonald goes forward and finds Larkey. Takes a contested mark left half forward. Crowded forward 50, dabs it into the leading lane of Darling and dropping back in the hole. Houston takes the intercept mark.
Nick Larkey is on another planet.
I said that, he's a spaceman.
Oh, my goodness.
And even look at his manning up. He's run straight over to Curtis and stood with Curtis's man.
Yeah, he's trying to man up Paul Curtis.
That's what I mean. He's totally... I reckon they've got to do a test.
Collingwood with the switch. Howe marks. He moves it on to Josh Dacos, who chips it short for Pendlebury.
Well, Pendlebury's going to play for till 2100 because he thinks that he can play on Shorty Daniels.
Kicks out wide and the mark taken by Crisp.
Because no one's manning him up.
Collingwood by 6. Crisp with the tackle on Blamires, but Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling say he should be fine. The streak should continue. Kicks up to half forward. Membry brings it down, then roves his own ball, gets a handball moving forward. Stevens takes it for the Roos, back flank, kicks corridor for Larkey. What happens next?
Larkey on his knees, got a handball away to McKercher and the ball's free. Out to Curtis, kicks into an open forward 50. Davies Uniacke got a little shove from Allen. Davies Uniacke jumps back on top of it. He's outnumbered and the numbers went out. And Puncher controls the footy, got it out to Allen. Off the back flank for Collingwood.
Well, it's 3-1, and this is 3-1. The game is strange.
He turns it over too. Comben takes the intercept mark. Inside 50, Darling winding back the clock, got upstairs. Spills down to Howe. Sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass all the way back for Crisp in the back pocket.
Exiting kick out towards the wing, and Lipinski marks and goes for Collingwood. Kicks around the wing. Membry leads up.
Now, he won't go quick. He'll take, good, patient. Just use the lateral ball because nobody was there.
Collingwood by 6. 6 minutes into the third term. Kicks to Josh Dacos, who drops it. Now looks deep inside 50. No mark taken. Free kick going to Zurha. North ball.
Where's Zurha playing? I'm only hoping he's not half back, but is he playing on someone because we know Daniels is not.
Handball to Parker, kicks to Trembath, to McKercher, chips it inside 50. Coming up, Davies Uniacke doesn't mark. House out the back for Collingwood. Inside their defensive arc, off to Cameron, to Allen, to side bottom. And he'll hold it up.
Just waits for the defender to come towards him, hands it to Cameron, short kick to Pendlebury. So the man who Mick Moldhouse says will play through to 2,100, which I'm interested what they will call it in that year, Mick. Will they go with 2,100 or will they go with 2,100 or 2,100?
I know one thing, if there's 20 sides, they'll have 20 finals.
He's got 74 more years to play. It'll be 113 Pendles.
Oh, good.
As he gives it to Allen, who kicks down the wing, and Sherry takes the intercept.
Well, I reckon my grandfather would be playing right now because, and he's been dead for a long, long time because look at this. This is the rubbish.
Sherry to Zerhard, to Davies Uniacke, and now to Parker. Short kick in the middle of the ground. Finds McKercher. There's a lot of options forward. Just needs to spot one. Whitlock takes the mark.
It's uncontested ball heaven right now.
He's 50 metres out. We haven't had a goal in the quarter, which is 8 minutes old. Collingwood by 6. Whitlock, some indecision. Simpkin wants it, gets it. Against the boundary line, he plays on. Maynard goes to ground. He snaps it, gets it skinny. A behind, missing near side. Never looked like going through. A 5-point lead for Collingwood. We're back where we were at the half, and we've played 8 minutes of footy.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is called?
It's been 8 missable minutes, it must be said. If you're late getting back to your television set or you're trying to catch up and listen to us,
don't stress about rewatching.
Don't worry about those 8 minutes. It's Collingwood by 5.
It is uncontested possession galore, but not necessarily clean and effective. There's a lot of just this, knocking the ball around like we see in the World Cup,
but why
and then nothing going forward.
But Lingy, why let them run onto a space? Why not just put the extra effort in to take the space away from them?
75 possessions in the quarter so far, only 15 of them contested.
Frampton, he turns it over into the middle. Picked up by Zerha. High towering kick up towards half forward for North. Larkey doesn't even really get there. Frampton knocks it away. Larkey tracks it to the boundary line. And he's bundled out by Big Billy. Throw in 55 around from the attacking goal.
I'm not looking anymore.
I've never seen him like this.
Well, I'm not looking when there's games like this and I watched last night. I'm just spoilt from last night.
Collingwood by 5. 9 into the third term. Cameron brings it down. Sherry steals it. Off to Curtis. Roos at half forward. Cold turnover. Anderson and the Pies back the other way to Pendlebury. To Lipinski, to Nick Dacos. Through the bullseye. Chips it to half forward. McDonald comes across. McCreary paddles. McDonald's right there with him. McDonald does well. McCreary goes to the boundary line. McDonald halves it. Then he wins it. He did really well. Gives it to Zerha to clear.
What can the Roos make of it? Bench at full stretch. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Houston. Houston for Collingwood. Kicks a dart. Lipinski. He got contact from Comben. And he says, come with me. Lipinski now from point-blank range, top of the goal square. And Comben just went clattering into the back of Lipinski.
This is baffling.
First goal of the second half at last. And an equal game high lead for the Magpies. It's out to 11 points. 10 minutes gone in the third. 8-6 to 6-7. 10 minutes gone, third quarter. Collingwood by 11. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
All of the decision-making to start this third quarter is baffling. Even that one from Charlie Comben, thinking that the mark was clearly going to be taken. Sorry, you've got it wrong. Your opponent, Lipinski's going to take the mark. You got to wear it, stand the mark and hope he misses. Not come just crashing into him and give him a certain goal. The decision-making with ball in hand from both teams, admittedly, has been baffling because they're all uncontested. But then they try and bite something off and they're missing the target by a mile and choosing the wrong target. Yeah. It has been a strange third term.
Look, I'm not in favour of 6-6-6, right? But right now, the best way that North Melbourne and Collingwood could play is go 6-6-6.
Even it up.
Even it up so that you don't have this massive numbers favouring one side.
Collingwood out of the middle. Cameron, beautiful tap down to Nick Dacos, who kicks out to a leading target in Membry.
That kick by Dacos is high degree of difficulty.
Membry just pokes it inside 50 and Cameron claims it. No one was near him. McKercher tried to close late, but Cameron was too tall and he'll go back from 45 out, plumb in front.
Tristan Xerri I don't know what he was doing. He was probably going down for the deep.
He was. I was watching him, and he was 20 metres off when that ball was marked. He got caught in between.
You've got to track your opponent with your eyes.
Inside 50 you do.
Yeah.
It's just sense.
The reigning best and fairest at Collingwood. Not a noted goal kicker, only one goal in his 15 games this year. Darcy Cameron whacks it through. New game high lead to Collingwood. The last 3 goals in the game and they lead by 17 points. 9-6-60 plays 6-7-43. 12 minutes into the third. Tim Hodges before Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Ben, just fascinating watching Scott Pendlebury on the bench. He was sitting in the back row actually doing his own edits on the computer, the laptop they have on the back row of the bench. He then went and made the edit, then went and got Dan Houston, who was also on the bench, to come and have a look what he'd just cut. He'd sliced and diced on the edit machine. So just amazing. And now he's actually on the phone. Like, he's almost running the bench for the Magpies while he's playing. So just such a valuable asset for Craig McRae, who's 2 seats away from him at the moment.
Get him in there to edit a few packages for 360 on Monday, Hodgie.
I'm happy to get Pendles in any time.
Xerri and McStay share it down. Ball spills to Sheasel. There's a free kick in all of this.
Yeah, but is it coming back to North? Why isn't advantage paid there? North Melbourne chose to take the advantage.
It's going to be a free kick for Xerri after all that.
And now Collingwood have got a heap of numbers back.
Yeah. Sheasel had a little surge kick forward, but advantage not applied. So Xerri with the long kick to the hot spot. Larkey running leap at it off his fingertips. Darling off the deck, trying to slap it out of there. 30 metres out from the Roos goal. Passing through O'Sullivan, left it behind. His opposite number to Goey. Tried to give it to Nick Dacos, who lays a heavy tackle of his own. It's legal on Spargo, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Roos goal. Kicking to the Lockett end, or the northern end of Dockland Stadium. They got work to do. Collingwood by 17.
Xerri taps it down, but McStay takes it away off to Nick Dacos. A couple of running bounces. Oh, just pushed off his kick by Finn O'Sullivan. Allows in Davies Uniacke. But Agoe wants it more, wins it. Handball back into the mark, high contact, free kick to Agoe. Collingwood by 17. 2 goals to zip in the second half. Last 3 goals of the game. 14 minutes into this third term. As Agoe looks out wide for Perryman. Spills the mark. Good enough to recover.
Handball away to side bottom. Short kick down to half forward. Finds Membry. Still outside the 50. Trying to draw the man on the mark. Short kick down to the 50. Agoe, the target, knocked away from him, and North settle it down. Zerha kicks it back the other way. 1 on 3. The 3 wins out. Nick Dacos, hand pass away towards Membry. Collingwood back with it on halfway. Kicks laterally. Finds Long. Hand pass out the back to Josh Dacos. Runs, carries. Gives it away to Allen. Allen's hand pass to Long. Now forward to Agoe. Snaps across the body. A little skinny. Still live. Top of the goal square. McCreary runs into a dead end holding the ball. And North do well to get out of dodge there. They're in a very tricky situation. Zerha rewarded fullback for the Roos. Collingwood by 17. 15 minutes into the third.
Zerha ambling to the pocket. Low ball out of defensive 50. A good kick for Whitlock. Mark 60 from defensive goal. Kicks around the city wing. Big fly from Howe. Gets a fist on it. Allows in Puncher to help out. The Pies back in possession. Handball to McStay, to Josh Dacos. Handball to Perryman, to Howe. Back feeds it to Puncher again. He'll break it up with a kick. Up towards half forward for Collingwood. Core puts his fist through it. And Spargo's at the fall of the ball. He's tackled out by side bottom. Throwing on the city wing. Collingwood by 17, quarter hour mark of the third.
Well, Collingwood can feel very comfortable at the moment because when the ball goes in their back half, they're outnumbering at least 2 to 1, sometimes 3 to 1, and they can mix and match it and then decide whether they go forward or just create the opportunity.
Xerri grabs it out of the ruck from the boundary throw and North with it. Handball away to Davies Uniacke. Sweeping hand pass from Stevens, who received it. Out to Spargo. Lifts a hand pass. Spargo back to Stevens. Runs an arc on a 180 and then kicks down to half forward and works out. Sheasel marks, stabs it inside the 50. Larkey, who marks at centre half forward, 45 metres out. And let's see what we get from Nick Larkey here.
That was Sheasel's brilliance because Larkey wasn't even going to lead.
No, he wasn't. He turned his back on it.
He said, just mark the ball. I'll present it to you on a silver platter. It was a beautiful kick by Sheasel. Now, he has not kicked the footy at all well, but this is the distance you want it from. If you're him, just go back, full arc and swing at it.
He's kicked 1 goal, 3, all in the opening term. His drop punt here, right on the line and off hands, it's helped through. He kicked it an up and under drop punt too. Lands just short. A behind 16-point lead for Collingwood as many minutes gone in the third.
Well, that's amazing for a bloke who can't kick the ball more than 45 metres.
Now brings it into Perryman, who kicks the Pies up to half forward. Buller brings it down, but gives away a free kick. Maiden Core, the recipient. Collingwood by 16. And a bizarre night for Nick Larkey, as we mentioned.
Well, I don't know what Nick Larkey is doing with his position here. The Collingwood have got a line of 3 players right at the back, which is forcing North Melbourne then to have to go wide.
Roos work it through the maze. Now McKercher off on a run, kicks up towards Whitlock, hands to it at the 4. Puncher for Collingwood. Can't run it in, paddles it out. Throwing between wing and half forward now for the Roos. Collingwood by 16. 17 played in the third.
You know, I think half their problem, in all honesty, I reckon, is Caleb Daniel. He doesn't know who to man up, where to man up.
Yep.
And he is allowing the Collingwood player to sit in behind while he gets gobbled up by a half forward.
Also hasn't touched it in 18 minutes this quarter. Caleb Daniel from the boundary throw-in. Hurried kick forward, Trembath into the pocket. Darling's got 2 to beat. Puncher moves him aside. Puncher grabs it. Darling tackles him. Ball up forward pocket for the Roos.
Well done by Jack Darling. Really well done. He was outnumbered 3-1. Constantly North have been outnumbered 3-1 in their forward line.
Up it goes. Cameron takes it out of the ruck, gives it to Crisp. He's immediately met. Trembath piles in on top. Do it again.
And Daniel is trying to organise here, Mick, but you're right. They're all over the shop North with what they're setting up behind the ball.
And it's because of him.
Yep.
He is trying to get the easy target.
So if Collingwood get through, they will really get through.
Forward pocket for North. Tapped down by Cameron. Straight to Nick Dacos. Up and under. Now Josh Dacos roves that pack. Gets a handball out. North have the numbers. And take it back through McKercher. Off to Core. Tumble punt towards full forward. How brave. Flies into the pack. Double fisted out of play for a throw-in. 4:50 stoppage coming up for the Kangas. Collingwood by 16.
I heard from our man Grant in Hobart too about his book that he's writing.
Oh, yes.
Won't disappoint. I'll bring that to you in just a moment when we get a break in play. It's not a forward 50 stoppage.
Maybe it's not North Melbourne's game plan.
From the boundary throw-in. Short book. Comes down to Josh Dacos. Tackled, lost it. Curtis got it out. Handball away to Spargo. Spargo from the pocket. He's got it. And breathes life into the game. And life into North Melbourne's comeback. 10-point game. 9-6 to 7-8. And the 4th generation VFL AFL footballer Charlie Spargo hits the scoreboard. Collingwood 9-6. North Melbourne moved to 7-8. 20 minutes gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Come on, Cobbs. Give us I want to know about the book.
Thanks, fellas. I'm a transport enthusiast and bus builder by trade. My first book was Ansair Kingston. Second book, Mercedes-Benz City Buses in Australia and New Zealand, completed and being checked before printing.
That'd be number 1.
And my third book, which I'm now writing, is Buses of Hamburg, which will be followed by Buses of Berlin. My main job is a fabricator and welder at Incat shipyards in Hobart for 30 years.
Wow.
So there you go.
Absolute passion.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah. German.
Yeah.
Is he
German influence?
Yeah, it's very German.
For the last 2 books, anyway. What I'm Grant on that, it's a lot of work.
Back in the middle,
Yeah,
Sherry
right.
taps it down and we'll get another ball up.
We might find out why the German side of it. If he's in Tassie, has he got the German ancestry? Anyway,
Collingwood by 10. Cameron taps it down onto it. Ed Allen for the Pies. Off to Pendlebury. Pendlebury hooks it across his body. Up towards half forward. Comben arrives. Drops the chest mark. Lipinski takes it for Collingwood half forward. Handball inside 50. Comes out to Swaddling. Dumps it on his left boot. What a finish. Not quite.
I reckon there's a free kick.
Yeah, he was just pushed down as he got the kick away.
What's going to be... Yeah, it is going to be paid.
Come back to Swaddling.
As he kicked, so it's not downfield.
No.
Or it can't be downfield anyway because it cleared the goal line. And then he'll kick from where the kick or the push took place.
Oh, yeah, straight in the back.
Yeah.
Very clear for a kick. In fact, it was after he kicked it, you know. Oh,
Yeah.
I guess it's got to go back, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it cleared the goal line. But
yeah.
unfortunately, Cooper Harvey just straightened his back. He's giving him a second chance.
Pick 37 last year, the Pies. Second pick out of West Perth in the WAFL. His drop punt misses left. Right, then left. Both of his misses. Collingwood by 11 points, 21.5 into the third term.
Off the back flank, long kick downfield. Luke McDonald, there's no one there. Cherry in a tangle with Frampton, and Houston takes the intercept mark easily on the wing. And Sean to Josh Dacos. Kicks it across the ground. To Puncher, who dropped it. Picked up by Trenbar. No one up ahead for the Roos. Hand pass goes back to Whitlock. They've got to bide some time and now find Spargo. Short kick.
Got to still go, though.
Stevens.
Go. Nick Larkey's open side by himself. No opponent. Must go quick.
Still got no one on him, so Stevens spots that now. Goes long in the Larkey direction. Hands to it. Knocked away the second time by Frampton. Pack forms at his feet and the ball up 20 metres out from the Roos goal.
Had to go even quicker because then eventually Frampton got semi-set.
And got yeah. But again, early on, though, they had no one there.
Cameron takes it out of the ruck for Collingwood. Clearing kick. And underneath it, Swadling takes the mark. Gives it to the run of Josh Dacos. Cruising by. He pokes it on into the middle. Pendlebury accepts, holds it up, waits for the runners, gives it to Long. Long thumps it deep. McStay's out the back. In best position.
Oh, well done.
Closes late.
That is well done.
Did a great job. Throw in right forward pocket.
Had to get it clean. If you got any of McStay, then it's a free kick.
Yeah.
Collingwood by 11. You were on his podcast, Nick, Charlie Comben.
I don't know.
I'm not sure you knew who Charlie Comben was when you were on that podcast.
I don't go on with anyone, Benny, and I've put the cue in the rack. No more from me. I'm over these podcasts. Oh, God, what are they?
That's good for us. ABC exclusive, Mick Moldhouse, the only place you can hear him every Friday night and Saturday. With us here on our air from the boundary throw-in comes North's way.
There it is.
Sherry hurried kick forward. There's no one there for the Roos. Oh, Howe's got it. Now he's got Trembar to deal with. Handball away to Houston, who's a little casual. Caught by Davies-Uniacke. Free kick North.
Go with speed now. Go with speed. Don't let them get set and get the number behind.
It's been a frustrating night both ways at times. 11-point lead for Collingwood. North goes wide, or Davies-Uniacke goes wide for North with the kick to Hardiman. Short kick to Banch, 60 metres out. Hand pass away to McKercher. Crowded forward 50, looks for Larkey. Caught at the back. Ball spills down to Sheasel. Sheasel back on his right peg. Snaps goalward. Sheasel, he's got it there.
This will be a touch.
It's a goal. North are back on the doorstep. And Harry Sheasel pulls them within a straight kick. Collingwood 9-7. North Melbourne 8-8. 25 gone in the third. Collingwood's lead trimmed to 5. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Leang on ABC Sport.
But Perryman saying he touched it. We did see him do that. The question is just if it's over the line.
Yeah.
The goal umpire is pretty confident. Perryman talking to Brett Roseberry and Brett just saying, we'll take a look at every goal. I reckon he might have got his hand on this one.
Yeah, I reckon he did.
On the big screen, if you see that. That looks like a touch for Perryman. Great desperation.
Hold the phone. So there's going to be intervention here from the arc, you would think. Perryman with his...
Only if his hands be side. Oh, he has touched it. Look at that.
Well done.
There we go. Touch before it crosses the back of the goal line. So all of the ball over all the line. And Perryman has saved 6.
Absolutely has.
And he's going to be a 1 point added to North Melbourne score. It's a 10-point deficit now.
I'm glad you picked him up there, Benny, just silently just saying you saved 5.
Save 5.
We like the detail. Cool.
sounds better if you say so.
This is unbelievable.
10-point lead for Collingwood, 26 gone in the third.
Yeah, they've had that many minutes to get this right, and they still are able to get the first kick in.
Short kick to the pocket, then Maynard looks long to a contest. Comben punches it away, free kick anyway.
Had to be.
And a little push out. They go the way of big Tristan Sherry.
Then McStay just went flying into his back.
Sherry runs at McStay, then feeds it to Hardiman. He'll kick deep for the Roos. Trembarth run and jump. How to? Out the back it goes. It's through. Nobody touched that one. Hardiman from range. And it's back to 4 points. 9-7-61 Collingwood. North 8-9-57. 26 minutes into the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
What a way to kick his first goal in AFL.
7-point play. just sort of touch behind and come straight back out, straight back in.
He did it the hard way, but he found a path to goal.
How was that not touched? Was it Jeremy Howe who... Yeah, he came over the top, took out the pack. Usually he spoils those and...
Straight through his hands.
Fresh air. Completely missed it. He's definitely missed it, hasn't he?
Oh, he's gone for the punch and just totally missed the ball. Totally missed the ball.
Jeremy should know. You don't go for the punch there. Just take the hanger.
Well, not only that, bigger hand. You push that ball. You can push that ball anywhere you like there. Oh no, that's a big sin.
So Riley Hardiman, who debuted in 2024 in his 23rd game, has got his first goal. De Goey out of the middle. What a grab, McStay. Got the perfect ride. Knee into the back of Combat and comes down with the footy. 20 out straight in front.
Oh, that's a smart mark. Had to jump a fraction early to make sure Comben got moved out of the way legally using the knee. Oh, perfect timing. Great grab.
That is, that's a really good... That's what they've been looking for him for yonks, is to take that type of mark. Yeah. Not just on the lead, but take a pack mark.
Dan McStay from straight in front deserves a goal to finish. Straight out of the centre bounce. McStay knocks through his third. He's got one in each quarter, and Collingwood lead by 10.
That's one. Well done by Cameron there in the ruck. He was able to get that ball out to I think it was De Goey that got that ball.
And McStay, his game is all about work rate, isn't it? He's not a 200-centimetre forward. He's not the freak athlete of Charlie Curnow or anything like that. He just needs to present himself to as many pack and marking contests as he can.
Got good hands.
And got good hands. And ends up...
Cameron, look at that.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
10-7 to 8-9, so Collingwood by 10 points, 28 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
4 goals for the Pies from centre clearances.
Wow.
To 0.
3 goals to 2 in the third term. Cameron caps it down for De Goey. Davies Uniacke pinches it. Roos with it to Simpkin. To Hardiman, providing some dash. Kicks inside 50, looking for Darling. Trembath gathers on the bounce. Slick handball to Curtis. Cuts a swathe through them. Fends off Perryman. Snaps from the pocket. Can't quite finish his work. Misses to the near side. Collingwood by 9.
When you think about how much of a low-scoring game it is.
Short kick into the pocket, chopped off by O'Sullivan. Punched out of play, throwing left forward pocket.
When you think about what a low-scoring game it is, so they've kicked 4 goals from centre bounce and 2 from kick-outs.
Yeah, 6. So not a lot from turnovers. But North Melbourne, finally, I'm watching players now start to direct their teammates of where to get for kick-ins.
Finn O'Sullivan again did it.
Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, inside 50, gets beat the ball. Sherry goals.
Wow.
Again, it's back within a kick on the stroke of three-quarter time. And Tristan Sherry, the old Tom Hawkins manoeuvre out of the ruck, grabs it, boot the ball inside 50 and straight through the big sticks. Collingwood 10-7-67. The Kangaroos 9-10-64. Pies by 3. Half-hour mark in the third.
How about those two blokes going to each other? Look, Cameron definitely got the first one out to Goey, who kicked it in. That one there, it's payback.
Yeah. It's a good battle.
Oh, it's a ripping battle. I mean, that's one for the whole day. They're not making mistakes. They're actually just going head-to-head, seem to have a lot of respect for one another, and they're really going, this is...
And two different styles.
Oh, you know what? I don't know why you do that with 30 seconds to play. You've got Cameron now should dominate this ruck.
Trembath leaps over the top, palms it down, follows up at ground level 2. Trembath gets the handball away. O'Sullivan back to Sheasel. Sheasel spins, kicks out wide and finds Davies Uniacke. 60 from home for North, looks inside 50, through the hands of Maynard. House slaps it away. Coming through, Simpkin gathers, runs into Maynard. Has to get the handball away, straight to Darling. He's tackled to ground. And that will do it for three-quarter time. Collingwood by 3 points. At the final change, 10-7-67 plays, 9-10-64. The goal kickers, 3 to McStay, 2 to Lipinski, singles to Swadling, Membry, Cameron, Pendlebury and Schultz, as well as 2 to Curtis, then singles to Spargo, Hardiman. His first goal in AFL footy. Larky, who's had a weird night, he's kicked 1. Darling, Sherry, Banch, and Trembath. Both players have lost. Both teams have lost a player. Schultz without syndesmosis and Blamires through concussion. Collingwood by 3 at the final change.
And just on that Blamires concussion, he was tackled to ground and his head bounced off the deck. Tackle was laid by Jack Crisp, who of course has played the last 279 consecutive games. Didn't pin either arm, so even though Blamires was concussed as he was trying to kick the footy, and Crisp laid the tackle, and that'll sit in the margins with the match review officer, but it doesn't scream dangerous tackle despite the outcome. Collingwood led by 6 points at quarter time. They led by 5 at the half. They now lead by just 3 at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host another cuppa.
Well, we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names.
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage. Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
What can the Roos make of it? Bench at full stretch. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Houston. Houston for Collingwood. Kicks a dart. Lipinski. He got contact from Comben. And he says, come with me. Lipinski now from point-blank range. Top of the goal square. First goal of the second half at last. Comes down to Josh Dacos. Tackled, lost it. Curtis got it out. Handball away to Spargo. Spargo from the pocket. He's got it. And breathes life into the game and life into North Melbourne's comeback.
Sherry runs at McStay, then feeds it to Hardiman. He'll kick deep for the Roos. Trembath will run and jump. How to? Out the back it goes. It's through. Nobody touched that one.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
5 lead changes in the first half. In that quarter, Collingwood got out by 17. North have pegged them back. They've kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. And at three-quarter time, it's Collingwood by just 3 points. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
I think we were saying 1 goal or 6 points at quarter time, 5 at three-quarter time, 3. I mean, that means that Collingwood win by 2. Something like that. But I had to check these stats, and I got Lingy to do it with my eyesight. Inside 50s that quarter is quite remarkable, given the number of possessions that North had to do that. So it's 80 possessions to go in there 17 times and still only score 7 times. Scored 7. Collingwood scored 5 times from only 9 times in there. That is quite remarkable. And if it goes again, Lingy, if it goes again, North Melbourne win this game.
That's right, and it feels like, especially that quarter then, they don't fully know how to win this game.
No.
They don't know how to finish their work. They are doing a lot right, and with a bit more composure, a bit more finish inside, they lead this game by 3 goals, probably coming into three-quarter time.
The other thing too, Lingy, is early in that quarter, we were so critical of the fact that they got the ball in there and Collingwood were 3-1 against their opponents. So somewhere or another, the forwards got sucked up into play and didn't get back quick enough then to aid. And you were calling time and time again, get the ball in there quickly.
When there's
so Collingwood couldn't settle.
Yeah.
So when they had a chance to settle,
it's quite comfortable.
It is very.
It feels through oil and water in a way, doesn't it? Where it feels like everything that Collingwood's got is what North are missing, and everything that North's got is what Collingwood's missing. Got one young team with all this talent that doesn't have the wherewithal and the footy IQ, and you've got another team that's a fading force, but has got all the footy IQ and all the experience.
Absolutely right. And when Collingwood are setting up with their multiple numbers behind the ball like they are, or holding their back line.
Just holding their back line.
And North Melbourne are coming up. And then Collingwood win it down back, which you should when you're outnumbering the opposition 3-1 or whatever it might be. And you go to run it out and you get it to round halfway to the halfway point of the ground and there's a turnover. That has got to be North Melbourne's cue to go fast.
Yes.
Because you know that those Collingwood players have run off and they've made position to attack. They are caught out of position and are scrambling to get back. It is different when there's been a slow turnover or a mark deep in the defence or the ball's gone out of bounds and you had to go and fetch it from over the fence or whatever it might be, or one of the crowds throwing it back. you then know, okay, now I can't go fast because Collingwood have probably got something beautifully set up behind the ball. So shifting between the two types of play and speeds of play will be critical for North. Know the moment where you've got an opportunity to go fast and deep and into space to an unsettled Collingwood defence, and you will score on them.
Yeah.
And know not to go fast when Collingwood are perfectly set with multiple players back.
Yeah, and conversely, with McStay, the way he's marking and the way that the Dacos and De Goey are using the football, then their idea is to quickly get in there as well and close down North Melbourne's ability to run the ball out. Because at the moment, it's like the number of possessions that Collingwood had was 18 more, but went in there only half the time at North. So the Pies really, they've got the equipment to win it.
Yes.
There's no question.
Agree.
And if De Goey goes forward, makes it another type of forward, different type of forward, that spells real problems for North.
Cameron Ling and retired podcast guest Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 3. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, interesting watch. Nick Dacos during the entire three-quarter time break spent it with the physio, had a lot of work on his right-hand side, his thigh, his quad, his hip. He's still stretching it out there in the middle, but he's starting this final term, so much pressure on him to perform.
Collingwood by 3 points. Final quarter underway. Sherry taps it down to Sheasel. The long kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Spargo soccers it to his own advantage. Getting there, Curtis. He soccers it through. And the Kangas are in front. He's got 3, Curtis. 10-10-70. He plays 10-7-67. Less than 20 seconds into the final term. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Centre bounce clearance for the Kangaroos. They haven't done it all night. Tristan Cherry it was. Followed up his work. He had a fair bit to say. There was a bit going on between him and Braden Maynard at the three-quarter time break, and they went back multiple times at each other. Well, he just gritted his teeth and said, I'm getting this ball forward. Chaos ball. Big pack, bodies flying.
And that's the appropriate word there, chaos ball leaguing.
Yeah.
Because it's a quick ball and they can't be outnumbered.
It's clever by Spargo to not just boot it off the ground, have a wild shot at goal. He kicked it into the path, Paul Curtis.
Have not played on a Friday night in Melbourne since 2019. They have not beaten Collingwood since the same season. They haven't won 9 games in a year since then, North Melbourne. They're looking to try and run it back tonight. From 17 down, they've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals. North in front early in the final term. Sherry palms it down to O'Sullivan, who kicks inside 50. Frampton's there to pick it off.
So I just don't understand why that North Melbourne half forward sprinted to get behind the ball, and that left Larkey 2-on-1, and now Collingwood are able to get the run because they've got the extra number behind the ball. And
they're going corridor. Howe hands it to De Goey, kicks out wide for side bottom. 70 metres out left half forward. McStay leading up the pipe. He ignores that. Now he's got a lead from Pendlebury. Side bottom arcs out to his right. Kicks it closer to goal. Down to Lipinski. Hands on it, no mark. Spills to Spargo. Gets back to support. Handball to Curtis. Hot handball ordinary. Straight to Anderson. Snaps. Hits the post. 2-point game. North Melbourne on top. 10-10 to 10-8. 2 minutes gone. Final term. 2 points in it.
Well, this Curtis is one of their key players, and he's stuck on the back line.
Zerha off the back flank, kicks up for Darling on the wing, can't quite take the mark, and the Pies arrive through Houston. Back feeds it to Josh Dacos, kicks into the middle, finds Pendlebury to De Goey, lifts the kick inside 50, looking for Nick Dacos. Curtis chops it off, Kangaroos ball again to Parker, away to Daniel, centre half back, his kick made to look good by Finn O'Sullivan, who goes in and wins it, worried out of it momentarily, tackled. Wrapped up, all up in the middle of the ground. North by 2 points, 3 into the 4th.
6 lead changes in the game. 6 of them to start this final term, which is only 2 minutes old. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
I'm just watching Nick Dacos now gone to full forward after starting this term in the middle.
The game on the line. Around the ball is side bottom. He gets a hurried kick forward. Down there is Buller. Nice work. Spoils to the advantage of Nick Dacos hitting up. Shoved out of the way by Luke McDonald. Zerha wins the footy for North. Kicks down the wing. Sherry bangs bodies with Cameron. Free kick for an illegal block. It's going North's way. Advantage applied. Bench takes it. Kicks it long. Larkey gives a shove to Frampton. It's illegal.
Big shove.
Mark to Larkey, right half forward, 35 out.
So just to go back to that rule, you are allowed to
hands on,
protect space and maintain space. You are not allowed to create space.
Yep.
Well, Nick Larkey created a hell of a lot of space
Well,
there.
it's a double movement, isn't it? Hands on, then push. It's quite remarkable how they get away with it.
Oh. 1 goal, 3, all in the opening quarter. Hit both posts and 3 behinds before he kicked a goal. This is a huge kick for the skipper. Is it rocks or diamonds? It's another poster.
Never looked like it.
No, he didn't.
His third poster of the night.
Well, we run in that angle. It's an angle that's got to come across your body. For a key forward, you just...
North by 3, 4 minutes into the last.
Collingwood chipping it around. Off halfback Howe. He moves it up into the middle of the ground for Anderson. North by 3 points. Anderson looks out very wide, city side of the ground. Houston marks. Runs forward of it now. Kicks inside 50. A low ball turnover. A low down Luke Parker defensive mark for the Kangas.
So that's 1 goal, 4 and another which didn't score from Larkey in the third quarter of his shots at goal.
Parker chips it away to Caleb Daniel. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We've got a good finish. Daniel goes back out wide and McDonald. Luke McDonald, the second generation route, kicks around that city side of the ground. Darling, uncontested mark.
He can't go super quick here. I'll cover this.
What can the Roos build? Looks for Larkey. He's got it.
Oh, it's a great mark.
Wow.
Outpoints Frampton to take it. 20 out directly in front.
Take that back. That was a great grab.
Well, you're right, though. You were spot on, though, Liggy, because he had no support at the ground and Frampton had another player down there with him. So that is a great mark to take. That's trust. The thing is about Larkey now, he's got to realise his teammate trusted him.
Yep.
Now the team's trusting him to kick this goal.
Kick through the ball.
Oh, yeah,
1 goal, 4. 1 out of bounds on the full. 30 out directly in front. In need of a captain's goal. Larkey does it. And he lets out a roar of celebration. North by 9 points. 11-11-77. Plays 10-8-68. 6 minutes into the fourth. Tim Hodges has got his eyes all over Nick Dacos.
Well, he had the entire three-quarter time break, he had worked with the physio. He took the first passage of play. He started in the middle, then went to full forward. Then he tried to come off the ground while Larkey was having that shot at goal. He was told to go back to the full forward line. And he's now said, no, I'll go straight in the middle. I don't think he's right out there. Something is wrong. He just keeps stretching on that right-hand side, so he is tight, but he is putting himself back in the middle.
He's had 20 tonight, Nick Dacos, which is incredibly down for him. The guy that has touched the footy more than anyone else this season. Sherry got a hand pass away. Nick Dacos broke it up. Spills to DeGoey. He's tackled, lost it. O'Sullivan for North. Hand pass away towards Spargo. Still the middle of the ground. Hand pass goes back to Sheasel. Short kick to half forward. Half volley pick up in all of that. Taken by Simpkin. Hand pass back to centre half forward. Intercepted. DeGoey to Long to Nick Dacos. Hand pass releases Perryman. He's got space in front of him. Runs, carries. Kicks it to full forward for Buller. Leaps up in a pack. No mark. Spills to Daniel. Caught. Tackled. Umpire says ball up.
Tell you what, very lucky. He's had. Oh, he's trying to get through that. That's holding the ball every day of the week.
Yep.
Full forward for Collingwood. North by 9 points. Early doors. Final term.
Up it goes. Sherry taking it out of the ruck. He's tackled by McStay. And we'll do it again.
North led this. Collingwood led this game by 17 in the third quarter. North, since that point, have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals.
Including the last 3 in the game. Sherry hacks it out of the air towards the boundary line. Ball tumbles out. Throw in left forward pocket for Collingwood. 8 minutes into the fourth. North by 9 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Umpire 12s it back in. Cameron flicks it to the front. Lipinski onto it. Handball away to Long, who goes to Pendlebury. Check side from the pocket. Narrow. Misses to the near side. North by 8. 8 minutes played in the fourth term.
Nick Dacos' season low, by the way, 28 disposals against Sydney. He's only gone sub-30 twice. Sub-30 twice and a low of 28. He's currently on 21, Nick Dacos is his current count. As North at half-back, Zerha, hurried kick forward, turns it over. Cameron Marks right on the wing. Collingwood with it. 8-point lead for North. Hand pass away to DeGoey. He kicks inside the forward pocket. Buller arriving late, beats everyone out of play. Throw in forward pocket for the Pies.
Well, North structure's breaking down to get in front of the 50. They've only got 3 players. Collingwood have got 4, maybe 5, just about to step, in fact, 5 over the line. So, again, North have to clear the ball and clear it long, otherwise it'll come straight back.
Cameron and Sherry. Sherry brings it down boundary side. Bounces off Parker. McKercher gathers. Wants to kick across the goal mouth out towards Curtis, who does well. Outpoints Swaddling. Tries to sock it to his own advantage. McCreary buffers him off the footy. Picked up by Swaddling. Centering kick towards full forward. Pendlebury roves. Off to the little champ. And Dacos goals. You cannot keep this man down. Back to 2 points. 11-11, 77 plays 11-9, 75. 9 minutes into the fourth. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And brilliant by McCreary as well. It was Curtis was going to run onto a loose ball then with space to work in and send North Melbourne forward. McCreary worked hard to get over there to clean it up. He wasn't part of the initial marking contest. Got Curtis out of the way, allowed his teammate in Swaddling to pick the ball up and pump it inside forward 50. And again, we said before, chaos ball, but people everywhere. Quick hands from Pendlebury. Nice goal, Nick Dacos.
He's off the ground again. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, yes. So straight from the goal, straight to the bench. He didn't even get a drink. He just went straight to the physio mat and straight with that physio on that right-hand side. So around the hip area, continues to get it worked on. So he's just a work in progress, but gee, they need him back out there, don't they?
Darcy Cameron grabs it out of the ruck. 2-point game. Got a hand pass away to Long for Collingwood. Kicks to Lipinski, who marks. North by 2. Lipinski plays on. 52 out. Lipinski with a bomb. He kicks it all the way home. They're going to review it. But I think Lipinski's got 3. And Collingwood have snatched back the lead. The soft call's touched.
Wow.
Oh. Gee, it's a big call. Zerha diving on the line. And they're going to need conclusive evidence to make this a 6-pointer for Lipinski.
All right, here comes the replay. He definitely gets his hand on it, so it is
behind the line, though.
But that's the question. We need the shot from side on. Because he definitely gets his finger on it. I reckon it's over the line, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, 2 questions here. 1, did he touch it? And then 2,
well, he certainly touched it.
Okay.
It's just whether it's behind the line or behind that padding.
There's a round of applause as they get the side-on shot.
Oh, no, what about that one, Nick? That's
that's
the
right.
point of the ball.
No, it hasn't touched. It hasn't gone past the line. That's got that fat part of the goalpost.
All the ball over all the line.
Yeah. We are talking about
a half-inch.
Insufficient evidence to determine if the ball is touched.
Insufficient evidence. So I think that's the right call. You can't overturn that if the soft call's touched. They back the goal umpire in. It is a 1-point game. A 1-point game. 11-11 to 11-10. 12 minutes gone in the last. Separated by half a game on the ladder. These 4 points huge in the context of the season.
Call with the kick in. Drives it up to a contest. Sherry goes at it. Ball hits the deck. Picked up by side bottom. Collingwood ball. Handball out towards Maynard. Throws a boot at it. In they go. Ed Allen feeds it out, but it's taken by North. Sheasel to Simpkin, to Davies Uniacke on the logo, loops it to McKercher, who tries to work through them, feeds the handball to Simpkin, centre half forward North. He flicks it out wide, room to work for Hardiman, turns it overshoots his target in Whitlock, and the mark taken by a puncher, back pocket for the Pies.
Wow. Every opportunity then to score, North.
Yeah, he's a left-footer too on the run, Riley Hardiman. Could have easily had a look. Off the back flank, Perryman long down the wing, clears the pack, out the back's McCreary. He's got plenty of toe, paddles it out in front, collects, trying to run around Trembach. Big time tackle, handball comes out.
Oh, they paid holding the ball.
Oh, that's a generous
He
whistle.
got a handball on that, didn't he?
Tell you what, it was a good tackle, though.
Yeah, it was.
Because he was through, with his speed and his strength, he was through.
Free kick for North. Trembath to take it. At half back, he kicks out wide for Simpkin. Marks on the City wing. North by a single point. 13 minutes gone, final term. Short kick finds Luke McDonald, who marks in front of Perryman. It's just over halfway. Short kick along the boundary line, barely the required range. Got it to Hardiman. Hand pass back to the veteran McDonald. He can kick inside the forward 50. Whitlock leaping from the back, had a fair bit of it. No mark. Spins out of traffic. Great tackle. He's run down by Frampton.
Dangerous tackle.
Dumping tackle is the call. It's a free kick for Whitlock.
You know what? He's probably right.
North will get it in the goal square. Advantage applied. And it's a goal for the Kangaroos. Gee, that's a moment. Whitlock dumped in the tackle. They paid advantage. And the 6 points will count for the Kangas to make it a 7-point game.
I think the tackle, when you have a look at the tackle, it wasn't a great tackle.
Mick. Larkey kicks the goal. He's got 3. North by 7.
No, I like a good tackle there. Well, under the rules, because he slung him, and he did hit his head. Okay.
7-point game. Goal to Larkey makes it 3. 2 in this final term.
Here it is here.
Nick Dacos back on the ground.
Collingwood fans seeing the replay and can judge their thoughts on it. North by 7. Trembath leaps high, lays it down beautifully to Davies Uniacke. Handball to Simpkin. His handball impacted. Side bottom can't gather though. Simpkin can again. After Finn O'Sullivan, he'll kick the Roos inside 50. Darling a run and jump. Over the back it goes.
Jack Darling free kick for the push.
He got a little nudge. And it's unravelling in the black and white.
So Billy Frampton can't do that, which I agree that was actually a push. But Nick Larkey can do what he did earlier, the other push. They're both the same thing. They're both pushes.
Of course they are. But, the forward always gets the benefit of the doubt. Honestly.
Jack Darling. Set shot. 35 metres out. Virtually directly in front. His drop punt is pulled left. It's a let-off. The door remains ajar. If Collingwood are good enough. North by 8. Quarter-hour mark. Final term.
Their reputation has slipped in recent times. Collingwood for the masters of the close finish. Howe goes wide to Maynard, kicks down the wing. Trembath spoils, can't kill it. Lipinski keeps it alive. Handball to McStay. Handball to Pendlebury. Now 70 metres out for the Pies. Hand pass down to Allen. Tackled soon as he got it. Ball spits out. Still there to be won. O'Sullivan jumps on top of it. Pendlebury tackles handball up.
And Collingwood had 4 players running free then. They just needed to control the football. Forward line was quite open too.
Stays slapping it down. Anderson coming through. Long sockers it on. Free kick coming back to Anderson.
Oh, please.
It's clipped tight. Lingy doesn't like it.
It's a bump in his chest and he flung his head back.
Sent that Buffon with hair just flying backwards as he kicks it out wide to Josh Dacos. North by 8 points. Josh Dacos waits the kick. Looking for a marker. McStay goes up, hands to it. Simpkin roving, worried out of it. All on the ground, 30 out from Collingwood's goal. McCreary picks it up. Nowhere to go. North still by 8. 17 played final term.
Umpire tosses it up. Comes out to Sheasel. He's tackled dispossessed. Simpkin got it out to O'Sullivan at centre half back for the Roos. Handball away to Davies Uniacke. Retreats back to Parker, who tried to volley it out of midair. Missed it. Had a windy and the pack forms behind him, and the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up. 40 out from the Collingwood goal.
Interesting thing for Parker, given his experience.
Yeah.
Got to put your hands on those. Ooh, that's a good push too.
North by 8 points. McStay grabs it out of the ruck. Pushed off his kick. Davies Uniacke wins it for North. Hands it to Parker. Uses his hands here on the drop punt and finds Larkey. Contested mark at centre half back for the Roos. Kangas by 8. Halfway through the final term.
Larkey looks laterally to Simpkin.
Been a good last quarter from Larkey after having a shocker to 3/4 time. He's responded well.
Simpkins had a good average day all day. I think he's been there all day.
Simpkin to Davies Uniacke, who kicks it away to Parker. He hurries the kick up to half forward, off the hands of Whitlock. Banshee is wrapped up and a ball up on the logo.
Larkey, 4 disposals, 2 goals, 1, 3 marks in this final term.
Up it goes. McStay takes it out of the ruck, gets it out to Pendlebury. A rare fumble from him. But it might work out. Houston, he's picked off by Zurhaar. Big bump. Houston's down and sore in the middle. Zurhaar goes in again. Ball ends up with Anderson. He gets a handball out for Collingwood. Taken by Parker. Ruse ball off to Stevens. Away to Harvey, and he hurries a kick to the wing.
Might have got the horns in that one, Houston, as the kick goes out wide, close to the boundary line. Josh Dacos shoved out by Banch, and a boundary throw-in on the wing. It's an 8-point lead for North. They trailed by 17 in the third. They've kicked 5 of the last 7 goals. In fact, stretch it back further than that. They have kicked 6 of the last 8. And the boundary throw-in eventually comes to Crisp. Runs his way through traffic. Kicks inside 50. Nick Dacos in a one-on-one. He's beaten. McDonald outmarks him.
Yeah, excellent Luke McDonald.
Yeah, and that's experience from a backline player, not losing contact with your man.
Oh, McDonald shares it wide, and the short kick that came out of defence from Cooper Harvey. He blows his lines, kicks it wide to Zurhaar, who did well to touch it. And in the end, a boundary throw-in half forward for the Pies. 8-point lead for North as we tick into time on in the last.
Umpire spins it back in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Sherry tries to punch it forward. It ricochets away. Stevens gathers. Back 50 for the Roos. Back to Harvey by hand. High kick towards Trembath. Outpointed by Howe. Collingwood take it back. Forward of the wing. Howe kicks a floater into the pocket. Bouncing ball for Sherry. Ricochets off his chest. McDonald, he's over it. Right on the logo of 50 and a ball up. North by 8 points. McStay trying to slap it on. Comes out to the goey. He dumps it on the boot. High kick to full forward. Membry's down there. Combin 2. Combin halves it. Handball out from Core. Suck it on by Swadling. Out of bounds on the full. North in their back pocket. They lead by 8 points. 20 and a half into the fourth.
Core goes short to Parker.
Everyone needs to take a breath.
They haven't had a lot of composure out of their back 50.
No, they haven't.
I know they're under enormous pressure, but...
Long down the line, Larkey looking for the juggled mark. Frampton knocks it away from him and Whitlock shoved out. So boundary throwing between wing and half forward for the Pies. North by 8, 21 gone final term.
Collingwood have only got the one extra, which is North now are starting to work it out that anything going forward, they've got to be able to defend the ball in their forward line. Otherwise, we'll just get run straight back.
Kangas with 4 of the last 5 goals from the boundary throw-in. Sherry grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick forward. Curtis decides to whack it further afield. Frampton does well. Intercepts on the half-back line. Hand pass to Puncher. Kicks off the right peg. Back inboard. Clever kick to Allen. Links up with Josh Dacos. Collingwood run the corridor. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Back to Josh. Soccer skills inside 50 to Crisp. Steps his way around one. The AFL's Iron Man knocks it through. Collingwood within 2. And Jack Crisp pulls the rope back towards centre for the Pies. 12-10 to 12-12. North by just 2 points. 22 gone in the last. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Fantastic goal, Jack Crisp. Under a bit of pressure, running hard forward to finish that off. But, Mick, can I take you back to near the middle of the ground?
Absolutely.
Cam Zurhaar's decision, he was never going to get there and cut off the ball to then overcommit, go sliding past the contest, completely open the door from Collingwood. You've got to know if you're not going to get there.
Yeah, and let the opposition make the play as opposed to a free play.
A bad mistake, a bad decision. A fantastic finish by Jack Crisp. He took advantage of it.
Yeah, well, that was a great finish.
Yeah.
You have to get past a player for a start off.
North by 2 points. The Collingwood chant goes up. Tapping it down, Darcy Cameron ricochets back to him. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Kicks the Pies inside 50. Stevens halves it, then wins it at ground level for North. At centre half back, off to Simpkin, to Cooper Harvey. Pokes a kick out wide for Parker. Plays on quickly to McKercher. Lifts the handball to Darling. Forward of halfway. Back to McKercher. Kicks into the pocket. Sherry's in good position. He marks it.
That's good movement by Sherry because he had... and Cameron did everything right as a ruck when he went down there with him. It's just Jerry played the boundary side and it was a left footer that kicked it in. So by rights, he shouldn't be actually marking that. But that's a very, very good kick inside the front 50.
Very acute angle. Both rucks going at it tonight. The reigning best and fairest at their clubs. Sherry shared his with Sheasel. Tight angle here. Big moment. Drop punt. Just slides across the goal mouth. 3 points. North Melbourne's lead. 23 minutes played final term.
Nick Dacos, who's been at full forward in his final terms, now at full-back, taking the kick out. Collingwood have scored 2 goals from the kick-ins tonight. 3 points down. Measures his kick, finds long on the 50. Collingwood again go corridor. Straight up the pipe, turnover. Parker takes the intercept mark for the Kangas. And Parker goes short with it, finds McKercher. Kangas in 2 one-score games this year, so 2 games decided by 6 points or less. The Kangaroos won them both. Collingwood 2 wins, 3 losses and a draw in their 6 games decided by a goal or less. And the Kangas have worked it all the way out the city wing for Larkey. Tick, 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 tick. Final 5 minutes. North by 3. Larkey with a contest. Out to the 50. Off the hands of Sherry. Slides out the back. Half back for Collingwood. And Josh Dacos slides out of bounds with the Sharon. Boundary throw in, 45 out from the Roos goal.
So we know the Dacoses and De Goey and Pendlebury will try and influence the game from here. I want to see that from Davies Uniacke. He's only had 20 touches to this point, so he's been okay. But just his evolution as a player, take over this last 5 minutes. Get your team over the line.
Forward pocket for North. Tapped down by Sherry. Collingwood steal it though. Crisp releases the run of Nick Dacos. Just lifts the kick beautifully for Long. It was just out of his reach, in fact. Couldn't take the mark. Wrenches it free though, Long, but not before the umpire says, let me ball it up.
Well, he was free there. That was a good bit of play by Caleb Daniel too, just to be able to put his body on the ball.
North by 3. Ball up on the wing. Tapped down by Cameron. Finn O'Sullivan. Stripped of it. Umpire lets them rumble. Davies Uniacke picks it up. Off to Caleb Daniel. To Stevens. To Colby McKercher. Pokes inside 50. Over clubs looking for Larkey. Out the back. Strong tackle Maynard. Broken by Trimbath. Left foot snap. Floats across the goal mouth. No one can mark it. Josh Dacos roves. Look out. Handball gets it clear to Perryman.
3-point game. Kangas lead it. Pies coming out of defence. Perryman the 1-2 with De Goey. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Handball back to De Goey. Took on Davies Uniacke. Great tackle. Ball comes out. Nick Dacos hits it at speed. 2 bounces. Over halfway Nick. Gives it to Chris. Hand pass to centre half forward for Darcy Cameron. Kicks inside 50. Membry.
Good kick, Membry too. He's under pressure. He is a dead-eye dick.
He's got it at right half forward on a 45-degree angle. He'll kick from just inside 50.
Great play by Collingwood to run the ball out with precision but also no panic. Just gave it to the right players and kept on streaming down. North were always under pressure to tackle.
And this is the bit they need their key forward to do. All the key names involved in the chain. De Goey, Nick Dacos, Crisp, Cameron, Membry for the finish. He does his thing. Collingwood in front. Membry's got 2. And the Pies snatch back the lead at the 27-minute mark of the final term. Membry the marksman. Collingwood by 3. 13-10-88. North 12-13-85. Lead change number 7 with 3 to play.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm thinking that Sheasel's going forward. Curtis has come off. I think he's injured. I can't believe that North, with 3 minutes left, would put Sheasel forward. It's no use defending the ball in the middle. Collingwood have got the lead. Collingwood now have to... They've got a... Well, they're very good. I know they haven't done it this year, but they're very good at protecting a lead. Sheasel's playing...
He must be coming up almost as another mid.
And you know what he's going to do? He's going to leave Dacos free.
Last 2 goals of the game for Collingwood. Cameron hooking it down. Simpkin takes it, but he's bracketed quickly by a couple of Pies. Another ball up in the middle. Cameron lays it down nice and close. Nick Dacos hurries a kick forward. Comben can't quite get there. Ball spills free. Taken there by Membry. Just gets it out. Long hurries a kick inside 50. Anderson can't take it low down. The Roos arrive. Comben desperate, sprawling for it. Lost it. Has it pulled into him and a ball up. Collingwood by 3.
No talk there by North. They've mucked it up totally.
Parker would have loved to have just come through with momentum towards goal.
Sherry whacks it free, whacks it out of play. Trickles out of bounds, throw in. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Jeremy Howe looks done. It looks like a groin. So this is a dirty night for the Magpies with Lockie Schultz with that ankle as well. So they really need the 4 points. If they lose this one, that's going to be a bad night for them on the injury front and if they lose.
What about Curtis, Timmy?
No, just cramp, Mick.
Had those string of groin injuries last year, of course. Jeremy Howe also had a concussion on the run. He's played 14 of the 17 games this year, though. Collingwood lead it by 3. We're now in the half-hour mark of the final term. From the ball up, taken by side bottom on the wing. Hand pass found. Cameron under pressure. Handball further forward. Core attacks it, wins it. Kanga's back with it. Punts it over halfway. Darling in the tangle. Offhand, spills close to the boundary line. Zerha wanting to keep it alive. It's out now. And the ump says spin it in. 60 metres out from North's goal. Final 2 minutes. Collingwood by 3.
They're in good position to attack here, the Kangaroos. It's Finn O'Sullivan probably is the free at this stoppage.
Both rucks miss it. They go to ground. Stevens gathers out the back. He's tackled off his kick. Pendlebury there for the Pies. Off the Perryman. High kick to the wing. Ball brings it down. Wins it at ground level. North possession again. The Davies-Uniacke trying to work through them. Just chips a kick. Simpkin does well, though he loses it. Picked up by side bottom. Collingwood back the other way. Off to McStay. Kicks up to half forward. Mark taken by Membry. Slows it up. Pokes it to the pocket. And Lipinski marks. 40 out. On a tight angle. 5 in from the boundary line.
Unfortunately, the difference is Davies-Uniacke wins that. And just does nothing with it. Goes nowhere with it. We've rewind back to what ended up with the Membry goal. Dacos got it and ran and broke the line. Like, we're talking big levels of difference in class between those two. That's what Davies-Uniacke has got to aspire to be able to influence in those moments.
But even Simpkin to control the ball, then missed the ball.
Very wide out, Pat Lipinski looking for his third. Postman, Pat. Hits the post. Collingwood by 4 points and North with a chance in this game.
55 seconds to win it. Parker with the kick out, straight up the pipe, turnover. Josh Dacos takes the intercept mark.
Well, if you're going to kick in, you don't stand 90 metres back and expect an easy kick.
And now they spread, and North have got a man up in a hurry. Tick, tick, tick as the seconds run out. Kick goes wide to Houston on the wing. Collingwood by 4. They led by 17, fell behind. They're hanging on here to a contest at half forward. Intercepted by Parker. Short kick to Spargo. North will get another look. Handball to Daniel. Handball to Parker. Inside the corridor for Sheasel. Mowed down by Nick Dacos. Ball comes out. Simpkins tackled. Side bottom runs him down. Ball up front edge of the centre square for North. Clock stops. There's seconds left in it. Collingwood by 4. North need to be perfect from the stoppage.
Up it goes. Sherry slaps it out. Taken by Anderson. Ball spits out. Sheasel gets it on the boot. High kick towards the pack. Trimbath goes up. Hands to it. Doesn't mark. Ball just free. Cardiac Collingwood. Back to their winning ways in a close finish. The Pies by 4.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barrackers are shouting as all barrackers should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Oh, the barrackers are shouting all right. You can feel the place rocking. Collingwood, they continue their role as the gatekeeper for 10th place. The wildcard places on the AFL ladder, 13-11-89. They defeat North 12-13-85. 6 points they led by a quarter time. 5 at the half. 3 points at the final change. North headed them. They led by 9 points. Collingwood Gold, they led by 7 points North, and Collingwood kicked the last 2 to win by 4.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The primetime Pies, they defend their place on this stage and in the top 10. They are now 6 points clear of North Melbourne, and for the Kangaroos, it's the same old story. They're not ready yet. Collingwood 13-11-89, North Melbourne 12-13-85 in front of 48,369. The Magpies by 4 points. The goal kickers, McStay with 3, 2 for Lipinski, 2 for Membry, and then singles for Schultz, for Pendlebury, for Cameron, Crisp, Swadleen and Nick Dacos. Meanwhile for North Melbourne, 3 for Larkey, 3 for Curtis, and then 1 each for Spargo, Hardiman, Darling, Sherry, Bench and Trembath. Injuries out of this. For Collingwood, an ankle injury for Schultz and a groin injury for Howe in the waning moments. Tom Blamires was concussed in the first half after a tackle from Jack Crisp, which will be looked at by the MRO, but didn't have any arms pinned in the tackle. So hopefully for the AFL's Iron Man, he'll be right to go. And hopefully for Tom Blamires, there's no serious concern beyond the obvious and the immediate troubles for the young Kangaroo. Collingwood by 4 points. It was close all night. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, and the experienced, wise old heads of the Magpies get it done in the finish.
And just the moments that really mattered at the end, Corbs. Those key Collingwood players did it. And the one passage of play where De Goey was caught cold, he was nailed in the tackle, but his strength through the hips to just get a hand on it. I thought it might have been holding the footy, but he got the handball, and they were able to then explode off half-back, and it involved Nick Dacos, and it involved the run and creativity that he has. And they got into that forward line, and Tim Membry took the mark and kicked the crucial goal that put their noses in front.
That was the play, wasn't it?
That was the play.
To go, Nick Dacos, Crisp, Cameron, Membry, goal.
Correct. And then when North tried and maybe had the slightest hint that they could do it, they just weren't able to break open the Davies Uniacke one down.
No.
If he'd been able to run and hit a target across half forward and they wheel and go, it's deep in their forward line.
That's right.
They maybe kicked the goal, but Sheasel got caught by Nick Dacos trying to charge through. So the star North Melbourne players weren't able to influence the crucial moments at the end. The star Collingwood players did influence it, and that was the difference in a really quite entertaining at times, kind of strange game, Mick, and some tactics that some worked, some were baffling to us.
Yeah.
It was an intriguing game, and those crucial moments, Collingwood did it better.
Yeah, spot on. I was just going through a couple of stats there. Marks inside 50, it's 13 to 16 to North Melbourne. Wow. And really, I'm not, look, I can't tell you from what I've got on the phone here, just worked it through what was the actual score, but nonetheless, North had only one less inside 50. But if you've marked it 16 times to 13, you'd generally think, you'd think there's going to be 16 shots. Even if you go 80% of those, you're going to have 12 shots. But you're right. It's the key players that, look, even Parker coming out and trying to kick the ball off the ground in that last quarter, that was a panic kick. It was just uneducated for that type of play at the time. And I thought Cherry was quite good. I thought Cameron was quite good. The midfield, when you're way up the midfield, is probably pretty even in regard to stats. I'm not 100% sure again, but it's the product. It's how many times you actually go into the forward line with the ball as a midfielder. I always judge midfield by, what they do with the football and how many times they get inside 50, because I think it's pretty easy to get a lot of kicks on the half-back line or through the back line.
Correct.
I was still mystified, and I'll remain mystified, how you can allow a Josh Dacos
33 disposals for the game.
To sit off, and I'm still baffled who he actually played on, because outside of the 666, he probably moved across to someone, but I don't really think that he was. I don't think he manned anyone up. He just stood where he wanted to stand, and to the counter that, Pendlebury decided where he wanted to stand for Daniel to pick him up. Why Caleb Daniel wants to play key centre half back is beyond me. But I know why, because I was going to say beyond me, but I know why, because he wants to be the loose player. Now, if that's a directive, well, he played it perfectly. But if it's being common sense, where you've got to make sure that you're accountable to a player like Pendlebury, who, Scotty Pendlebury, I'm not sure how many he had, but whatever he did with it, he always did it well. So there's a lot of things there.
Can I compare those two for you, Mick, and add some stats to what you're saying? So Josh Dacos playing kind of either as a half-back or getting behind the stoppage, like we spoke about.
Still half-back.
33 disposals, but 6 inside 50s.
Yeah, there you
which, as a midfielder, you probably want 6 to 8 inside 50s and pumping the ball in there. He's doing it from half-back.
Yeah.
Caleb Daniel, who's the one that we would think of for North Melbourne. McKercher does it sometimes, but Caleb Daniel frees ball use, because he's certainly not there to defend.
No.
Because he can't defend.
No, he can't defend.
He had 14 disposals and 0 inside 50.
So there's the difference.
And so there's, you go huge win Collingwood and not so North Melbourne. From kickouts, Luke Parker tried that last one, and they didn't have anything set. They didn't have a plan for it. Josh Dacos takes the mark and
in the centre of the ground
ends the game. Now we go back to early on in the game. Collingwood clearly had some plans coming out from their kick. They kicked 2 goals from kick out. Really, you should concede on average maybe half a goal a game over the course of a season from kick out.
Yeah, exactly.
And so 2 goals in a game that's decided by 4 points. There's the game.
There it is, yeah.
Early on, I think to half-time or three-quarter time, it was 4 goals from centre-bounce clearances Collingwood's way. To eventually North Melbourne got 1 or 2, but they were on 0 at the time. Again, there's the difference in a game that's decided by 4 points. So we are talking the old Al Pacino speech in Any Given Sunday. We are talking inches to decide a game of football, and Collingwood, they won their inches.
Amazing. So 5 goals, 6 each from stoppage tonight, but from the centre bounce, 4-2 to 1-2. And as you said, from kick-ins, 2 goals to zip Collingwood's way. And that's 5-goal split when you compare as you combine the kick-outs and the centre bounce, and went Collingwood's way, and ultimately they win a game by 4 points. The Magpies home, 13-11-89. North Melbourne, 12-13-85. So it's now 6 points, the gap between the two teams on the premiership table. By the way, keep this in mind, Nick Dacos had 28 and kicked a goal. It's an equal season low. For most other AFL players, it would be the night of their career. They had 28 disposals and a goal. And we're in round 18 of the season, and an equal season low for Nick Dacos in what is surely going to be a Brownlow medal winning year. Collingwood by 4. Tim Hodges is down there as the Magpies make their way in. Hodgie.
Don't jinx it for Nick. Poor Nick. We've got to try and get him one Brownlow. Very happy rooms, as you'd imagine. We won't have Nick afterwards, but we will have his brother. Josh Dacos will join us on ABC Sport. The Magpies, Bo McCreary, the last Magpie in the song. They're a happy bunch. Out of jail, I think, today. For the 9th time this year, they'll belt this one out.
As old Americans show. For the good old Collingwood.
The rooms are jam-packed down here. Very happy. We'll have Josh Dacos for you shortly, guys. I tell you that the fallout for the injury front is also big for the Magpies, which we'll have to dig deep into. Lockie Schultz with that serious ankle injury, which, Mick was the first one to forecast that looked every bit a syndesmosis. And Jeremy Howe, I'm really worried with him. And late in that last quarter, looked like he's done another groin that really ruined his season last year. He didn't return to the field, so he'll be a big watch as well.
Thanks, Hodgie. And then, of course, there's the Jack Crisp tackle, which left Tom Blamires concussed and will at least be looked at by the MRO. But
he's fine.
There you go. Cameron Ling's given him the green light on that. Didn't pin either arm But an unfortunate outcome, obviously, for the young Roo. 9.5 wins. The Magpies on the live ladder up to 7th. They are in front of Geelong and the Western Bulldogs. Of course, both those two teams to play this weekend, as will Carlton. The Blues won't be able to catch them, though. So the lowest Collingwood could fall if results went against them would be 9th by the end of the weekend. While for North Melbourne, they're on the outside looking in. They remain in 11th spot. They could be a game and percentage outside of the top 10 by the time the weekend comes to a close. The quarter-by-quarter scores really tell the story of the night. Collingwood by 6 at quarter time, by 5 at the half, by 3 at three-quarter time, and by 4 in the finish. It was that kind of night. Collingwood led for more than 70% of it, but it never got too wide either way. Collingwood's biggest lead was 17. The biggest lead for North Melbourne was only 9 points, and the Kangaroos still led at the 27-minute mark of the final term. Over 48,000 in the house. Collingwood by 4, up to 7th on the premiership table. They make it 4 in a row.
So that's 4 in a row. Just by looking at the draw, there is a double game, Benny. You're spot on.
Oh, an 8-point game.
Oh well. You have a think of next week. North play Melbourne.
Yep.
Collingwood play Carlton. And now you can almost argue Melbourne's form should deliver that, but nonetheless, then Collingwood play Adelaide. North play St Kilda. So we'll just say that could be even as well. Collingwood play Geelong, Hawthorn and North. Western Bulldogs and North, West Coast and Collingwood. Hawthorn and Collingwood, North and Geelong. So it doesn't get easier. Collingwood, Brisbane last game, Sydney, North last game. Quite frankly, it's you don't want to say it's season, well, with the wild card, but even that could well be beyond North, given that Saints and Giants, and perhaps even Port, who I think they've lost 4 games under 5 points or 5 games under 4 points. Now, their form's not that bad. So I think North's this could have been North's season.
Yep.
Honestly,
where are they going to make up the 6 points?
And that's what it is. So it's not. It's not only 6 points. They're going to make it up against the sides that are just below them, who at the end of this weekend will probably be level with them.
Yep.
So it's a horrible thought to think that.
Like I'm talking about as if Collingwood are guaranteed to get there.
That's right.
And that's just to catch the Magpies, let alone all the other teams.
That's it. It's. We've heard so. You just keep hearing it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But when's it going to happen? When are they going to? Probably have to. They're going to have to bite the bullet on a. I hate saying this because it's about a player, but when Daniels was overlooked by the Dogs, people were asking the question why. You can always think it's going to happen because of that reason, because he just can't defend the ball.
Let's go to the winners' rooms. Collingwood by 4 points to make it 4 in a row. Hodgie.
Corbin, Josh Dacos has been good enough to come over and join us on ABC Sport. We really appreciate your time, Josh. Congratulations. A brilliant performance personally. And gee whiz, felt like the team got out of jail tonight.
Yeah, it did. Really close game all night, and North kind of jumped us a little bit in the last few calls that didn't go our way, which was disappointing. But, we move on. We continue to fight as a group, and something we've been really good at the last few years. And I think during this patch, we saw it in last week against Gold Coast, just how connected we are when times get tough. And, we got through.
Did it feel that you were just making it really difficult for yourselves in that last quarter?
Yeah, I feel like all game I would have loved if, we possessed the ball a bit more, kind of probe our way through them. It felt like, they were zoning a lot and flooding numbers back, and we just kind of kept kicking long to them. But, we managed to get through in the end. And it's just good to be putting up a decent score. I think we've, focused on our offense a lot, and we're moving the ball a bit quicker, and we're definitely challenging teams, when we do hit those kicks.
Before I send you upstairs to the boys, can I just ask you about your own form? Was that your best game of the year? 33 possessions. It felt like just about your best.
Yeah, possibly. I'll reflect upon my game, and as a team I thought, like I said, we continued to fight, and I thought I had an all-round game, really well-rounded offensively and defensively, and as a group we'll continue to build. We've got plenty more to give, and we've got a few big games coming up which we can't wait for.
You're right in it. Awesome to have Josh Dacos. He's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs to Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Josh, congratulations on the game. Fantastic performance. A very entertaining game as well. Just focusing in a bit on your role, and Tim's right in the way that you played tonight was brilliant. You were clearly, we could see early on in the game, you set up behind those stoppages, obviously with vision on the game and being able to attack. No doubt the opposition and North are constantly trying to round you up and not let you be effective there. What are you constantly trying to do to free yourself up so you can influence?
Yeah, it's a good question. Really early on, their defence was really good and they were kind of quite sticky and almost playing man on man. And, sometimes you just got to look a bit disinterested, walk a bit, and somehow the ball sometimes gets to you. But, I got lucky teammates who continue to find me the ball. I get in good position, but, they win it and from there we go. But, I thought as a team tonight from stoppage, there's still plenty more work to do. I felt like, we can be more damaging and use our numbers that are free behind the stoppage. We look forward to, analysing that during the week.
I've got two quick questions about kick-outs. Number one is your kick-outs. Looked like there was some nice little, I dare say, set plays early on from the kick-outs that got an amazing result. 2 goals direct from your kick-ins after a point had been scored. Were they set plays? They looked very good.
No, they weren't. It's something we've definitely been working on, though, all round, just our ball movement. And, we've been able to defend reasonably well for the last few years, but I feel like this year in particular, our offence is kind of stagnated in a league that's forever evolving. You've got to adapt, and I feel like that's what we've done in this patch here. We've been able to put a few scores up of 100, and like you said, even from kick-ins, be able to be dangerous and be able to take that risk and live with it and know that, we're going to play the game on our terms. So it gives us a lot of energy, and, I love seeing us go coast to coast.
And the other kick-out, the one at the end, right at the end of the game from North Melbourne, Luke Parker, what were you thinking as it was sailing through the air, thinking, I'm going to have to stand under this mark, this footy, and I have no idea what's about to come over the top of me, and no doubt someone's coming. But you just took it beautifully. What was going through the mind?
Yeah, once again, we rehearsed it so well as a team. I feel like we're all really calm out there. And, North have got a lot of kickers that they like to take the game on. They might look one way and go the other. And I felt like Luke Parker was doing it in that play, and I just kind of held my ground. Just happened to be in a good spot. He didn't give it too much air, which probably helped me because they got some big boys coming from behind. But, it's a real credit to our, team system. I might be the one marking it, but as a team, we all support each other and make each other better.
You get asked about your brother all the time, Josh. You're outstanding yourself tonight, and I don't want to take the gloss off that. But just on Nick, by the way, I don't know what he was doing tonight. Only had 28 disposals and kicked a goal. It was an equal season low.
Shit house.
28. Is he aware of some of these gaudy numbers that he's putting up?
Yeah, it's incredible. I was actually talking to Dad today. We were in the car driving, and something came up about, our football journeys. And, Nick's in particular, I feel like he was always dominant as a junior, but, we couldn't have seen this coming. I feel like the way he's grown each year with his leadership, and like you said, this year, I think he's hitting the scoreboard and having, 30-odd touches, which is ridiculous. So even on the nights where he might be a little bit quieter statistically, he has some big moments, and we saw that with, that massive play for Tim Membry's goal. And personally, it's awesome, I get to play with my brother. I love playing with him, and, never take it for granted.
You haven't actually missed a game that he's played, Josh. Yeah. So we talk a lot about Jack Crisp's streak, but you guys have one of your own going at the moment.
Yeah, I keep telling Crispy I'm going to put something in his food one week because I'm close. I think I'm at about 120 maybe. It's remarkable what Jack's doing. He's been an unbelievable player for so long, and to play in the midfield and bash and crash every week and front up's incredible. So, it's a credit to him.
Last one, Josh. We talk all the time about, oldest team in the competition, most experienced. What role did experience play tonight, do you think, when the game was on the line?
Yeah, it definitely helps. We have experience everywhere, and I think even what I'm loving is some of the younger kids that are coming in, the maturity they're showing and the growth in their game. So it's not only just the older, more mature players, it's actually starting to bleed through to the younger players, which I'm loving. And as a club, a lot of credit's got to go to the coaches. We're following their instructions, and late in game, for a number of years now, we've been quite good at it.
And I know I said last one, but little extra time question. You two banged up teammates, so Lockie Schultz and Jeremy Howe, have you got any updates on how they're going?
Yeah, I spoke to him briefly. I think Howie was just just had a little bit of tightness. And then, for Lockie, it's probably a bit more serious. He'll need to get a scan, and we're hoping it's on the lower end.
Josh, well done tonight. It was a joy to watch you play again, and good luck with the Pies the rest of the way.
Thanks, boys.
Josh Dacos down there in the winners' rooms. Collingwood by 4 points in a hell of a game of footy. It was great for the neutral. It wasn't always the highest quality, perhaps, of what we saw from Fremantle, particularly in the second half on Thursday night, but kept us interested the whole way through. Never drifted beyond 3 goals either way. Collingwood win by 4 points a match with 7 lead changes and that stunning last chain which led to the Membry goal. So tackle bust from Jordan De Goey, a dashing run from Nick Dacos, and in the end Membry puts through the set shot from 50 out at right half forward. The Magpies make it 4 in a row. The experience question that I just asked Josh at the end.
That's a good one. And he answered in a way because he wants to share all the accolades and the win tonight. But it certainly had an impact. It did. And those players that you talked about in that last passage of play, there was a reason why it was those experienced players that got the job done. It was De Goey's strength and composure to not panic and rush the handball despite having been caught cold, to still get a fist on the footy and make sure it's alive. Nick Dacos is, and he's still kind of youngish, but we think of him as an experienced player, to go, I need to run and break a line here. And even as subtle part of that, I think Dan Houston just steps in behind someone and provides a little block for him. That's experience. And then it was crisp. Darcy Cameron, who was unbelievable tonight, to then have the composure to hit Membry. And then it's Membry's experience to not get caught up in the moment. And a huge set shot at goal. He went back through his routine. Mick called it. He's always been a sensational set shot goal kicker, and he nailed it. So that is what games played and pre-seasons done and moments lived. That's what it's all for in those tight games where, on the opposition's hand, they had players who just panicked in a little moment or just missed a kick. And not to, I feel awful pointing out individuals, but, you know, a Riley Hardiman who's quite good. That really obvious kick inside forward 50 earlier on in the quarter where he just completely missed a guy and they could have had another goal there. You know, those little misses. Riley Hardiman, when he's played 225 games of AFL footy, he hits that and his team goes back and wins the game. So, yes, experience counts.
So that is an interesting question. And I'm sure North Melbourne fans will be listening to us driving home thinking, when? When is it going to happen? That this is a team that you would think they're dovetailing. Collingwood's on the way down as North are on the way up. And we thought, is that intersection tonight? And at the 27-minute mark of the last quarter, there were North fans probably thinking yes. And ultimately, they're on the wrong side of it again.
Don't get fooled, though, by... You went through the stats of the games played for North, and they're 7th, I think, right?
7th youngest.
Yeah. Parker and Darling boost that up massively. Caleb Daniel kind of gives it a fair boost as well.
Sorry, you're right.
7th oldest.
Sorry. 7th youngest, but 7th most games. You're right. Sorry.
So let's remove those 3 because... I know Benny said earlier Jack Darling is contracted for next year and maybe he still has a role to play in that forward line. I still thought he attacked the ball well, had some...
Tonight he did,
Yeah. He probably can't play a full season next year, but that's okay. You want somebody to grab his spot and take it, and maybe it's Trembath. But Luke Parker probably showed he still has moments. He can still contribute. He can still... He's a strong, smart player. But he's on his last legs. And Caleb Daniel Mix was right all night about him, analysed it perfectly. He's on the way. So remove those numbers from the equation, and they are still very, very young. That drops their games played down long way down the list. So I know North fans are screaming, going, but we've heard this for so long. It's not yet, but you are taking some steps forward. It's also, I don't think, going to be next year. They should play finals next year, especially with the top 10.
Yep.
But they're not winning the premiership next year.
They're in a really...
The year is the following year onwards.
And Sonia Hood, the president's been very consistent on this, that she's basically said, we're going to judge it at season's end. Obviously, the fascination from us in the media is Alistair Clarkson. So he's on contract until the end of 2027. The reports are Clarkson's looking for an extension. North have said we're not even going to address it until the end of the year. And it feels like if what North are playing for now more than anything else is Alistair Clarkson going to have to coach the last year of his deal off contract, or are North going to commit to him over the summer and extend him out? And it sort of feels like they've got 6 or 7 weeks to decide whether they will recommit to him for a longer term or whether they'll keep him in the hot seat going into next year.
I just think you've got to be really careful. In the coaching field like that, and it is media pressure, make no mistake about it, because I think, okay, if Ellis is after more time, that means he believes he's still fresh enough and got enough to add to them North going forward. The other thing is you've got to say, well, Jack Darling, Luke Parker, and Luke McDonald too is like they're not. They're going to move into the next phase. What are they? I'm just trying to look at the seconds where they are, because again that is, and even that's dangerous because a lot of it is top up players, and when you've got top up players, they're more experienced because the VFL level now is quite poor as far as, we don't want to rubbish it, but it will produce a couple of players, but a lot of players.
So they're 11th, Mick, 6 and a draw.
Yeah.
Exactly even.
So
top, you'll be pleased to know it's a top 10 league with 22 teams.
Yeah, well, that's probably a bit closer to it. But it's how many players they've got out at the moment who could come into that side and improve the side, because the draft is going to run out soon. And let me just say, free agency is Jack Darling, Luke Parker, not Jeremy Cameron when he was fresh and ready to go, or other players like Oscar Allen and these sort of players. They go to the top sides. They don't go to the bottom sides. They don't help you out.
We talk about Collingwood's depth. They lost to them in the curtain raiser by 43.
Yeah.
Right.
Wardlaw comes into this team.
Yes, he does. But he's got a question mark over him, Lingy, with his injuries and also the concussions he's had. Yep. So we'll call it an injury, but he's also had soft tissue injuries, knee injuries. So again, you've got to go on what they've produced so far. He is not a consistent player out there. He's a good player out there, but he's not a consistent player out there.
But I don't think, we love, you're with me on this one, I think, Finn O'Sullivan.
Oh,
they're not yet consistent, those types of players, because they've played 30, 40, 50 games. I reckon another season.
Yeah, I agree. But Larky's got to have some company down there.
Pies by 4 points, a game with 7 lead changes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport into the Kangaroos rooms, and Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbyn just had the message from North Melbourne that they're not keen to give us anyone. So I think they're taking it pretty hard down here, as you would imagine. They build this as their grand final, and to fall so agonisingly short, and with their brutal run home, you just feel that they were up for this one to get over the line with what's to come. It's going to make it a very difficult run to September, which they probably can't get over. Just an update on the injuries down here in the North Melbourne rooms. Tom Blamires was really the only casualty, and that was the concussion. Late in that first term, he went down to the rooms in the quarter time for a HIA, which he failed and was out of the match. That was the Jack Crisp tackle that we'll hear a bit more about, I would think, in the next 24 to 48 hours. And then Josh Dacos, how honest was he with basically giving us the medical report that they're really worried about Lachie Schultz with that ankle that unfortunately looks like a syndesmosis, which, that could almost wipe out the rest of this season for a team that's already missing their other small forward in Jamie Elliott, and obviously Bobby Hill remains out of that team. And then the late emerging one is Jeremy Howe. I've had a bit to do with Jeremy Howe on AFL 360 on Fox where I work, and I just did ask him on the way out, is he okay? And he said, I'm sore. And then, as Josh told us, that he had tightness in that groin. So that was a groin that he ripped off the bone last year. So that's going to be a real watch as well, with Darcy Moore out for the season. If he's out for an extended period, that's just going to make things very, very, very difficult for Craig McRae and the Magpies over the final 6 weeks leading up to wildcard round.
Hodgie, it's a great effort from you down there. Appreciate the latest and the update from Tim Hodges in the North Rooms. It's a great call-out, what Hodgie said there about the small forward. So if Schultz is hurt, they're already without Elliott and Hill. The other one who's right off, by the way, is Bo McCreary. So McCreary ended the game on the bench. He had 9 disposals tonight. He laid 3 tackles, which was a positive. Didn't hit the scoreboard. He now has 1 goal in his last 9 games. He's gone 5 games without a goal.
He's a bloke that's been worried by speculation.
I was about to say, yeah.
That's one, but also, I know this might be a big call, I think he's overrated. I don't think he's a naturally good forward. I think he's got great power and great speed. There's 2 components that are handy.
He's not a $7 million player over 7 years.
Well, I tell you what.
Who's offering that?
Tassie.
Well, you take it. That's what's on his mind. Make no mistake about it. Forget the speed and forget the. But he hasn't got the guile of a half forward. He hasn't got that. He hasn't got the Jamie Elliott. He hasn't got the Bobby Hill who's missing. He hasn't even got the Schultz. And I think Schultz is a defensive type player at best. But McCready, I just think he's an overrated player in a side that is dominated by 2 or 3 players in the middle of the ground that can get the ball in there. He's not.
If you park that, I didn't know that offer. Yeah. That's wow. If you park that offer, though, I think he is what he was in their premiership year, which is just a nice piece in that forward line who puts heaps of pressure on.
Falls out as 6th player though.
Yeah, and
5th or 6th.
Yeah, might create a goal a game for himself. Set up another one a game, and is just a really hard-working a teammate you like playing with. Those sorts of teammates don't get $1 million a year, by the way. They might get, in modern salary cap terms, $450,000 a year.
That's it.
Which is fantastic.
Which is really good freight.
Yeah, exactly. But the average wage now is $380,000, $400,000. So if he's on $1 million a year for 7 years, I assume. Oh, sorry, he's being offered allegedly.
Reportedly offered.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I assume
for 7 years.
It's 7 years, $7 million.
I assume then Paul Curtis up the other end of the ground has been offered $7 million a year for 7 years. So he's got a $49 million deal, has he? That's got. That's how it's got to work.
That is the difference, Lee. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah. So, to me, he's not. If he's not playing, you don't go, well, we're missing that sort of player. Curtis, you go, wow, can't wait to get him back in the side. He is a.
I think the blue sky thing with McCreary was hopefully that he would play like midfield minutes and he would attempt centre bounces and go
smart
forward.
Enough. He's not smart enough to do that. And he's also there's a few components that you've got to look at, and it doesn't matter how good or how bad what people think about you. One is fundamentally in the middle. You have got to be a one-touch player. They're the fundamentals. The second one is you've got to be and he does this. He puts his head over the football. 2 is when you get it, you either give it or you explode with it, and he can explode with it if he's got it, but only if he's got it. And he goes in the middle. We see him do little cameos in the middle. He can go in there 5 times and make no impression except for once. And that doesn't give me the safety of saying there's $1 million player. I tell you what, you can spend your money better than going there.
Put you in an awkward spot. So say all of a sudden North Melbourne season ends today.
Yes.
And what we've got is what we've got, a sample size of 8 wins, 9 losses, and they've got to make a decision on what they're doing with Clarko for next year. What are they doing? Are they extending him out? Or are they saying, you know what, you can coach 2027, we'll see how it goes in the first 8 weeks?
I think that's okay to do that. Yeah, not a problem at all. Because there's been the time to build what he's trying to put in, the foundation.
What year is this, by the way?
Yeah,
so this
will be
this is year 4. So Sonia Hood did the media rounds pre-game today.
First, remembering the first one had the big asterisk because of the off-field stuff, and he had leave from the club. So he's 3 and
we get that. Yep.
Sonia Hood did the media rounds pre-game today and was basically at pains to say he's got 18 months to go on a 5-year contract.
Yep.
He's got 18 months to go.
And I think
didn't sound like they were close to re-signing him or would hurry to do so.
No, but
she's been consistent though that they won't make a decision until the end of the year.
Yeah, and I think that's completely okay because so tonight they played well and there were some really good signs. But I go right back to our pre-game chat. If you walked past the television tonight and you watched them play, you might think, "Oh, there's a finals team." You could walk past them and watch another 20-minute patch of their season at any other point and think they are the worst team in the competition.
Go the last 5 minutes, Lingy.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do is watch the last 5 minutes.
So Sonia Hood's got every right to go, hey, we need to be better than what we are right now before we go, we're going to give you another 3 years on top of the 5-year deal that you've currently got.
I'm always a coach's person, so I know how hard it is, this and stuff, but there's no... I know in my own case, times even at West Coast and early days at Collingwood, we get no, sort of run. Who cares? Who's going to grab the coach?
Yep.
It's only him, and you're only one cog in a part of it. Yes, you are the head cog of the football. Well, thereabouts, but you're not the CEO. You're not the finance person. You're not the membership person. You've got one job to do is to make sure that playing group are playing as well as they possibly can to make finals and then do well in finals. At the moment, we're not seeing them in finals.
Collingwood have now played in 7 one-score games this season. So 3 wins, 3 losses and a draw, which is how it should average out. And for North Melbourne, they're 2 wins and 1 loss in games decided by 6 points or less.
And that's probably a good indication of where Collingwood's at. They are a pretty good team, a good team.
Yep.
But they don't quite have that firepower in the forward line to just completely put a game to bed. So they often play in one-score or close games because they don't consistently score 120 points and go, this game's just over. Yeah. We're done with.
So they're 9-7 on the year with 1 draw. I suspect Collingwood in a 23-game season, they're like an 11-11-1 team. They're exactly...
Well, they'll finish 10th.
Win as many as they lose and they'll
I just look at that draw. It's almost impossible to see North Melbourne make it from here, with all due respect. Yeah. And I'm looking at the Pies, and I've got them winning 2 of the next 6 games.
Wow, only.
Well,
which will get them to 11.
That's right. So next week they play Adelaide in Adelaide.
Mm-hmm. Tough gig.
Yes, very, very tough. The following week they play Geelong.
Sorry, Carlton next week, then Adelaide.
Oh, sorry. So it's Carlton, Adelaide, Geelong.
So Carlton's a 50-50, Adelaide's a no in Adelaide. Geelong's probably a no.
And West Coast they'll win, even though it's over there.
Then they're 1 and a 50-50.
Hawthorn
is probably a no.
And Brisbane
is probably a no.
So that's what I say.
They might win 2 if they beat the Blues.
Yeah, well, and they may drag one of these other ones out, but there's 2, which gives them, as you say, it's...
gets them to 11. Yep.
11 and a half games.
If just on your Collingwood point of that 11-11-1, that seems like where they're at. If you were someone who subscribed to perhaps the Egyptian coach in the World Cup way of thinking, you might think that the AFL just put in a top 10 for the first time this year to make sure that Collingwood would definitely be included in the final series and to maximise revenue.
We know they have a special effort in them. They're the kind of team you probably wouldn't want to play in a wildcard game week 1. Like if you're the Bulldogs or you're someone like that, I'm not sure you think, I want to...
Do I have to cop them?
Because they're generally hard.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, and I look at Maynard. I know a lot of people love to hate him, this sort of stuff. I look at him, he dislocated his shoulder, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He went about his job there as if a bit of tape on the shoulder and nothing else. And there's a couple of big tackles there he made. And I know when you've got a dislocated shoulder and you put your arm out, you are totally exposed. He had no fear of doing it.
Kangas fall to 8 and 9. It's going to be tough for them on the run home, given they've played a lot of the teams down the bottom, some of them twice in West Coast, Richmond, Essendon. So they got a lot of tough teams on the run home from here. Collingwood by 4 points, again with 7 lead changes, and in the end the Magpies kicked the winner through Tim Membry at the 27-minute mark of the final term. Cameron Ling has the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
1 vote, Corbs, is going to the man we just spoke to, Josh Dacos. 33 disposals. He had the 6 tackles as well, does some hard work. The 6 inside 50s, I love that from a halfback.
Fantastic.
Creative, uses the ball really well. The 3 votes and the 2 votes was, it's funny because they're direct opponents and you'd think if one's been really good, that means the other one can't be as good. But I thought it was a genuine heavyweight clash for influence in the middle of the ground. 2 votes, Tristan Cherry. 22 disposals, kicked a goal, 32 hit-outs, 7 score involvements, 5 clearances. Thought he was massive for the Kangaroos. But he was slightly shaded by his opponent in Darcy Cameron, who had 25 disposals, had 27 hit-outs himself, kicked a goal himself, had 8 score involvements and 10 clearances as the ruckman. I thought Darcy Cameron was the best man on the field.
Yeah,
I like it.
By a long way.
3 for Darcy Cameron, 2 for Sherry, 1 for Josh Dacos, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. We are on air from 12 noon Eastern tomorrow. Josh Carr is going to be our feature guest. So we're up to coach 14, I think, in the competition. So looking forward to chatting to Port Adelaide's new senior coach. So he'll join us as part of AFL Saturday tomorrow. Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball along for the ride. Lingy, you'll be along from 12 noon on Sunday with Matt Clinch. Yes. So you can find that Eastern time, make your adjustments across the country. Thank you to you both. Lovely to share the evening with you and a bit of fun. If not, always the highest quality. We got the the close game.
That was entertaining. I enjoyed it.
Really
And tactical. I like the few of the little tactics that we got to discuss.
Yep.
Yeah, it was
Love
nice.
that. Love that.
Always good fun with two of the best analysts in the game, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, every Friday night. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Corb.
Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs. Nice to have Ben back with us on a Friday night. After he's left us a lot this season. To Stuart Hollywood-Baker for all his work as our audio techer, and to Lauren Borden back at base. We are done from Docklands. We are into round 18. 2 games down. Freo winners on a Thursday night. And tonight it's Collingwood in a thriller. After 7 lead changes, the Magpies by 4. They sit 7th on the premiership table tonight. Hope you can join us tomorrow for a full Saturday of footy. It starts from 12 noon Eastern. And of course, SA Grandstand and Sports Talk in SA and